What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay. But I guess if I get banned now, I'll go back on that dude. I'll be like, listen up, dude. You fucking baited me. What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay. But I guess if I get banned now, I'll go back on that dude. I'll be like, listen up, dude. You fucking baited me. What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay. But I guess if I get banned now, I'll go back on that dude. I'll be like, listen up, dude. You fucking baited me. What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay.
Like, you're racist. Like, the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, it feels so. Love that, like, the transphobia is just, like, rampant and nobody cares. Transformers, LOL. Like, for me to jump in here and for them to be like, you're racist. Like, the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, it feels so. Love that, like, the transphobia is just, like, rampant and nobody cares. Transformers, LOL.
All night, all day, I'll put my vibes on play. Never stop until they say, okay.
Those words you said, true and fact. Don't delay it, talking at. These is why we co-created Burning Star.
We walk like warriors in Babylon, my word is born. I know we gonna spar, but still we got to keep it on.
Word is born, right upon, they bring the war. We bring the corn just like a storm. We reign supreme, this ain't the dream, I'll always say warriors. Come out and play.
Discipline ADs and the chosen are few, so it's our destiny to lead. In physical form, I stole this world with conviction. I love the righteous and poor and keep our lessons non-fiction. So listen and heed, you must feel like a slave to live like a king in these lands of the brave.
Where the warriors run, never fear from God. From the quality spirit, every taste of the sun they go warriors. Come out and play, yeah.
What's up, my warriors? And as Paula Gray starts us out today with a clear and concise observation, yeah, it sure is 100% not okay to use those words in any context. As the white boy in the room, white male, white guy, I think it's time to call the warriors out, as you notice. And you know what time it is, folks. It's time to look up.
LOL. Like, for me to jump in here and be like, you're racist. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. You're racist. Like, the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Like, it feels so love that, like, the transphobia is just, like, rampant and nobody cares. Transformers, LOL. Like, for me to jump in here and be like, you're racist. Like, the fuck out of here.
What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch cheaters? Okay, well...
Hey, what's happening, everybody? I'm Aaron M. Sound. Welcome to the show. This is the show known as Look Up, where I interject myself into a conversation, and by way of which, hopefully, I extend the conversation and take it to a place that most people don't want it to go because it's uncomfortable, and I often take it to somewhere you might not be thinking about, and I also try to take a solution into this moment. And the conversation, hopefully, by the way... hello to everybody in the audience. I appreciate you being here. I heard that I was being looked for in a certain, or maybe that somebody was in a certain place that I might have been today. So it's good to know that the butterfly wings, you know, they're flapping and making some effect out there in the world. But that's, you know, I think we all know that that's gone down a number of times. Welcome to the show. Today, the topic is pretty straightforward. What did I title it today?
Should be allowed to say the word.
Well, we should just call it what everybody else called it, which is the hard N and hard R topic. But that's already been taken, folks. And when I say that's been taken, and let me shush this Shusher McShusherton that needs a little shushing. All right, there we go. And so glad you could join me, by the way. Am I doxing people behind me or something like that? Let me look. No. It's just bullshit. It's just like, this guy. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's this guy up here.
Transphobia is just like rampant.
Oh, over there. Yeah, that guy. I'm sorry. Did I say that a lot of what he says is just a lot of bloviating?
You're racist.
And hyperbolic, just kind of like wildness that we should basically ignore. I think the other day we learned we can ignore these things because once you hit a point of cynicism and well, regular irregularity, let's say, is that a way to put it? We could put it as a regular irregularity that once you hit that point where you're no longer reliable, or that you're consistent, or that what you say can be construed as really your own. Well, I think that we should all often consider. And hello and welcome to whoever just walked in. Welcome to the spot. This is Look Up. I'm Aaron M. Sound, and we're here to have a conversation and extend one that I wasn't involved in or invited into in the first place. So thank you for being here, because you're now involved as well. And for those of you that don't know, all of the people who are in the chat are generally armed. And by armed, what do I mean by that? I mean, like, everybody's a mod. You all have a wrench. That means that, it's democracy. So, enough ums and ahs. Let's, oh, am I still playing back to myself? And, ooh, hey, hi, okay. Hello, Emily, what's happening? Hello, and welcome to the show today. We have a scorcher. It's not just hot outside. It is actually hot in here. And let's get it started with that. Well, I say that because the orchestra is just, jamming to go. As you heard, we started with the Warriors theme because, as you know, when I dropped that bit by Burning Star, circa 2000, mixed by yours truly, at least in part, alongside a whole bunch of other people, and originally produced by will.i.am and Will Dog Abers of Ozone Motley. It's a favorite tune of mine that never came out, and it harkens to so many things that I think is important about our activist mindset, and not just an activist spirit, but to actually think that we can get involved in daily life by just making ourselves the example in a positive way against all of these cynical, nihilistic, and very cruel behaviors that come down to wanton bigotry, allowances that we used to not let adults continue the practice of unless they wanted to be called a bigot. Well, now there's all sorts of keys and what's happening. Welcome. So glad you could join us here. Today is a kind of a heavy topic, so I look forward to your guys' input. And let me make sure the call-in is open. And am I in there? Yeah, I'm in there. All right, let me make sure it's down on the other side, that it's actually hooked in. The call-in is there. No, it's still set to the ministry. And oh, hey. All right. Where are we? Friends, Discord, is that? Oh, no, I am in the ministry. I was in the ministry, now I'm not. All right. Anyways, we'll get to that. I'm in Lookup. That's where I am. And now I can tell it to do that. Anyways, so what are we going to see today? Well, there is so much material. There's so much to see in general. By the way, the call-in is open. It's tagged in here, so if you have anything to say, you want to join in, jump in the Discord server for Lookup. Lita, welcome. And you know what? I didn't give a horn for anybody today. Let's give a horn to everybody and a couple of explosions. Because that's the feeling you're going to have by the end of the day, I promise you, unfortunately. And I'm not going to lie. I don't think we should decompress from this. I don't think we should act like this isn't a thing and it isn't a problem. And I think, as Paula pointed out right from the get-go, and let me just quote her properly, and happy Friday to you all. Happy Friday to you all. I am not happy to be reporting the things that I'm reporting to you. And this is not the only episode that I'm going to use this person on for information as to what is affecting the public at large. And in this case, a certain sect of people that really, I don't think, spend a lot of time outside, or at least they don't have a lot of friends, or they don't have a lot of input beyond their basic small group that may just be parasocially online. And they would argue with you, I've had the argument, that they are not just parasocial, that it's real, that it's all real, even though they're behind a screen, because they're having a conversation with somebody. That makes up the difference. So, and I think we all know that that's not really the truth. That flesh and blood, smelling each other's smell, makes a big difference as to how you behave with people a lot of times, and that you wouldn't say something behind a screen that you would, you would say something behind a screen that you wouldn't in normal life, for certain, because sometimes you could be emboldened by that screen. Paula said she is 100% sure it is not okay to use some of those terms. And what are those terms that we're talking about? Let me go back to that. I'll pull that up. Let me see. Here it is. And let's get the visual on it.
Do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch creators? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're going to test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be.
That's why I couldn't use the hard R truth. There's a 2.5 hour long documentary on the subject.
I've talked about
that we're going to dive into some of.
As long as we're not like
the important portion that I would find. I didn't even get into the second portion where he's on debate panels debating the topic of whether or not he should be able to use the N-bomb and how he disingenuously takes people apart. We'll look at a little of that, but I'm going to look at his relationships with other people that you would otherwise think is, his business element or a friend element. Sean the Flutist. Sean the Flute! Ladies and gentlemen, hobos and tramps, cross-eyed mosquitoes, and bull-legged ants that stand before you to sit behind you to tell you something I know actually way too fucking much about. And Sean, I want to welcome you here today. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very rare occasion where I watched somebody walk into the room, and just so you know, you didn't know this, Sean, but everybody in the room is 100% armed with a moderator wrench, so that when it comes down to it, if there's a troll in the chat, anybody has the right to interact with them democratically, and y'all get a choice of kicking them out, because it happens. And I've known Sean the flutist since I was young. 18? 17? I've known Sean for a very long time. We both had a lot more hair. He can attest to my insanity as a youth and throwing great parties. So that's also another thing is validation. And highest score I ever saw on Zaxxon, by the way. Which at some point I'll get Zaxxon into the studio, and I was thinking about playing that on Twitch just to do that. Hello and welcome, by the way. I'm so glad you could all make it here. And I'll just air horn you. If you don't know what's going on, ooh, that was a loud air horn. Sorry about that. It's been a minute, Sean. Last time I saw you was in the lobby of a hotel. And things have changed incredibly, so much so. And say hello to your significant other, who also, by the way, known just as, goodness gracious, only a couple years after meeting Sean. So welcome in. So what are we going to cover today? Sean, and anybody else who doesn't know, there's a problem with a lot of the subset cultures of the internet, of playing video games, that was ignored by our social system, meaning our interpersonal social systems, and pretty much allowed to fester. And yes, I have, Paula, and actually, let me pull up the chat a little higher so we can all see that. I know what's going on. The call-in is taking up too much space. Hold on a second. Let me close that up. Oh, well, maybe I should actually touch the thing that does that. Let me touch and not just it's like pressing on the camera like, it's not working! Who is doing this? It's not! Oh. Anyway, what we're actually covering, and yes, Paula, I have known Sean since I was knee-high to a very drunkenly high grasshopper. That's absolute. Let me just grab some coffee and I may need to drop the groove for this or something. Oh yeah, I can drop that one. That works. By the way, if you didn't know, Sean, what we're here to cover, which I just played a little game, Sean. I do a lot of ye old shadow vision tricks, polyscopic hypnodation. I actually have a ministry on Sunday, if you didn't all know, at 3 p.m. on Sundays. I also do an AI show where my AI tells stories. Actually, it's on tonight at 9 and Sunday at 9 as well. But that's just an advertisement. What I'm doing right now, I call the Azure Spheres. And I get to the Azure Spheres, and you're just slightly engorged, waiting on what I'm going to tell you. But most of this is just a holdout to let you wonder and build the tension about things that revolve around.
What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're going to test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion.
A responsible discussion?
I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say
92%
or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult.
Who does it matter? It doesn't really matter.
It should be okay.
In his mind, because he spoke with somebody.
But I guess if
it should be fine.
I'll to drop on that dude. I'll be like, "What's up, dude?"
Oh yeah, no. You should definitely call that friend. Whoever told you that. I think it's in his mind. I think that's a voice. I think it's a friend. If you're gonna ask my opinion, okay. And who is this? Why does it matter? This is a person who has 600,000 followers on one of his channels, several 100,000 on another. He is paid a lot of money by Blizzard Entertainment, which is a video game company and has been for a long time, to play their video games. And there have been deals with this man throughout a long time. Emily, Sean is one of the finest finest, and when I say finest, I mean like absolutely most knowledgeable, finest musicians I've ever known, and hell of a tarot card reader. I mean, like accurate as heck. So, good on him. And apparently, this content does turn people off because immediately they realize I'm talking about and Emily, by the way, so you know, Sean, Emily is a foundational member here. So everybody sitting in the chat actually is. We have a lot of skulkers on the outside, but we have a core group here that takes part. And the call in for Discord is actually up above. If anybody ever feels like hopping in and going, you know what, I don't agree, well, which is fine. You can also be the drunk uncle at the end of the bar. I don't mind. It just pulls away from the fact that oftentimes I look like the drunk uncle at the end of the bar because I'm talking about this. Activision Blizzard is currently under investigation for behavior. Oh, thank you. I wasn't going to get to that. Lita, you're stealing my stories, but as always, Lita Caproni, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Lita Caproni is actually the official, unofficial, and official, but unofficial, co-host. Yeah, we called it co-host. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we called it co-host. By the way, I don't know if I'm, oh, look at that. I'm getting dragged again. That's interesting. Everything fine, and then I'm getting dragged. All right, well, that's fine. It's not that bad. It's not horrifying. Yeah, it just pops in out of nowhere, right? Oh, wow. It actually just froze on me and dropped down. Holy mackerel. Wow. Well, let's peep this out. Fascinating. Why would it do that? Well, folks, you know, I would tell you, I am not super surprised that this is happening. And it may take me to shut down a couple things. So I'm going to try shutting down the call-in. Because I know that there were people in Discord today. And we'll see how that does. See if that opens up some bandwidth. In any case, stick with me. Oh, dang. It just dropped back way back down. Holy mackerel. I apologize for that. Something you should also know is that there have been a lot of server interruptions this week online because there are, internet attacks happening on major government infrastructures, but that's a totally other story. Yes, Lita does co-host off, officially, unofficially, officially, off and online. So, wow. And you know, once again, I'm going to have to restream this for Twitch, but this is a great advertisement for Twitch right now. I just gave you the biggest hints of the whole time. I gave you a little touch, Twitch. I'm sorry I have to drop you off once again, but YouTube is where my home is, and I apologize. Come join us on YouTube, and talk to you in a moment. And here I am, dropping off the Twitch for YouTube. I don't know. To be frank with you, I do notice that people get knocked off, that my viewers have told me that I, they come back and forth, and, the ramping rate, normally I would expect that that's something to do with my internet, but, the suppression that I'm seeing right now is crazy. I mean, this is some pretty wild stuff, honestly, because this is no longer just, I'm not actually seeing even the stream get suppressed. I'm seeing my computer get suppressed in a way. So, whatever. It's cool. We're going to keep rolling because we have audio. Anyhow. Something just came up actually from Destiny. It said, I got a degree and all I got with this thriving corporation. And, it's really interesting to me how defensive a dude who has all that he has. It's interesting. I'm running it actually at a very high rate of speed right now. And I wonder why. Hold on a second. I want to see something. I betcha. So this happens every once in a while. No, the bit rate is, okay. Interesting. That's these things happen when you're streaming. Anyways, looks like it's smoothed up. In any case, Jacob ate both boxes of chicken biscuit crackers. It may be YouTube. It may be YouTube. No, I'm definitely seeing a lag. You know, it definitely doesn't look as smooth as it should for as fast as I'm running, and now it'll balance out. But yeah, I just had to kick a couple things actually, and that's the other weird thing is I can actually see. I opened my VPNs back up again, and I can see that I was actually getting dragged on the line. That should smooth out a little bit. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It helps when you kick off the draggers. And by the way, Sean, this is the kind of crazy stuff I've been experiencing for a hot minute when certain people don't want me to talk about certain things, and I actually have a long arc. So I apologize for the time taken on this. Who does tarots? What? I want to get my card read, Lita Caproni says, and so let's get at it. Today we're covering a dude who has influence coming from the gaming community. Now he's been streaming for about 12 years. And this person has been literally streaming since the beginning of streaming. And I was first introduced to this person in LA at a show where I was told he was Pog Boy. Okay, to be frank, I don't know if that's what the common name for him was or is, but I do have some proof that there may be some credence to that. We'll get to that if we can get to that. There's so much material. This person's been streaming for so long. So I tried to focus in on one aspect that has always been a controversial topic that lends itself to the idea of who this person is, what they actually believe, the ideologies and the morality or amorality or whatever you want to take from it. I'm going to put this on your plate, and I have my premise just kind of far-reaching and call it hoo-ha. But I believe, in my opinion, this is not the person we want playing video games in front of kids or young adults or having influence on the political sphere, much less the fact that the political sphere doesn't want him involved either. And I say that because his one attempt helping somebody run for mayor in Omaha, he was asked to disengage. And it was publicly made known that he was no longer a part of the campaign. And it's going to be because of some of the things we're going to see today. And let me add the brass. Because we're about to take a very heroic journey, folks. And of course, heroic journeys require some technology, some heroicism, and a great melody. Because you got to have that through line. But most importantly, you got to have a drive. And today our drive... Yeah, Sean used to be incredibly prolific, by the way, as far as like reading music, and he has some videos out that are just fantastic, actually, by the way. And playing with some AI stuff too, I believe, if I remember right. Or maybe that's just on Facebook. So, why am I using the heroic music today? Oh, you're good, Lita. You're good. That's why we're here. We have a community. It's to have a discussion, you know. Not unlike Mike's Camp, my TV, which is a panel that I sit on, Sean, quite often when topics arise. So, folks, as I load up the next set of videos, I want you to understand that
like the fuck out of here.
This person doesn't really take things seriously, and we see this over and over again. And he doesn't care if it affects his friends. He doesn't care if it causes a ruckus, because if it causes problems in the public eye, that's more interest to his channel, and then it draws like minds. And if you've ever been to his server, which is transformed over time, becomes several different things, and I think it's been several different places. I've yet to find a distinctly specific bit of information to lead me on that path, or that I even want to, or I'd be able to find what these things were, but I can find.
You're racist. Like the fuck out of here with
Yeah,
like,
is the video.
So love that like the
I can find the video.
Like, rampant and nobody cares. Transformers, LOL.
Like I hate saying this, and I actually hate myself for saying this. And maybe you know what? Maybe the tricks are true. I think I have more respect for Nick Fuentes than I do for
Nick Fuentes.
I think that he's probably more intelligent than most of them. I think he puts in more work than most of them, and I think that he lives like what he wants to do more than most of them. He's got his entire fucking Groyper movement. He just did a whole fucking conference.
He likes
speaking about
Nick
like his
Fuentes
shit or whatever. And then meanwhile, like Hassan with like half the internet, you know, on their knees in front of him, you know, like donates $10 per death and fucking.
Now these names don't mean anything
people
to
like
you.
Nick Fuentes.
Let me cover it real quickly. Nick Fuentes is a white nationalist who we know, and I'll just pull up a real quick clip here. Let me see if I can actually pull it up. I know I have it somewhere nearby, but there's been so much going on that it might be buried. So, and I was cutting so many hours. By the way, so many hours down to just single minutes for you folks of, oh my gosh, of Destiny, because don't forget, he's been on for over a decade. So I'm trying to just wean down what's important in the story and what's important to him. But you know what? Let me see. Nick Fuentes, and of course the appropriate clip is just somewhere hidden. Oh, I know why. Nick Fuentes is only in video clips because Nick Fuentes' channels and videos and everything to do with the racist clips, and this is part of the important portion of the story. And by the way, yeah, I wasn't really looking. I knew I didn't have it. I actually have it on video here, and I have a lot of this stuff, but it's not really as important as the story that we're telling today.
On 9/11 and involvement.
I think it was Israel.
That voice you're about to hear.
9/11, and talked about it a lot on my show. I mean, it's just that their fingerprints are all over it. If you really are interested in it, there's recent declassified reports from the FBI about the dancing Israelis. You have these guys watching from across the river. They knew the towers were going to fall. There's multiple police reports. They catch them in this moving systems van, and they find out they're all Israeli citizens and deport them. It's not declassified until 20 years later. You have the clean break memo, which outlines the plan.
The reason why I wasn't sharing the video is because it's like
9/11 mandate.
It's me scrolling through so you can. And let's actually, you know what? Let's read some of these. Maybe it is valuable to read the kind of people that are down for this.
I think it was Israel. I think that Israel did 9/11, and
this is the guy that Destiny likes. He thinks he works hard.
Their fingerprints are all over it. If you really are interested in it, there's recent declassified
Bass panel
reports
to date.
from the FBI about.
Thank God they use code words. This stream needs to be posted and kept on mainstream platforms.
They knew the towers were going to fall.
I know all these facts. You can still sit here the whole stream because they lay out this schizo stuff, and it's so damn entertaining.
And they find out they're all Israeli citizens and deport them. It's not declassified until 20 years later. You have the clean break memo, which outlines the plan for all these wars that come from the 9/11 mandate effect.
Now after dinner with the Twitch streamers. Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So
entertaining.
Sure, as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should.
They see it as entertaining. Words like nigger, and this is part of the problem.
In the context of an appropriate discussion.
Yeah, old Bucker mouth there, as Emily calls him.
Great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay.
It should be, but it's not, because you're a white person.
I'll go back on that, dude, and be like,
and white people have historically used it as an insult, whether it's in private or public. It doesn't matter. It is an indication of your character. And that's the premise of today. I'm not going to talk about political smart. I'm not going to talk about, and I say smart because I'm not going to give him the multiple. Political smart. Because as somebody says in the midst of one of these videos, and there's so many of them, we'll hear it when it comes up, but, his fans could rub two pennies together and get their IQ raised. Something to that extent. Anyways, very entertaining. That's entertaining. To me, that's very entertaining. Because this guy right here is playing video games, and this is what's hiding behind me. This guy's playing video games the whole time he's doing this. while he sits in the little corner of the screen. And oh yeah, do I bury the lead and bury the lead and bury the lead? How is he going to watch the show? This is where we are at, folks. We are at the firmament of rouge sphere. They're probably burning. They are fully engorged. That is true. But that's your frontal lobes and your medulla. It's picking up all the visuals, taking it in and realizing that you should probably be pretty pissed about this person. This person is a streamer. One of the foundational streamers, meaning that this person starts back when nobody else was streaming. He's been on every single platform from Jason.tv to, getting banned off of Twitch. And we'll cover that too, because that just naturally comes up in what we're going to talk about. And he's actually even changed the narrative of that. And one of the most important things to know about this character is at every single point, when I went looking for materials that I had here on YouTube, clipped, that would show him to be racist or spouting racism. Turns out those things were essentially being wiped away, and very effectively. So there really wasn't even searches availability on Google. Well, so that means that there's either a large amount of money being spent to clear these things, to clear the air, or there's some culpable parties in the corporate system, but I don't know which it is. I'll let you decide for yourself what that could be, and you take the course of action that you see fit involved in this when it comes to the actual activism of writing a letter or hitting a button or talking about this to your congressman or person. I think we should be aware of these people. Aware? Oh yeah, not just aware. I think we should actually actively talk about them amongst ourselves and then share the information with our friends and then remind our kids that if they're watching this, whether they're 12 or 24, this is just a bad idea. If you think it's humor, that's not even humor. It's just what's called edgelordy, adolescent behavior you're supposed to leave behind with the video games, or at least calling people names. You can play video games. There's no problem with that. Everybody loves video games. But when you make it your life, that's just not, unless you're an esports player. And even then, the culture of it, I mean, where did we lose the sportsmanship side? Imagine doing that in any other game, calling somebody an N-bomb, telling them to go blank themselves, go off themselves as a regular. Think that would be acceptable? And middle-aged white guy playing video games, whining about having rights to the N-bomb. Yeah, we need to fix these things with social action. And I mean social action in that healthy, mindful, clear-minded conversation and alert. Alert? What do I mean by that? There's systems to let these platforms know that this person has a history, and that history is not healthy. It's not a healthy one. And they make money off of it. They make money off of it. I don't think that's cool. But we'll get deeper into this. Right now, you're not even near incensed. We're still at the... we're still just past Azure and into the beginning of the Rouge. They're just slightly, just a little. So why don't we drop the bomb a little bit further? And let me see. Am I all on? Oh no. All right. I think I can start telling this story a little further.
I see the Emerald all the fucking time in fucking private. Like, fuck, I don't give a fuck about that shit. But I'll admit that I leaked that. I don't like that. I just didn't want.
Dude, they actually did this to me. The last day before I said bye to Destiny and whatever.
And whatever.
At one point, we just had like a bit of ice cream or something, and then we were just on the streets of LA, and they're like, "Nim, let's hear it, okay? Let's hear you. Say it now." No, I'm not gonna. I didn't. Because, it's not cool.
So, White Girl and Destiny.
I see Emerald all the fucking time in fucking private. Like, fuck, I don't give a fuck about that shit. But like.
Sorry, let me pull it back to there.
And then we were just on the streets of LA, and they're like, Nim, let's hear it, okay? Let's hear you. Say it now.
Or this. So, by the way, what he was talking about is getting pressured to say the N-bomb, which has been kind of a common occurrence for
Bruce
them.
has a message for Destiny.
Yes. I don't even got to say to you, bro.
That's
like,
Bruce.
I
He's
know
a game player.
You're waiting on me to say something I don't have to say to you. I'm sorry. That's all I could come up with. You a fucking loser. Out of here. It's about that time like where we just stop giving loser ass even attention because that's just what they crave, bro. And then when
that
you
is the truth. I think we all know that.
Bro,
they're looking for negative attention.
it's like beating on a Joker and he just started laughing at you, or that episode of SpongeBob when that bully was trying to beat on him. You punching a sponge and these soak this shit and release it. This is him, bro. He couldn't wait to release all the black.
Destiny responds to
You are part of the Pogger community. Am I?
Oh, is he part of the Pogger community? Is that where I found that?
He just started laughing at you, or that episode of SpongeBob when
Lita, I need a job. I just paid $30 for McDonald's on Uber. Holy jeez, I feel that.
This is
what did you use the lunch service for me?
He couldn't wait to release all the black.
That's what everything costs on that, by the way. I feel bad. It's
Am I?
I agree, Aaron. A constructive way of weeding people out. Yeah, you are part of the Pog community. As far as I remember, they called you Pog Boy. So.
But hey, man, got out of here. He couldn't wait to release all the black people stereotypical he had in his head for the longest.
Do you think that's the only black people stereotypical that I know? Bro, I'm pretty sure at this point on the internet, I know more anti-black than you do. Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that.
Oh, really?
That was like level 0 racism.
Oh!
On like a 100-point scale.
Nick with headshot.
Hold on a second. I think we should play that back.
He had in his head for the longest.
Hold on a second. And let me see. Did any of my cues last in here? I don't think any of my cues last.
He had in his head for the longest. But hey, man.
Right before the show started, I had set up a whole series of cues on all of these videos.
Stereotypical he had in his head for the longest.
Do you think that's the only black people stereotypical that I know? Bro, I'm pretty sure at this point on the internet, I know more anti-black than you do. Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racism on like a 100.
Little talking head in the corner. Sorry.
0 racism on like a 100-point scale.
Really?
Nick with headshot.
He had in his head for the longest.
He had in his head for the longest. He had in his head for the longest.
He had in his head for the longest. That was like level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale. Nick with headshots. That was like level 0 racism. Level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale. He had in his head for the longest. Than that. Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racism.
He had in his head for the longest.
Yeah, he's had it in his head for the longest,
that
folks.
Was like level 0 racism.
Yep.
On like a 100.
He had in his head for the longest.
Than that. That was like level 0 racism.
All right.
On like a 100
I think we got the idea.
Scale.
It's just boring.
Nick with headshot.
I don't think I want to do this. Dude, I'm so bored of like the race card shit. It's just boring. And the WL community like playing the race card like all.
Now, I want you to understand that everything I've been showing you
dude, I'm so
is
bored
within the
of,
past
the race card shit.
6 months to 2 years.
And the
so
WL
far.
community like playing the race card like all the
But
time.
I'm going to take us back
like,
today.
I get it, you're black, and that's tragic.
To the
I
root
guess, I don't
of where everybody became aware that this guy
God, like, some of the
had some issues in the background. And this is before the FBI allegedly raided his home searching for child pornography. Now, mind you, that might not have been true. He might have been swatted by Kiwi Farms or somebody like that, who's known to do that kind of stuff or be involved in. But, you know, I would also hold off on assuming that.
just super
until we know the whole picture.
And whether
because we should just use his logic with him.
Because he wants to be in this community.
Because the logic you'll find.
I don't think I want to do this. Dude,
it's
I'm
very
so
convenient
bored
to
of, like,
the topic at hand.
It's just boring. And the WL.
Yeah. So let's take another gander. I think it's this one. Oh. There it is. Sorry. Sometimes it's hard to see them. It's so hard to see them. There it is.
After you're done with the Twitch creators. Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion.
So this is about 5 years ago.
I'm like 90.
Now, why did I just jump to this?
Sure, but I should be allowed
because
to say
what we're going to
like
watch
nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is
examines the character of this person in a way that,
but as long as we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay.
I can't express in story. I can't tell you for myself. You gotta see what this person does when it comes to their friends, their colleagues, on the way to what they would perceive as some kind of stardom, or as they use the term, clout. So, yeah. This next portion, I give you the story of Trihex and Destiny. And why is the story very important? Because it is how you treat others that we can judge that you should be treated yourself, frankly. Think that's pretty fair? Normalizing hate and teaching things to kids too? Yes. Yeah, we never really know, Paula, who people are inside, in their hearts and minds, till you find out, till they tell you. But it's hard to backtrack and say that personal things are less important than public things. I think we all know when something's personal, when you do it in private, that it means more than an action in public. I mean, like, everybody knows I've got a bit of a character on. I don't actually growl like this. I do this because it's fun that way. It's a character. It's a little Mimi. Allows me to be more irreverent. So, by the way, unlike somebody who does a show and tells you it's not a show, which I've heard him say several times. I have clips of it, I know. It's not involved with today. That's about, that's a whole other story about, and we'll get to that, actually. Not in today, but we will get to that, about obfuscation. I hate that word. It's so hard to say. Obfuscation. Because the F and the S there, it's wacky. Oh, I just bump. So, let's take a look at what happened with these two folks. And we're going to start. We're going to start, well, at its beginning. We're going to start very much at its beginning. And this person, by the way, Destiny, would totally say, I would gather, that this is all bygone. It doesn't matter. He's changed. But this is all recent material. So I want you to understand this is a pattern of behavior, which is why I've built the show this way today. I've gone into the now, and now I'm bringing us back, and I'm giving us the formative story, and then I'm going to end us off in the, you know, possible future. Oh, but I almost forgot. The actual beginning that I randomly found hidden and buried, as most of this material, again, is scrubbed from the net, unless somebody took it and put it on Twitch fails or streamer fails, or, you know, there's a bunch of private communities with all of the blackmail information about these folks. And it's part of the normalized behavior. They use leverage against each other. That's how he gets his clout. That's how he gets his followers. Every time he just throws somebody else. And by the way, there is an episode for this too. It's about the feudal system that is inherent or intimated within the structure of being in the orbit of destiny. And there's lots of material to cover on that one too. So I'm not putting this is like a 3 or 4 part series, by the way, folks. Most of which keeps getting deleted as far as the important videos. But don't worry. There's a couple folks like HMAG who has, I'm still not sure what their real agenda is, but folks, they keep putting up the important info. And I think they're doing it for a few of us, just a very select few of us, because they make sure it's back up. The things that are needed go back up somewhere. So, what did I find? I found the root. I found the basic. I found the beginning of the story. This little piece, this little number right here. Let me pull it over. Very, very special little, it's very rare. It's like holding a rare trading card. It's like holding a, Stephen Bunnell, the the Duce, El Duce. You should remember this. Come on. That's a game of chess. What's up with the game of chess? Why is this so important? Normalizing hate and teaching the the OJ's backstabbers. Oh my God. Woo! Let me tell you. Backstabbers, studying front stabbers. He just looked at him and was like, what's the matter? You don't like the shanking? And thank you all for joining, by the way. I'm Aaron M. Sound, if you didn't know. This is at Destiny. Deleted materials. Look up! And why do I say look up? Well, before we watch this, it's because people put themselves into a mental prison that they get sold by a culture or a system or a group of people or a clique or a religious belief or a cult or you name it. There's all kinds of things that limit us from who we could be. And by who we could be, I mean like giving yourself the chance to be a better human by being kind, by being interested, by being educated, by finding new things in yourself. There's no one way to do it because there's 8 billion of us. And as I always say, we all got an asshole and we all got an opinion and we all have a special capability. It's normal to have a special capability. It's normal to be special and it's special to be normal because there's 8 billion of us and we all have something to contribute. So let's just say that. And I want to remind all of us that it's up to each and every one of us to reach out our hand to those we see in need. And when I say in need, I don't just mean monetarily, I don't just mean emotionally, I mean if you see someone who could use a mentor, if you see someone who could use some help, just about in any way, take a moment, see what they need. It may be a mental prison. And if you've watched the show at all, you know I've termed it as a metaphor called the obelisk. What is the obelisk? The obelisk is a funnel that we see in every major city that represents power and the power structure. It's left over from the Egyptians or pre-Egyptian times. But that funnel is you and I in a prison that we make for ourselves. It has an open door. It's imaginary in the first place. And when I say reach my hand out or you reach your hand out, you just pass on the seed of knowledge that you don't have to be there. There's a whole other option than standing there flinging your poop at other people. And we're about to find what that poop is. That bedazzled Michael's covered, bedazzled from the gilded bucket. Paula Gray says, I have a strong feeling he has no loyalty to anyone except himself. And yes, one of the points I was going to make today is the lack of reliability, the lack of consistency, and the loyalty to a sense that the only thing that should matter is that society is stable. Not that people are happy, or that there's justice, or that there's any consistency for anybody that doesn't look like him. And that's very important to understand, because that, my friends, in itself is the agenda. And what is that? I would argue that's a fascist mindset. As you know, I tend to point that out as a burgeoning and building culture coming out of the gaming community, because they want order where there is chaos, and the ADHD mind would rather limit its interests in the authoritarian sense to give over power. So we're looking at one side of the 1984 / Brave New World balance here in action. We're heading towards the Huxley side. But there's something for everybody in this spectrum, as we know, of the disenfranchisement pipeline. Let's keep moving. There's more to see. And as I say all this, once again, help someone out of the obelisk today. It's a Ben up there. As soon as we take away the funnel, they have nothing to hold them up. And it falls to the ground. We kick them to the side, and they become a doorstop. And we take back the planet from a very few, 1,400 really, about 1,400 people. And it's not a revolution, folks. It's an evolution. And by the way, the evolution will be streamed. As we see now. You guys getting that audio, by the way? Oh, you know what? I do need the ad. Give me 1 second. It's very important. I think I spaced adding the audio for this. My apologies. Does happen when you've got like 30 different inputs. Won't take me but a second. Application, application, application. Enhance. 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 It's cool. Give me 1 second. Enhance. I've got you. Guys, I apologize. Okay, now I gotta actually turn it on. That's the one thing. OBS, it's very good, but it also has very many buttons. Very many. And here we go. And there we go. And here we are. And let's run that over so you can hear what he says here in a game of chess.
Anybody else? Wait,
whoa! Hold on.
What?
You want to hear it one more time? You aren't sure what you heard? This is what started it all. So
anybody else?
Whoa! Hold on.
What?
What? He says what?
Anybody else?
Whoa!
It becomes clearer the more you hear it. It could be pareidolia, but honestly, I'm going to say he says what he says because...
Anybody else?
Whoa! Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Yeah, he knows what he's going to say, what he said there. He knows exactly what he said there. And, where is that piece? I'm sorry, folks. There's so much footage. There's intense amounts of footage. Is that it? No, that's Ben Shapiro. You don't need to that's a totally other episode I'm building out. Ben Shapiro. Goodness gracious. I've never seen a more, yes, indeed, Paula, the revolution will be televised. The evolution will be streamed. Yes, ma'am. And let me give you a quick blast over here. Yes, I agree 100%. And not to be an echo chamber at all, but let me just agree. I totally agree. Yeah, I actually brought in an echo chamber just so I could agree with people on a daily. So hopefully you heard what he was saying. Did you guys heard the audio? Let me make sure you guys heard what he says here, because if you can't hear what he says here.
Anybody else?
Whoa! Hold on.
I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what he was saying there, on what he then acknowledges that he's saying. And let me load up these other little pieces before we move on, so that I know that they're in here, because they're really important to. I think you've also seen them, except for the fact that they were deleted on YouTube, wiped away, and then the channels that had them were wiped away. I'm one of the very few who still has them, and then I had to go off into the distance, into the other worlds that rumble around, and find, in amongst the gun advertisements, some of these videos. But that's not where we're starting. I've just been leading you down the primrose path to the, burnt umber. To the burnt umber, because we're going over here. I'm going to play you, I believe this is a little bit more extended cut of that. And while I'm doing this, I'm gonna minimize. There I am. And so you're aware, this is the actual from Destiny the Streamer. It's a documentary that's 2.5 hours long called The Hard R. Oh, good, Emily. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And Emily says she heard the video, so that's good to know, because it's one of those things where coming from the desktop, it's a questionable. It's a questionable. And hopefully the orchestra is going to stay intact today. I paid them all the union fees. Anyways, which is pretty much none. It's none. Oh, look at that! You can see through the ether in the corner. I apologize. Ha. That's pretty funny. Anyhow, what are we doing? Oh, I'm showing you the clips of how all this began and what's really sad in the bigger story.
Cringe. Anybody else cringing? Anybody else cringe?
So we've heard the actual uncut version. We know what he says here.
Wait, whoa!
But the reaction here.
Hold on.
What?
I thought I heard it there. Holy
Heard what?
shit, dude.
Wait, I was saying cringe.
He was just saying.
Wait, what did I say? Wait, link the clip. Did I actually? I didn't say anything bad.
You didn't mean to say it, but it sounded fucking real bad.
Oh yeah, it really did sound real bad.
Wait,
here, I'll
link.
just zoom in. Sorry.
Wait, let me get the clip.
By the way, I'm about to go full green
This live
screen.
stream fail. I think they'll accept
Like
this.
everything. I'm gonna just turn the entire space into green screen.
God!
Yeah. Oh my
I'll
God
be
is
back. I
right,
gotta delete
dude.
the VOD.
He said it.
Wait, he did say it.
I don't even know how that happened.
I don't even know how that happened.
Hidden power. Secrets.
Anyways, this is
Cringe. Anybody else cringing? Anybody else cringe?
Wait, whoa!
Wait, whoa!
Hold on.
That's right.
What?
I
Hold
thought I
on.
heard it there.
No.
Holy shit, dude.
Wait, I was saying cringe. Wait, what did I say? Wait, link the clip. Did I actually? I didn't say anything bad.
You didn't mean to say it, but it sounded
He didn't
fucking real bad.
Even his sycophants, the people that were playing with him
Wait,
back in the
link.
day, would defend.
Wait, let me get the clip.
Let him hear.
I'm gonna post this live stream
Would
fail. I think
defend
they'll accept
him
this one.
right in front of him.
Oh my God! I'll be right back. I gotta delete the VOD.
He's got to delete the VOD, is what he says right there,
He said
and he
it.
thinks it's funny.
Wait, hold on.
I don't even know how that happened.
He doesn't even know how it happened, despite the fact that it's very clear. He says that on purpose. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Paula. I try. I've been building out my wardrobe for the show. I realized early on that one of the things that people aren't seeing is just a casual open shirt, unless you're some kind of Republican, crazy who's got videos of himself shouting at his wife out there. So, might as well represent well and not look like a t-shirt wearing dude who lives in a basement or something like that. Like a certain character that I still haven't done the final episode of, but it's coming up. A certain character. Hold on a second. Let me. Okay, hold on. Let's get. If he was wearing the shirt, it'd be like this. Your Honor, I don't know why I'm here. I just can't get into the vibe of this courtroom anyway. Yeah, Chad Chatterton. Check him out. Man Lessons for Women. That's spelled Lessins. For women, spelled incorrectly. But that's a whole other thing. Hard R truth. I'm leaving this up so you can see what this is if you really want to watch the whole thing, because there's way more than I'm showing you. Way more. The next clip we're watching is called, I'm sorry, I'm going ambidextrous here, so there's a lot. Destiny Defends Racist Language, Part 1.
There was a clip of him explaining his elaborative position here that he doesn't particularly care about monitoring what is in private.
So what you're hearing,
the right people doesn't reinforce the negative things here. And this is the part I wish I got further on the DT podcast. That
is a debate. And I'm not gonna give you the background of the debate beyond saying that this is a topic that's come up based off of the clip that we've just seen, where when that happened, the N-bomb happened in the chess game, it blew up around Destiny. And mind you, this is 3 years ago. But it's only 3 years ago. Oh, don't we all? Trust. It's amazing how, like, how much, when I actually type, I get things right, but the spell check on my thumbs just decides things will be whatever. Even I've actually spelled an entire section completely correctly, checked it, and right before I send it, see spell check changing it to things that are incorrect. It's so weird, by the way. You don't. I hate spell check. Anyways, or spell correct. I don't know which one it is. It's one of those things. And I turned it on, turned it off. It's a pain either way. I feel you. That's why I just type. I did well in typing class. Anyhow, this debate basically centers at this point around our dude. Yeah, this dude. And let me shrink it down a little bit so you get a clearer idea of who's in the picture. There we are. We see Destiny in the top left-hand corner, and I'll move the whole thing over. Bring it down. There we go. Oh, and who's that down at the bottom? That is a very skinny John Zerka from 3 years ago. Yeah, spell check is a... Yeah. Yes. Horns for that. And there's other people on the panel. But look at that. John Zerka, right there. Right here. This guy. John Zerka. He goes way back, if you didn't know. Behavior's changed a little bit, but not really. But look at him. He sure does look a little thin. And, yeah, there's some interesting behavior down there, but that's, a whole other story. It lends itself. Or is it autocorrect? Yeah, I don't know. Autocorrect hates us all. Yes, exactly. I think autocorrect is actually the secret root of ChatGPT-4 when you don't train it to have, non-lore, Star Trek lore, Next Generation. When you don't train it to not be lore, and you don't give it the rules for data. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, yeah, that's what happens when you don't train your ChatGPT. Exactly. And it just ends up hating the whole of everybody and becomes the Am from Harlan Ellison's. What is that? I can never get the title right. It's I have no voice, but I must scream. Is that what it is? Anyways. Oh, this. Yes. We're going to go deep into this, folks.
That if you do use it in private, it makes me think that you just don't actually exit the offensive word from your vocabulary. You're just putting on a facade.
As well you should.
Facial mask, which we've covered here before here, but that's ultimately how I still feel a little bit weird about it ultimately.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. And then I would argue on that impact of making people who are already suffering oppression uncomfortable, because like he's here, right? And we want people to feel comfortable here, doing this.
We all
do. Already struggling.
Not just this.
Do we have a lot of people
everywhere
on here? No, we don't. And it would be nice if they felt comfortable coming on. So
I don't care if somebody is hurt by a particular joke. What
I care
about is do you have the ability to get a job?
It was a clip explaining his elaborative position here that he
which, by the way, we'll get to this letter. I had this letter. I had to clip it because I couldn't find a current copy of it out there.
This is the part I wish I got further.
Maybe it's out there and just buried, but I think it's been scrubbed as well.
In private, it makes me think that you just don't actually exit the offensive word.
So we know now
vocabulary. You're just
that this gentleman, whose name is Trihex, has told this gentleman, whose name is Stephen Bunnell II from Omaha.
Yeah. And then I would argue on that impact of making people who are already suffering oppression,
the Deuce,
uncomfortable.
El Duce.
Because, like, he's here, right? And we want people to feel comfortable here.
Yes, Zerka does believe that 16-year-old girls, and has said that, are adults. And by the way, do you see what's going on down here?
We don't. And it would be nice if they felt comfortable coming on. So
I don't care if somebody is hurt by a particular joke. What I care about.
But that doesn't really matter. This is just a couple of, dudes on drugs, it looks like.
His elaborative position here that he doesn't particularly care about monitoring what he does in private, contextually around the right people, doesn't reinforce negative things here. And this is the part I wish
around the right people, it doesn't reinforce negative things. Destiny says
it makes me think that you just don't actually exit. The
so that's Trihex reading that in the context of the debate. And well, what is? I mean,
there's only one good reason I can think of not to go.
What is the kind of behavior that we see out of this guy?
Because if I go out, Mel, this is for your safety. If I go out and we have a really bad time, I'm gonna hold it against you, and I don't want to, but that's just how my brain is gonna work. Okay.
Then I'm gonna hold it against you and be like, hey, my party doesn't like to do anything
June
with me. Why don't I just like dump this loser and just go get someone else that enjoys doing fun shit, not League of Legends all fucking day? You know, this would be fun for you as well, because if we did IRL, it would be really fun memes for your community as well. So there's so many good things that we could do for this.
Wait. You're in the other room, right?
Yes.
Wait, can you move your arms back and forth for a second?
What?
Did you do it?
Yes.
Alright, I didn't hear any shackles. If you want to get the fuck out, then fucking leave, okay? Nobody's keeping you here, alright?
Huh. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? He said he didn't care.
There's only one good reason I can think of not to go.
Why do you not? Why are you trying to make up reasons for this?
Because if I go out, Mel, this is for your safety. If I go out and we have a really bad time, I'm gonna hold it against you, and I don't want to, but that's just how my brain is gonna work. Okay.
Then I'm gonna hold it against you and be like, hey, my party doesn't like to do anything
June
with me.
28th.
Why don't I just like dump this loser and just go get someone else that enjoys doing fun shit, not League of Legends all fucking day? You know? This
So
would
it
be
started
fun for
as
you
like
well,
kind of a
because if we did
jest, it
IRL,
sounds like.
It would be really fun memes for your community as well. So there's so many good things that we could do for this.
Wait. You're in the other room, right?
Yes.
Wait, can you move your arms back and forth for a second?
What?
Did you do it?
Yes.
Alright, I didn't hear any shackles. If you want to get the fuck out, then fucking leave, okay? Nobody's keeping you here, alright?
So that's how he treats his wife. Now, he may think it's funny, or it's wry humor, and I've heard people say things like, oh, you just don't understand him. He's just cynical. That's his kind of humor. Excuse me, let me cover up the imaginary magical chair. I've been looking for green screen chair. They don't make them. I must make my own. But it does. It looks like magic every time I do that anyway, so. I just make the chair disappear. Anyways. There's one more clip. How do we know that this guy... Let me go down to these clips here for a second. And I'm sorry, I apologize to put my head down. I'll stare at you while I do this. Oh, now I can't see them. And I have so many clips that just people would be very concerned about me having these things if they knew which clips I actually had in totality. Oh, my. Let me see. This one is a clip where Destiny tells us exactly who he is when it comes to other people, how he thinks of other people, and the truth about him that we all know.
Because that's all there is to it.
What about you, Destiny?
I didn't learn shit.
Yeah.
I'm perfect.
You're not. Stop being such a bitch.
All the red pill people that I fight against, that I say like you shouldn't do this, is how you build a healthy relationship. All of those things are things that I do, unironically.
They're all things he does.
Like what?
Like I have a really hard time like
what's
communicating
happening,
shit. It's something
Deltario
I've had to
Brown?
work on a lot over
Welcome,
the past 4
welcome.
years.
Thank
It's
you for
probably
being
the
here.
number one detriment to all my relationships. is that
Appreciate you
can
for
be a very
coming
bad
in.
communicator. So like if there's a fight that's like bad enough,
Oh,
and
Paul, you
somebody's
didn't
pushing
know?
me for an answer
That's
hard enough in the heat of the
Destiny's
moment.
Are you like a shutdown kind of person? When you go to your
Yes.
corner?
I'm like, listen, if you don't like it, then just leave. Why are you even here? If you don't like the relationship, just find somebody else. House, let me work.
He's also got dead eyes.
Yeah.
And we know this to be true, that he's not bullshitting, because we just heard him say that to his wife in another stream.
Shutdown mode.
Instead of like seeing him as like this is his true
Welcome, welcome,
feelings, I
Deltario.
just can't think that
And
way.
by the
I
way,
have to just, like,
hold on a
run
second,
this
let me
team challenge
pause.
right now.
Let me pause, because Deltario, we know Deltario from elsewhere, and that earns you, by the way, because you didn't know this. You walked into a room full of armed people. Everybody here is a mod. So that way, if there's ever a chance that people start disagreeing, or there's a debate, or we get a troll, which has happened, as people well know, we have gotten trolls here. And at some point, if they aren't welcome to the conversation, if they show themselves to not be really actually good faith to just being a part of the conversation in general, then everybody has the right to kick them out, and I leave it to each other. So I treat it like it's the Old West here, and congratulations, you are now a standard mod. Welcome to the party, Deltario, and thank you. I appreciate you being here. I came here late. What are we talking about? Destiny. Yeah. You missed kind of the premise of us playing, but yeah. Facts is, I don't know him or his content. Just what I'm learning. Oh, yes. Destiny is one of those folks that you wouldn't know about him because he's hidden underneath that little fuzzy dude. Is hidden with the blue little scrudgy. He's hidden underneath layers and levels, but has 684,000 followers. He talks politically constantly, and the majority of his screen generally does not look like this. In fact, there's normally a video game there, and he's in the corner in the little picture like we just saw before, talking smack to somebody, pulling up the wilder people that he can find in his server, and basically he lives his life online. Although a good portion of it is, I would say, planned to a degree. It is not scripted. It is real life TV. But at the same time, the agendas in this man's dead eyes, as Abba would say, in Abba's words, I would say, I think there's more to this that we should be a little concerned about. And happy Friday to you all, by the way. Let's Sorry. Just had to press all the buttons there. Just like this guy. Except I'm doing it for love and fun. Not like this guy. Let's keep moving. Because I want you to understand that it's the character of a person. This is my premise. I don't care about talking about his nihilistic politics today. I don't care about talking about today his influences directly. I'm talking about him, this guy, him, as a human, and his interpersonal relationships, and whether or not him, at his root, at his base, at his core, is a kind or decent human, and how deleting material, dropping the N-bomb, being casual about it, and thinking that things like, well, oh good, I did set the cues on this last one so I can get right to that.
That was like level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale.
Nick with the headshot.
Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racism.
Oh, I
on
always
like
forget.
a
I just swapped that over.
scale.
Sorry, my bad, folks. There we go.
Nick with the headshot.
Why the fuck would you assume that's the best?
By the way,
I've
the reason
got?
you aren't
I
seeing
could
him
be
is because
way more
he
racist
puts
than
himself in the corner.
That was like level
There you go.
0 racism on like a 100-point scale.
Nick with the headshot.
No, actually, it's actually hard won, and he has 600,000. Let me pause this for a second. He has 600,000 on one channel. He has about 200,000 or just under 200,000 on another channel. He streams 10 hours a day. He has a Rumble channel. He has a Kick channel. Each one of these have tens of thousands of followers. He has all kinds of incentives and programs. He has a Discord server with 21,000 active members. 85,000 members and 21,000 active last night at 2 a.m. And we should be aware that these people, when you listen to them, they are not just the fringe of society, they are the disenfranchised fringe who look for a centered base to have the discussions and then have those discussions with someone and in an environment with people who don't give a damn in the most nihilistic sense. Why? Because they think life is a game and nothing matters, and they're not children. Most of them are adults. But the influence does spread to children because of the video games. And that's where all of this is troubling. Oh, yeah, and when he does leave the house, he's just talking on Reddit and Twitter all day. Oh, yes. Destiny is actually one of the worst in the scenario. And since you missed it, let me pull it back up real quickly. I apologize if anybody saw it, but I think we all know that it's important to, well, where's the quickest version of this? It's, I think this is it, right? Oh, no. It's not that one. It's, sorry, it's this one, right? Is this it? I think so.
Oh, bro, I'm pretty sure at this point on the internet, I know more anti-black shit than you do. Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got?
Oh my god!
Way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racist.
Level 0!
On like a.
This is 2 years ago, by the way.
Your brain on.
That's the best I've got.
Oh my god!
Way more racist than that. That was like. That was like level 0 racist.
Level 0!
On like a.
Destiny is your brain on.
I'm
pretty sure at this point on the internet, I know more anti-black shit than you do. Why the fuck would you assume that's the best I've got?
Oh my god!
Way more racist than that.
But,
that
you know,
like
if you don't believe that, before we go back to this other stuff,
on like a
Destiny is your brain on.
Let me find the piece that's kind of really telling, which would be in the history. Give you 2 seconds to just scroll back to this. It would be, and by the way, this one is called, this can't be true. Streamer Destiny says hard R, and the end.
Edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch streamers?
Let me pull it up for you real quickly.
Tonight we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not like using
and
it
then,
as an insult towards
after that, we go to this, which is the uncut version. It's extra troubling because of the kids, but it is troubling that adults are hearing this brainwash crap too. It's both of them, and it's happening in closed servers while they're playing video games as a matter of like colloquial or just like locution of just talking banter amongst each other. Okay, you need to fucking go. Get the fuck out, Destiny Deltario Brown. You come here and call yourself liberal and enlightened, but he's acting like a fucking scumbag. You know, what you should know, Deltario, is this is 5 years ago. And the other clip I played for you is under 2 years. I think it's 6 months, actually, to be specific. And let me... this is from, 4 years ago. This clip right here. And the other clip that I was playing for you is... and I just want to be very specific. That is from... Well, hold on a second. Yeah, let's play the whole. Let's play the whole of it so you can get a little more, because we're going to get into the documentary so you can understand that Destiny, because really the point of this is to talk about how Destiny
Bruce has a message for Destiny.
Doesn't care about his friends, doesn't care about interpersonal relationships, and that's most important, the act of the character.
Probably waiting on me to say something I don't have to say to you. I'm sorry, that's all I could come up with. You a fucking loser. Out of here. It's about that time like where we just stop giving loser ass even attention because that's just what they crave, bro. And
He had in his head for the longest. He had in his head for the longest.
Than that. That was like level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale.
Just so you know, that other thing wasn't out of context.
Nick with headshot. Oh, bro, I'm pretty sure at this point on the internet I know more anti-black than you do. Why the f would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale. Nick with headshot.
Oh yes, actually here, Lita points out something that everybody should know. Destiny is admitted to have been strongly conservative when he was growing up and changed his views, supposedly.
Kotaku article with prompts including racism.
But yes, people stereotypical he had in his head for the longest. But hey, man.
How the f would you assume? Bro, I'm pretty sure at this point on the internet I know more anti-black than you do. Why the f would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be way more racist than that. That was like level 0 racism on like a 100-point scale. Nick with headshot.
What's my name?
How the f would you assume that's the best I've got? I could be
By the way, the
more
reason
racist.
I let that play into the gaming stuff is so you can see that there's literally a seamless drive from something that's inherently terrible and a bad influence for anybody under a certain age, but from one thing to the other, and they don't even notice it. And Paula says, and yet he's a YouTuber with a platform, and many platforms. He is one of the most prolific streamers. He's been on longer than anybody else. Which means, and he gets paid by a gaming company, of one of the biggest gaming companies. And they love him over there. Because when he plays the game, so do the main gamers. Even though he really didn't have that great of a career, I've read. But let's get more into the documentary. Because the documentary itself is really about, to start with, the character of the person. And that's what I'm studying today and showing you, is that the character of the person at his core doesn't care in a nihilistic way, even about, well, we're just going to start with other people. And we've already built the premise around the fact that he has even told his wife, and then reiterated that recently with Abba sitting next to him, that if you don't like it, you can get the fuck out. So those behaviors are starting to mirror one another, and we can just assume that what you do in the private is what you think, even if you don't say it in the public. And he doesn't understand that logic there. And I'll show you that he doesn't. So, this is called Destiny Defends Racist Language 2 Cut. You can find all these clips on my page, by the way. That'll lead you to the main documentary.
Life and tell me what kind of jokes I can. I'm asking you to justify it, Destiny. This is my justification because I don't care about what people say in their private. No, I know you don't care. I'm not here to regulate what people say in their private lives ever. I've never ever wanted to do that.
That's his whole turnaround. Is he wants to act like somehow this should be regulating people in their private life by expecting them to be respectful of their friends or other people.
But it doesn't matter for Destiny because he just tries to fit his moral system to whatever makes him feel good. That's it.
Yes.
That's what seems to be the case.
Yes. Corporations don't seem to care until their pocket is threatened. And by the way, he didn't get banned on Twitch until after all of this blew up and he started talking about trans people.
Whenever you said that you don't care how others come off with your private demeanor, even if it includes the usage of like the insular or whatever it may be,
Okay? What I'm saying is that I will never allow another person to reach into my private life and tell me what kind of jokes I can. I'm asking you to my justify it, Destiny. This is my justification because I don't care about what people say in their private. No, I know you don't care.
Because he doesn't care.
I'm not here to regulate what people say in their private lives ever. I've never ever wanted to do that. My goal is
and
always
pay attention to Trihex in the right corner
public,
up here.
And what do people say publicly, and how is harm spread in society?
This is why I'm letting this play over again.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Yes, exactly.
But I don't understand.
Exactly, but it doesn't matter for Destiny.
How do people not? Hold on a second.
Whatever makes them feel
oh
good.
my gosh.
That's it. That's what seems to be the case here, Destiny.
So,
all right, let's bring up something. Next round, we got something completely different.
Deltario says, how do people not know of this shit? They know. His audience definitely knows. It's what his audience uses if you ever go into the servers for their excuses for lame logic, for incredibly distrusting and disenfranchised beliefs, for backflips in ideologies that connect concepts and arguments very much like this guy's, which just turns into a deflection after deflection, or not actually taking part in the argument itself to say that you did, or disagreement, but allows you to not have to. For instance, if you were to say, hey, Aaron, you should stop saying the N-word, I would say to you, well, I don't say the N-word in public, so it doesn't hurt anybody. So I'm turning it around on you. It is the atypical version of what they call gaslighting, and he is a prince of a gaslighter, by the way. But I digress. I'm going to play this one more time from the top.
Okay? What I'm saying is that I will never allow another person to reach into my private life and tell me what kind of jokes I can. I'm asking you to my justify it, Destiny. This is my justification because I don't care about what people.
His
say
justification is fuck off, basically.
I'm not here to regulate what people say in their private lives ever. I've never ever wanted to do that. My goal has always been what is responsible.
That's what I believe he's saying.
In public, and what do people say publicly, and how is harm spread in society?
He said he doesn't give a fuck.
You know who doesn't know about this, Deltario?
But it doesn't matter for Destiny.
The actual adults in the room, like you and I,
makes them feel good.
like
that's it.
Keezen and Paula and Emily.
All right, let's bring up something. Next round, we got something completely different. Trex, you want to take it away?
Yeah, man, I've been. It hit me kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, Destiny. Whenever you said that you don't care how others come off with your private demeanor, even if it includes the usage of like the insular or whatever it may be.
Okay? What I'm saying is that I will never allow another person.
So,
to
do you
reach
notice
into my
the
private
personal
life and tell me what kind of
inflection
jokes
there?
I can I'm asking you to my justify it, Destiny.
So I think we've got an idea that there's some energy behind that. There's some reason to pay attention to this and why I'm sharing with this with you. And I was told about this a while ago because there's lots to Destiny's story over 10 and 12 years. From going to be starting to be a wannabe musician or going to music school, and then being a carpet cleaner and working at a restaurant in a gambling hall in Nebraska, and then becoming a gamer, where he did okay, but he made a good amount of money. I think the percent. Paula Gray says that she says. Oh, let me scroll this back down so we can actually read it. Paula Gray says, oops, I actually need to extend this now. There we go. I think the percentage of people who don't know about this is because they're trying to keep the lights on, raise their kids to be productive members of society, and are not on social media. Exactly. And the people we have to worry about in this are a subset group. They're a subculture. The problem is they are an active subculture. They're an active subculture that does, when they go outside into the light, act out, essentially. Or they become a burden on us all by not taking part. We miss out on these people in often cases because oftentimes they're actually very smart. They're just sent down the wrong path. Or they're lonely. They are the red pillars. They become the red pillars. This is just one little doorway. And I'm starting to believe that it's not on accident that these people get trapped. And I say trapped, caught up in this mindset of convenient logic that lets you basically say, oh, it's okay because I don't do it in front of you. But you know, those would sell you on, that would sell you on an idiocy, would also sell you on an atrocity. So, well, where does this take us now? Destiny defends racist language. Destiny triumphs private hard R.
Not gonna lie to you, Destiny. Whenever you
this is from 3 years ago, by the way.
Care how others come off with your private demeanor, even if it includes the usage of like the insular or whatever it may be. You know, I don't choose to be black, and I ultimately have been offended by that word, whether it be hard R. I guess the one you were. I defended you for a very long time on that. I knew you had said hard R in the past. I knew that you whenever I tried to confront you with it on the podcast, I figured you had like an elaborate reason, which was just the DMCA clip where you where it was just like some like onomatopoeia.
Oh, I know where and what his fans are.
The difference here is that it's really
they're a strangely mixed group of people.
Continue to conversate with you
from irrelevance
if you privately still
to
use
Zania.
hard R, the most contextually offensive word in modern American English language, or whatever you want to call
and
it.
Trihex is telling him what we all know.
It sat with me very.
This is 3 years ago.
Whenever you said that you don't care how others come off with your private demeanor, even if it includes the usage of like the insular or whatever it may be. You know, I don't choose to be black, and I ultimately have been offended by that word, whether it be hard R. I guess the one you were. I defended you for a very long time on that. I knew you had said hard R in the past. I knew that you whenever I tried to confront you with it on the podcast, I figured you had like an elaborate reason, which was just the DMCA clip where you where it was just like some like onomatopoeia thing that we try to overreach into.
By the onomatopoeia, he's talking about
it's
this
really
right here.
Disingenuous for me to continue to conversate with you if you privately still use hard R, the most contextually offensive word in modern American English language, or whatever you want to call it, dude. I'm not sure.
So his friends wanted to defend him.
Whenever you said that you don't care how others come off with your private
Deltario,
demeanor,
by the way, yes. Deltario Brown says, I'm black and 28 years old and this is some shit. And I even know that these people who know and make excuses for this shit. Do you know what his fans are? This is a fucking cult. Yes, a cult of disenfranchised, angry young people that between the ages of like 13 or 14 and late 30s, actually.
On the podcast, I figured you had like an elaborate reason, which was just the DMCA.
And most of them,
clip where you,
the majority of them play video games, and that's really where they meet. And it's not saying that video games cause this. Video games incubate it.
Continue to conversate with you if you
insulate
privately still use hard R, the most contextually offensive word in modern American English language, or whatever you want to call it, dude. I'm not sure. It sat with me very. Not gonna lie to you, Destiny. Whenever you
so
said
it sat
that,
with him how?
You don't care how others come off with your.
Honestly, it sat with him like a ton of bricks. And we should consider that this person.
You call people the N-word, you call people the F-word, but the reason why it was funny was because we obviously knew it was wrong and stupid and you shouldn't say that. That
is because they are insolent. They are solipsistic. This person is, I believe, a megalomaniac to a degree. They're egomaniacal, they don't care, and they're ruthlessly rude. What does that sum up together? Well, I was looking for the correct word, and it turns out that a ruthlessly rude, insolent person who essentially doesn't care about morality and is amoral or doesn't care about people around them, guess what that word actually is? You're going to be surprised. Everybody knows it. Anybody got a guess? It's moron. The actual term moron. It's amazing. I don't even have to worry about using it. I can say this person is a moron, a joker, a goofball. And the only reason they're getting attention is because we're giving it to them. And because his audience so badly wants to be him, with a polyamorous lifestyle, with an open relationship that they don't understand, because they themselves don't have proper relationships likely, or at least it seems. But why would I think this? It's because this person has a point of view that's very sociopathic, to my point of view. Their behaviors. When people show you who they are, the first time, Paula Gray says, believe them. Nelson Mandela, yes, said it first, not Maya Angelou. Actually, you know, either one, I'd take at face value. By the way, he doesn't know who Maya Angelou is. I have a clip of him not being able to recognize who Maya Angelou is, but that's, I was trying to decide if I should throw that in, but it was just too petty. It was just very petty. I think this stuff is really important to know, that the character of this person is what we're talking about. We're talking about what happens when this person is faced with someone speaking to them directly about things that most of us would take very personally.
In terms of feelings, to me, that wasn't cool.
Well, listen, I love you a lot, buddy. I mean, like, I enjoy talking to you and I enjoy interacting with you. If you legitimately think because of jokes that I say privately or whatever that I'm racist, I mean, that's completely on you for you to believe. I don't reach into your... Wait, hold on. I don't reach into your private life to figure out, like, what you say or don't say that I may or may not like it if you say it around me. I mean, if you think that, like, you can get offended, or if you don't like something, or not even get offended, but if you feel like something I say is, like, actually, like, a judgment for you or
By the way, this is his high voice. He's been working on his low voice.
I mean, that's completely for you
for the past couple.
I understand your opinion there, but
mic, like, much closer. He's got a wider diaphragm mic now.
No, this is something I would have taught them about in private, but I'm just choosing to, like, because it's obviously my body language is implying I'm
racism should never be tolerated anywhere.
Acknowledge it.
I think I should be able to joke about things or say things, like, privately that everybody shouldn't necessarily.
I know you feel this way, Destiny, but we're looking at whether that is right or not. You can't really seem to give me.
In terms of feelings,
92% sure.
To me, that wasn't
I should
cool.
be allowed to say the word.
Well, listen, I love you a lot, buddy. I mean, like, I enjoy
discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not, like, using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay. But I guess if I get banned now, I'll go back on that dude and be like,
oh, what does he say right there?
An appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult. I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context.
What is it? What do you guys think?
This is something.
Let's give him zeros if he shouldn't be allowed to use that. If you think he shouldn't be allowed to use it, I'd love to see if he ones if he can, zeros if you don't think he should be using these terms.
Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion.
Which, frankly, I don't think that there's any context that I agree with Paula, as we were talking about earlier. I don't think there's any context that this motherfucker should be allowed to use that. I mean, I don't even want to get into how entitled it is, or how solipsistic, or how self-absorbed. Pretty much the same thing, but it's slightly different variants. Or how egomaniacal, or how Emily, I feel how wrong it is. How just dead fucking wrong it is. DR all day on this guy. Dead wrong. So wrong, there's no W on the wrong. Nobody needs to use these words. No. And he seems to have some kind of argument in his head that there is a reason.
Whether that is right or not. You can't really seem to give me.
In terms of feelings,
and he doesn't care about how you feel about it, because his feelings don't matter.
I love you a lot, buddy. I mean, like, I enjoy talking to you and I enjoy interacting with
what
you.
What matters
if you
is his...
think because of jokes that I say privately or whatever that I'm racist, I mean, that's completely on you for you to
Baby
believe.
Lux, welcome.
I don't reach into your... Wait, hold on. I don't reach into your private life to figure out, like, what you say or don't say that I may or may not like it if you say it around me. I mean, if you think that, like, you can get offended, or if you don't like something, or not even get offended, but if you feel like something I say is like actually like a judgment to you or disrespectful to you in some private manner, I mean, that's completely for you to believe. Like, that's fine. I understand your opinion there, but
did I get the DT podcast canceled?
Oh
no!
Wait, there's more to this.
I would have talked about in private, but I'm just choosing to like.
Wait, what?
Obviously, my body language is implying I'm discomfortable currently, so I want to acknowledge it.
Was I burying the lead again?
With him, but as long as we're not like using it as an insult,
Was I burying the lead? Did I not tell you something?
I should be allowed.
Did I hide?
It's like nigger or faggot within the context of the discussion. This is something.
Did I hide?
Talked about. In great
something about the story here?
As long as we're not like using it as an insult.
Yeah.
It should be okay. But I guess if I
I buried the lead as usual.
Say things like privately that everybody shouldn't necessarily.
I know you feel this way, Destiny, but we're looking at whether that is right or not. You can't really seem to give me a justification for doing this. I understand.
I don't need to give you a justification for why.
Oh my God, Destiny! Yes, you do.
No, I don't. It's treated neutral unless you can compel me to believe in your.
Pay close attention to Trihex.
So incorrect. You should be able to justify every.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that any moral act is considered negative unless it's given like a positive virtue, or unless it's given.
But it's going to take the attention of the public. It's going to take the pocketbooks of the public to say that this guy shouldn't be behaving this way.
That's how it works. There's
as he did 3 years ago, as he did 5 years ago, because this is a pattern of behavior.
Okay, I don't know.
As a person, and as a performer, and as a broadcaster.
It's an ethical time.
The standards don't seem to matter.
You hurt people's feelings all the time, do you not?
Oh, no,
you know,
well,
I have looked at a lot of the studies, Emily, and
because I'm exposing people like
it's all just mirroring what they play or what they do.
Privately, that everybody.
It's just a mirroring of what they're thinking and feeling. So it's less of a creator, by the way, less of an instigator, and more of a sign of what people are feeling and believing.
Yes, you do.
Because we do know that
it's treated neutral unless you can compel me to believe in your view for why it should be wrong.
So it's treated as a neutral in his mind.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that any moral act is considered negative unless it's given like a positive virtue, or unless it's given?
He has to break it down into clinical terms and take it out of the emotional into personal.
That exists. Something's always going to cause some amount of pleasure or some amount of pain to people. That's how it works. There's no zero.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand
how you could think that is saying.
Yeah, I don't understand why there's even a conversation about it.
Rem is arguing ethics when he hurts people's feelings all the time. Yeah, but you hurt people's feelings all the time, do you not?
But see, this is what they boil it down to. Oh, but you hurt other people's feelings.
Because I'm exposing people like you for being the pieces of shit that you are.
Yeah, because they don't understand the difference between being a terrible human being and hurting someone's feelings. It's all the same. I mean, I don't understand. By the way, she's got a full bottle of Jack or something on the table, or tequila or something. She's halfway through. So logic center. Let's see. Where am I? Which one is next? Oh yes, justified in terms of moral feelings. Destiny justifies via entitlement. And I'm creeping through this, yes.
Did you not essentially do the same thing here by admitting publicly what you possibly do privately?
I mean, I think it's different because I don't like say the particular types of jokes that I say privately. So the way that I view like these types of jokes,
so it's different
and I don't know
here.
like what people's impressions are. That like when I'm in private, I'm just like going through like the list of every black
as
person
we
I know
know
and saying like this person is an N-word or something. Like typically they're just really edgy jokes that come from things like the Chappelle Show, which you could argue
he feels
like,
free to say something
things like the
privately
Chappelle Show, or maybe certain
that he doesn't
like George
publicly
shouldn't be public. That these are things that are just like too edgy to be public, or they empower certain types of people. That like type of humor, that's prime material for a lot of racist conservatives. And you know that the way they would engage that, we should be responsible. If you want to have like a different opinion of me because of the way that I do that, I mean, obviously I have to accept it like that's your opinion. I mean, nothing will ever be leaked where I say something like, you know, I really do think black people are intrinsically lazy, or I really do think gay people shouldn't be hired. Like, I've never ever had opinions like this, and I never will. But I am.
Oh yes, it does. It does take an adult to correct them. It does, Emily. Absolutely. Kids do hear the music and then emulate it, and then they repeat the word.
Because I don't like.
And that's very specific to this topic as well. Yes.
So the way that I view like these types of jokes, and I don't know like what people's impressions are. That like when I'm in private, I'm just like going through like the list of every black person I know and saying like this person is an N-word or something. Like typically they're just really edgy jokes that come from things like the Chappelle Show, which you could argue like maybe things like the Chappelle Show, or maybe certain like George George Carlin skits shouldn't be public. That these are things that are just like too edgy to be public, or they empower certain types of
they
people.
aren't the
That,
same.
like,
One
type
is
of
humor,
that's
and the other is
prime
vitriol.
Material for a lot of racist.
It's that simple, and he doesn't seem to know the
way they
difference.
engage that we should be responsible.
And he's looking
If
for
you
a
wanna
clinical
have, like, a
edge
different
to flip
opinion
that
of
around
me
as if
because
there
of the way
is
that I do that,
a comparative
obviously I
between the
have to
two.
accept it like that's your
And I think
opinion.
any sane person knows
nothing
there's
will
no
ever be
comparative. Any
leaked where I say something
emotionally
like, you know,
adept,
I really
any
do think black people are
let's call it
intrinsically lazy, or I really do think gay people
intellectually
shouldn't
or
be hired.
emotionally
Like, I've never, ever had
intelligent
opinions like
human
this, and I
being
never will. But I
knows
am.
there's no connection
Did you
between
not
those two
essentially
things,
do the
and
same thing
being
here
sensitive
by
to your
admitting
friends
publicly what you
and giving a
possibly
damn
do
about
privately?
them or your colleagues
I
may be
mean,
a
I
little
think
bit
it's
more
different because I
important
don't,
than
like, say
whether
the
or not your
particular
debate
types of jokes
topic
that I say privately
works.
So the way that
for
I
you.
view like these types of jokes, and I don't know like what people's impressions are, that like when I'm in private, I'm just like going through like the list of every black person I know and saying like this person is an N-word or something. Like typically they're just really edgy jokes that come from things like the Chappelle Show, which you could argue like maybe things like the Chappelle Show or maybe certain like George Carlin skits shouldn't be public. That these are things that are just like too edgy to be public, or they empower certain types of people. That like type of humor, that's prime material for a lot of racist conservatives. And you know that the way they've engaged that we should be responsible. If you want to have like a different opinion of me because of the way that I view that, I mean, obviously I have to accept it like that's your opinion. I mean, nothing will ever be leaked where I say something like, you know, I really do think black people are intrinsically lazy, or I really do think gay people shouldn't be hired. Like, I've never ever had opinions like this, and I never will. But I am.
Yeah, because he doesn't care. He doesn't have
same thing here by admitting publicly what you possibly do privately.
I mean, I think
he doesn't have the opinion that what he does privately
types of
affects
jokes
anything.
Privately. So the way that I view like these types of jokes,
even though
and I don't know
it's
like,
how
what
he
people's
feels.
impressions are, that like when I'm in private,
Why would that
I'm
be
just, like,
important
going
in
through,
this
like, the list of
conversation?
every black person I know and saying like this person is an N-word or something. Like typically
Well,
they're just really edgy.
I'm going to take us to the end of this debate, and then we'll move on from this. But I have been burying possibly what is the most important portion of all this, and it's about 20 minutes that we're going to watch Unfettered coming up here soon. And Destiny Justifies the Entitlement, and then Bias and Friendship Explained to Destiny and Trihex. Yeah, I think this is the one where they ended off. By the way, once again, the video game being played. It's pretty wild how that happens.
It's a little bit weird. Like, I don't know, like, what hypothetically, what would Eva say if she like applied the same kind of argument here? Oh, I mean, I'm for LGBTQ, but I still use the F slur in private. Just, you know, I just make sure that it's not around you. If I know that you use F slur or like N with a hard R, like you openly admit it to me in a very transparent manner right now. I'm supposed to just like take that and like completely not apply any contextual relevance to you as a character or a person at all. Some crazy principle that like, oh, it's because he uses it in private doesn't mean it's not a reflection at all about Steven the character at all whatsoever.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. Right? Your emotional interpretation of anything that happens is always yours to own. I can never tell you how you should.
Yeah, but you know what? This is the thing about this, though, so, Steven, is that the portion of this that is yours to own is the accountability for the fact that you're affecting others in a negative fashion, and that you aren't a robot, and neither are other people. And then unless you're what's considered, and I looked this up to make sure I wasn't going to be wrong about this, unless you're somewhere on the sociopathic spectrum, you recognize that your language also impacts your friends. Just like this situation. Yeah. Don't use it at all. It's just that easy. But he would argue that it's just too hard for him. He's got to use it somehow because it's funny and it's edgy. It gives him some kind of joy, which at that point interprets into, oh, the guy likes being bigoted in his language. Whether he means it or not, it doesn't matter at that point. But he means it. He absolutely means it. And I have proof of this. This is a long one today, folks. There's so much evidence to back up that this gentleman over time hasn't changed. Not only has he not changed, he's embedded. He's ingrained. He is becoming a political voice for this group. So not now, but in 5 or 6 years. And there's so many comparatives between a failed artist who then failed at the second task, who got caught up in political usage, who didn't get to work out his point in the political movement that he tried to be involved in. It didn't even work out for him, helping someone run for mayor. And then he found his voice on a platform debating and being angry and screaming and pounding his fists on the table, demanding that he was right. Sounding familiar? The group of disenfranchised people believing in someone calling themselves a liberal while they're espousing fascism. Yeah, we should all have had a shiver down your spine when I mention this, because it's pretty clear the comparatives. But I don't need to say it. You say it for yourself. Deltario says, I'm sorry, let me highlight you here. Let me pull this up and highlight. I'm sorry, I apologize. There we go. Like Aaron said, he doesn't care about our feelings or how this affects society. He just wants to say dumb shit, unfortunately. And this does affect society, yes. It affects the people who are watching him. It affects the interests. It affects how people behave. And it's not just him. He's proliferating something that already exists. So he's using that as a cover instead of taking the accountability for being just a shitty human being on this fashion and not giving a damn about others or the effect on what he's saying, or if he has an effect at all. Yeah, it's hard to, it's such a slew of shit. This is only one level of it. He wanted to go full on racist with when Angry Man and Bernard Wright were attacking him earlier this year, but didn't because he didn't want to get canceled. Oh, Lita, yeah, that's exactly why he scrubbed all the other videos. Yeah, from just a couple weeks ago. But we'll get there. I don't want to digress too soon. I don't want to give it all away, because you know I like the Bear and the Lady. So we hear all this?
It feels a little bit weird because I would put our friendship ahead of my principles to an extent. If there was something that offended you greatly that I said or did, again, maybe you're like, openly. It's a little bit weird. Like, I don't know, like, what hypothetically, what would Eva say if she applied the same kind of argument here? Oh, I mean, I'm for LGBTQ, but I still use the F slur in private. Just, I just make sure that it's not around you.
Yes, indeed. If you haven't hit like button, please do so. I appreciate you doing so.
Like, you openly admit it to me in a very transparent manner right now. I'm supposed to just, like, take that and, like, completely not apply any contextual relevance to you as a character or a person at all. Some crazy principle that, like, oh, it's because uses in private just means it's not a reflection at all about Steven the character at all whatsoever.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. Right? Your emotional interpretation of anything that happens is always yours to own. I can never tell you how you should or shouldn't feel about a particular thing.
Well, okay. So let me just continue here then. I guess it feels a little bit weird because I would put our friendship ahead of my principles to an extent. If there was something that offended you greatly that I said or did,
for reminding me.
Again, maybe you're like,
I always forget.
Openly. It's a little bit weird. Like, I don't know. Like,
yes, they have a friendship.
What would Eva say if she applied the same kind of argument here?
Chewing his lip because he knows
LGBTQ, but I still
that their friendship is about to end.
Just, I just make sure that it's not around you. If I know that you use F slur or like N with a hard R, like you openly admit it to me in a very transparent manner right now. I'm supposed to just like take that and like completely not apply any contextual relevance to you as a character or a person at all. Some crazy principle that like, oh, it's because uses in private just means it's not a reflection at all about Steven the character at all whatsoever.
I mean, you don't have to do anything. Right? Your emotional interpretation of anything that happens is always yours to own. I can never tell you how you should or shouldn't feel about a particular thing.
There's way more to this story.
So let me just continue here then. I guess it feels a little bit weird because in our
friendship, he's about to say in their friendship. And yeah, there is a friendship. And by the way, this is the last of the debate.
Drop these slurs all day long in private or at all, hypothetically here. So what is one to interpret other than needing elaboration on what you mean by that? No, sure. So I think that's fair.
Okay.
No.
What's up, Raj?
No.
Is this the pilot for your show where you bring people together?
Do you guys want to do a vote, or what do you guys want to do? I mean, we could do this as a vote.
I don't care what you're doing. It's really fucking awkward now.
Yeah.
Because like I'll admit, like 99%.
Oh yeah, it's
of the
really
time,
awkward
when
for
I hear
you.
White people wanted to defend the use of the N-word. It's because they want to say some real fucking racist shit. So it feels kind of awkward to take a vote because now it feels like
not
a whole bunch of people might vote for me because it's a whole bunch of racist people.
And I just wanted to be.
Oh, so he's concerned he's going to win because the racist people are watching.
Like I enjoy
That's what he just said. He's concerned about that he's going to win because of the racist people watching.
For me,
dude, you realize that like you were in it for the ride.
Yeah,
this time,
Deltario,
like,
how in God's name is?
I know you guys just want to call it a tie and then you get the host, but I legitimately think you would have won this one. Like, this would be like, I really do think you would. I know you guys don't want to
drop these slurs all day long in private or at all, hypothetically here. So what is one to interpret other than needing elaboration on what you mean by that? No, sure. So I think that's fair.
Okay.
No.
What's up, Raj?
No.
Is this the pilot for your show where you bring people together?
Do you guys want to do a vote, or what do you guys want to do? I mean, we could do this as a vote.
I don't care what you're doing. It's really fucking awkward now.
Fucks
because like
a
all
lot. He's probably fucking right now. It's actually crazy.
So people
how
look
much
up to
Destiny
him.
fucks. In fact, hold on. Let's see. Is he streaming right now? I wanna actually see. I wanna see right now if he's. Let's see. Destiny.
We're listening to the voice of Vosh.
Yes, he's streaming right now.
Who used to be a huge acolyte,
In spite
and still
of this,
is.
He's fucking. That's why you can't see his lower
So, by
half.
the way,
See
he's
that?
sharing
right down
the
bottom
video.
Right? You can't see his lower half. You don't know what the fuck he's up to. He's fucking. He's fucking right now. Dude loves it, okay? Hey, respect. Cool. Now, there's a person called
Where
Dennis,
Destiny says...
fellow Twitch streamer, lady, cute, you know. She came over. There's a lot of context behind it. Like, a lot of context. But things between Denims and Destiny went sour. It actually seems like it was Denim's fault, by the way. You know, to allocate blame where deserved. From my understanding, it looks like Denims was kind of an asshole. But things went poor. And Denims threatened to leak private logs with Destiny. This is a very big deal in the streaming community, especially on Twitch. Because on Twitch, sometimes evidence that you use gamer terminology can get you banned, even if you don't say it on stream. That brings us to clip number 1. This is what began it all. This is the Z. I've even talked about this on stream before. This clip right here, this clip is so influential. Because, listen, historians are going to talk about it, okay? And if you want to know
they're not.
why
Just people like me who
want
to point out
in 240p with the aspect ratio fucked in
want
square
people to know
with these
that
fucking
this
bars
person
top down with a bunch of
wipes
ads all
away
around.
the history
reason
and
why is
revises
because
it
Destiny
like
has
Nick Fuentes
DMCA'd
does.
this clip all over the internet. It was on Twitter before, Reddit, all DMCA'd. He knocked him down. Why did he knock him down? We'll talk about it in a second. Let's learn. What is this clip? What is the content Destiny has kept from us? In truth, he hasn't actually kept this from anyone. The DMCAing was a spite move, not an actual attempt to hide the truth, but it's interesting nonetheless.
I started leaking. I don't care about logs and me saying the N-word or whatever. I say the N-word all the fucking time in fucking private. Like, fuck, I don't give a fuck about that shit. But I'll admit that I leaked that one likes about that. I just did.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
And he really cares about this stuff.
Well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're
'Cause I
having
had
a
to really
responsible
track
discussion,
this one
I'm
down.
not using it as an insult. I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion.
No!
This is something
I'm
that
sorry, no!
I've talked about.
And I'm sorry to
great
take us back to
detail.
that, but here.
But as long like using it as an insult towards people, great detail with him. But as long as we're not like you,
Not like you. As long as we're having a we're not like using it as an insult towards people or whatever. It should. Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion towards people or whatever. It should be okay. Nigger or faggot within the context of
we're not like
using it as an insult. We're not like
using it as an insult.
But it is an
towards people
insult.
or whatever. It should be okay.
Look, I'm a liberal, and most liberals, at least I know,
guess if
don't talk like
guess
this.
if I get
He's
banned
just a
now.
dangerous person who has
I'll
power,
go
who
back
doesn't
on that.
deserve
Just
it,
be like, listen
says
up, dude.
Deltario
You
Brown.
fucking
And
baby
I
man.
agree 100% with that. This is not the person that we should have with the ability to scrub their own info the way he puts out there. And there you go. That's what you find on a lot of these videos when you go to them. If they're if they're findable, when you go to them on YouTube, they've been privated. So they exist. They haven't been deleted. They exist. So why does he keep them? And yeah, he's not a liberal. He pretends he's liberal, which I think omni-liberal is the joke there. I think he's just mocking that. By the way, this is what you see when you just hide your video and you don't delete it. Let's see. Destiny, try awkward 2. We don't need to see him win. Here. This is what's important about this documentary and about the behaviors that cannot be underestimated as terrible. Like, worst kind of human behavior possible that nobody should be emulating or seeing somebody popular emulate or should be thinking that is just normalized, anything, frankly. And I think the guy should be more ashamed of himself than he is.
Yeah, I don't really have like anything else I really want to talk about other than this.
But this is the larger portion of the show today, by the way, folks. The arc.
Just do this is like a conversation, or?
Yeah, I don't really have like anything else.
Yes, he does.
Talk about
he keeps them somewhere else where people have to pay for them.
Like I'm not really here to like do a podcast today or anything like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's just what I was making sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a extended conversation. I'll try my best here to recap to the best of my ability, and you can just kind of like stop me whenever if I'm inaccurate on the whole thing here. I haven't rewatched.
So you getting what happened here? The DT podcast is the Destiny Trihex podcast. They're on episode 34 here.
Other than this,
these two have been partners in a show for the prior 2 years.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's just what I was making
a very popular show.
Yeah, it's just a extended conversation.
Does he know the history of the N-word? Yes, he actually does.
I'll try my best here.
In that debate, he gets it explained to him. It's explained to him repeatedly.
If I'm inaccurate on the whole thing here.
Does he know the history of the? Does he know the history of the country? Yes, he absolutely does. Deltario Brown. It's just sad and dangerous behavior. Abba and Preach are friends with Destiny. Yes, or Abba is. Preach is not. The white
on the lines of like
yes, the white orgs are using COINTELPRO tactics to infiltrate liberals.
Or like you don't care about like. I guess it's kind of where I wish I had the exact quote here, but like I haven't watched it.
You may be more right than you even know. It may be even worse than that.
To really look at again,
but I'm not really fully sure about that. I'm going to share some information that is unfounded at the end of the show.
Like a conversation,
but it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't really have like anything else I really want to talk about other than this. So. Like I'm not really here to like do a podcast today or anything like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's just what I was making.
Paula Gray says that she's sure he's aware that he just doesn't care. Yep, I'd agree. He said
I'll try
it.
my best here.
By the way, that's the original video skipping.
My ability, and you can just kind of like stop me whenever if I'm inaccurate on the whole thing here. I haven't rewatched it in verbatim, but like you're getting ambushed over and
he still uses defensive language for him because that's his friend.
You said something along the lines of like I use the N with a hard R in private all the time.
And by the way, notice how Destiny isn't paying any attention.
Like you don't care about like. I guess it's kind of where I wish I had the exact quote here, but like I haven't watched it.
Playing a game.
I feel like watching it again because it kind of I don't know. It kind of hurt to really look at again, but
yeah.
You want to just do this as like a conversation, or?
So this is where
I don't really have like.
Folks, I'm gonna take it directly to the video. And
like
we're gonna watch.
I'm not really here to like do a podcast today or anything like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
We're gonna watch the whole thing.
Yeah, it's just a extended conversation, which we've covered before here, but that's ultimately how I still feel a little bit weird. My best here.
Yeah, I guess. And then I would argue on that impact of making people who are already suffering oppression uncomfortable, because like he's here, right? And we want people to feel comfortable here doing this, like already.
Yeah, like a pretty unique place in terms of like I'm not moving anyone. You haven't met the. If the statement of what we were going to be debating is known by all parties beforehand, two, can you maybe a perception?
No. I'm sorry, my bad. Popped into the wrong video.
Facial mask, which we've covered before here, but that's ultimately how I still feel a little bit.
And I'm blind.
I'm racist.
Why can't you just?
Here's a question. Why do you think?
Now far right is screaming cancel FBI and CIA. Oh yeah.
When I'm on my own.
Here's the thing.
Yep. Are you gonna tell me? Or are you gonna talk some shit?
Well, I don't know if I even have a direct comparison here. I mean, I don't have a slur I can throw at you, Steven, that is comparable to the one.
You want to just do this as
this is the complete uncut day.
Yeah, I don't really have like anything else I really want to talk about other than this. So, like, I'm not really here to like do a podcast today or anything like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah. That's just what I was making sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's just a extended conversation. I'll try my best here to recap to the best of my ability, and you can just kind of like stop me whenever if I'm inaccurate on the whole thing here. I haven't rewatched it.
So his friend is trying to really reach
you're getting ambushed.
His colleague, his co-host,
inward usage
on the show,
and then you said something along the lines of like, I used the N-word, the hard R in private all the time, and it was like, or like you don't care about like. I guess it's kind of where I wish I had the exact quote here,
Emily?
but like I haven't watched it. I didn't really feel like watching it again because it kind of, I don't know, it kind of hurt to really look at it again. But you don't care about.
Paula,
I
can explain that really quickly.
You don't care about
Trihex is a
or
speed gamer.
For things like that. You care about whatever makes the world a better place for you to exist.
Became more famous and gained more followers and viewers in intense amounts during the time period that he shared the show, the DT podcast, with Destiny. So he was riding on coattails and gaining a following due to the fact that they were sharing a show. He was sharing a show with a much bigger streamer. And they were friends. Actual offline friends who gamed together. Just how they put the show together, from my understanding, based off of what I've learned. Because I looked at a bunch of these things, and I've reached out to Trihex on his own page and told him that if he wanted to, that I would be willing to, 3 years later, give him an interview space for him to talk about any of this and what he's done since. And I would think you might find that that our friend Trihex has not had as I'd say well, an advanced career as maybe he would have had if that podcast had still existed and it hadn't been dissolved. Over a word that this guy just couldn't stop saying, apparently. Well, Paula, he was really just trying to reach out, and you'll see, because this is the last podcast they did together, and I'm going to play the whole of this. It's about 20 minutes.
Or makes the world work better, which happens to be people get along and there's less racism in the world, but you're not particularly keen on
Emily says the powers that be
for those things.
Definitely
like
want
there's
the population
like a
divided.
fundamental. I don't want to get like too down like the.
That's how they
ethics
retain
thing, but,
power.
like, there's like the fundamental
And they are
value
all
that I
racist
typically look
religions
for
and
is like what makes the world like kind of like a better functioning place for everybody. Kind of.
Their god is money.
So there's not like any issue that I like intrinsically like care about. So like I don't care about like capitalism or freedom or liberty or minority rights.
Oh, did you hear that?
Or white people rights or anything like that. It's more just like at the end of the day like what makes everybody kind of like get along better. Care about. So like I don't care about like capitalism or freedom or liberty.
He doesn't
or
care about
rights
any of these things.
or white people rights or anything like that. It's more just like at the end of the day like what makes everybody kind of like get along better.
You know what that's called? Anybody tell me what that's called? That, my friends, is fascism. Old school, nihilist fascism. I don't care about anything but order. And by any means necessary, apparently. Even if you're my friend.
And it seems like there are ways to do that that kind of make sense.
He's not even looking at him in the
it
camera.
It seems pretty hard to have a society where everybody's
Can't
like
even
happy
look
and
in the
healthy.
camera.
There's slavery, but it seems like a lot easier to have a society where people are happier and healthier when there's like when people have like equal access to like education and economic opportunity and stuff like that.
Right. So I can't really quantify or even specify exactly what shocked me or hurt my feelings or whatever. And then but that wasn't really the thing that really got me.
The end ball.
I mean, that was like a you know, some elaboration here. This does seem pretty alarming and jarring to me. to know that you may use like a
it did to me too. Trihex didn't believe in his own abilities without Destiny. Damn. Yeah, and well, it's also because don't forget the audience is incredibly
I'm not here to say that definitively yet. Just
he had a large following,
that is why I felt
and it lasted for a while. But you'd have to look at the videos to understand.
When I brought it back up, I don't know, 2 or 3 rounds later into the Raj Royale, when I kind of like told you how I felt. I don't know. I was coming from a very emotional place. I do admit it was an appeal to emotion, which is not automatically a bad thing. I mean, because I would assume because of our functioning friendship that emotions do exist to some capacity. And I don't know, you kind of came back with something
and I just want to point out
a lot worse.
How disingenuous this person is looking at the camera, trying to have a conversation with somebody he thinks is his friend. And Destiny won't even look at the camera. He's not even talking to the mic, really. It's just kind of in front of him, and he's playing a video game, folks. He's normalized being insensitive. That's something else we should be aware of. Forget about the rest of the politics. He's normalizing being insensitive. This whole thing is normalizing being insensitive to others. So you don't have to care, because you don't have to care about politics or communism or this or that, or you don't have to care about people or rules or laws. No, you just the only thing you care about is just that everybody just must get along. Yeah, that's fascism. But you don't care about Destiny as a tool and a narcissist, in your opinion, Emily. Oh, I agree with you, actually. Trihex could have reinvented himself, or are you being too harsh? Well, you'd have to go check out his videos, because he's still producing videos, but he has a day job, and he gets about 1,400 to 1,500 views per video. He still has a large following, but he's a speed gamer, and he's not really in the politics circuit anymore. I think this really hurt him. This is 3 years ago now, and the de-escalation of his own career is pretty clear. It's still there, but he's much more focused on just playing the games now. And, that audience doesn't go... Yeah, Emily, he is speaking to the kids. But here, let's let this play through, because...
it made me feel...
I think this is important to the character, that we understand
your
this guy.
response to that is that, like... well, it's your fault you feel that way, kind of get over it, and I'm ready to dispose of DT Podcast.
Sure, so let me talk about that statement real quick, okay? I talked about this on stream a little bit last night. I do a lot of debate, and I do a lot of very complicated conversations.
Thanks for telling us, Mr. Patronizer.
And as a result, I think I'm
your
generally
friend.
Pretty good at getting my point across, or pretty good at making people agree with me. Because of
well,
that
Paula,
fact,
don't forget,
because oftentimes
he's online. They're streaming, and they're streaming on what is otherwise kind of a debate podcast. So capitulation to anger is giving into a fault. And instead of being sensitive to the situation, Destiny is being insensitive. And we're watching Trihex go through an emotional battle, stone cold, as brave as a person can, while their friend is just telling them they don't have to give a fuck about what they say. And so what if the podcast fails? I'm used to this. And I deal in politics all the time. I'm going to tell you exactly who I am, even though you know who I am. I was just on a debate panel with you before we came over here and did our podcast today. The debate panel was like a day or two before this. So, just know that.
I have personal relationships with, so whether
Trihex is being a professional. Despite the fact that most people would just be like, fuck you, dude.
When I'm having a disagreement with somebody and it's on an emotional level, it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable for me to pursue that conversation.
Huh? Poor baby. It's uncomfortable to have a conversation that's about something emotional. Trihex trying to reach him, but he's a narcissist and he doesn't care. That's correct, Emily. That is what I've observed as well. That's actually what seems most painful, and you can see it in Trihex's eyes as this goes on, that this really hurts him as a person.
Because I don't want to feel like I'm trying to debate somebody out of how they feel. Looking at
Which is a whole other thing, by the way. So he thinks that when you're having a discussion with a friend...
don't do the same type of thing I do. When I'm having a disagreement with somebody and it's on an emotional level, it's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable for me to pursue that conversation because I don't want to feel like I'm trying to debate somebody out of how they feel. Looking at it.
Well, the thing about this is that, well, two things. He thinks that having a discussion about interpersonal feelings is a debatable subject, instead of just accepting that when someone tells you how they feel, you either accept it or you don't accept it. Or you're sympathetic, or you're empathetic, or you understand, or you don't, or you seek guidance, or you interact and care about what your friend says. And then you react politely and kindly, and you give a damn, and you try to accommodate and cooperate, or compromise. None of this language is in his head because he is practicing sociopathic behaviors that focus on the agenda of winning a debate and not the care for his friend. Forget about what his position in life is. Forget about where he is. He doesn't give a fuck about his friend's interests. He doesn't give a fuck about what his friend is saying to him. He doesn't give a fuck about his friend reaching out across the aisle, trying to build a bridge. This person is American Psycho, in my opinion, in this moment. And, yeah, he could stand up for himself. Well, this is the thing is I think Tri-X is trying to understand and making it clear why his career is, at least for the moment, about to take a massive hit. Because they were making money. He was making a living. The casual behavior of them dismantling this podcast was, I can only imagine, destructive in so many ways. Meanwhile, Destiny doesn't hurt because he has the big name, gaming platform paying him. And the free microphone that's advertised by Blue Microphones and, Yes, Emily, I agree. I feel like Tri-X is an example of what an adult does in this situation, which is to know that you can't change people. You can try to influence them and remind them that you care. Oh, there's somebody here. A no-name person. Who is this? Killer Cam. Killer Cam, if you don't mind camming up. I can see you in the room. You're welcome here. And let me, I can see you there, Killer Cam. Before I actually bring you up, I'm going to, got your volume here, and feel free to cam up. You're backstage. And obviously, I don't let people up until they cam up, or at least give us a little hello there to let us know what they're doing. Unless you got a cam, I actually don't bring you on. I'm happy to have the conversation, though, with you. Because clearly, people normally only show up. Oh. Let me make sure the call-in is actually in here. Because sometimes I forget to turn... Oh, call-in audio. Oh, yeah. Let me make sure that it's up to date. Yeah, it's there. Live panel, so... Oh. All right. Killer Cam, you're here. You're not on live yet, but you're welcome to join in once we're heading into the discussion, so hang on out. And once again, I still haven't seen you say anything, but that's okay. You're more than welcome. Am I missing you say something? Yes, you can. And I think, yeah, hold on a second. Why am I not hearing... Oh, I know why. I know why. Okay, say hello to us, Killer Cam.
What up, guys?
Hey, what's happening? How you doing?
Well, my name's Happy Life, by the way.
Happy Life! What's happening? Hold on, Happy Life! What's going on? How you feeling?
Nothing much, man. This Destiny thing, man, this red pill shit's getting out of control.
Yeah, it's really disturbing, right? And I hate to correct you, Happy Life, but it's actually not even red pill. This guy is adjacent to all of it. He actually gets along with Fresh and Fit and has brought on Nick Fuentes. And I actually have him even saying that he appreciates and admires Nick Fuentes for his hard work. Amongst many other things. But, is this the first time you've ever seen any of this stuff, by the way, Happy Life?
Well, see, to be honest though, about like 4 or 5 years ago, I used to be a Pearly Things fan until I found out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's when I didn't know.
Yeah, I actually, I'll be honest with you, I came into the whole Pearly Things scenario by thinking that there was a conversation going on. I'll be open. Thinking there was a conversation going on, and that was enlightening and different to some degree. And don't forget, I came back onto the scene looking for a couple of certain people, and Pearl wasn't even in my list. And I had no clue that she was be associated with Nick Fuentes. So when those two paired up, and suddenly one of the subjects of what I was looking at came into view on her channel, I'd always had the inkling that there was something wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it, and that just made it very clear, So I'm right there with you. You're not alone. A lot of these things lead us down the wrong path, Happy, and that's part of the thing that concerns me about this dude right here. He influences people in a way that makes you feel like, well, no, I should be okay, right? Well, Destiny says the N-bomb, and he only says it personally or privately, so that I could be able to do that too, right? I think that we know that's wrong. I think that we know that that's totally out of hand, out of pocket, so.
Yeah, and then I always thought, like, how Pearly goes in among women. I thought she was talking about all women at first, but then no, what she does is bring on people of color, like women of color, to make them act out, to kick the women out, to get us men to hate our women, and then a war happens, and then Nick and Red Pill, they just sit back and laugh.
Yep. Absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. I think each one of these sections or factions is, and this is my personal opinion, it is a disenfranchisement. Willie Mack show covers this really well in Sneeko's Horrible Friends and several other videos that he goes through, and the Pearly Things video. But I think we see that there's a message for each of these factions. And yes, people like Nick Fuentes and the War Room with Andrew Tate, and the people in the War Room like Sartorial Shooter and Jay Waller, and many of these people who are in the background of these messages, I think they are laughing. I think when people get away with this stuff, they're totally laughing about it, and that they think, like Destiny, that it's okay. That as long as you don't say it in front of other people, it's okay, because what do other people know? Well, they feel an empowerment by it. I don't know about you, Happy, but it seems to me that would feel empowering secretly, right? I mean, maybe it's just me being the white guy, but I know if I just ran around saying that stuff secretly behind people's backs, it wouldn't. Would you find me trustworthy?
No, probably not.
Fuck no. But meanwhile, you got dudes like Destiny, who's been on for 12 years. And I'm gonna keep rolling this because it's a little bit longer, but don't go anywhere. You're more than welcome to pop in with any of your thoughts, by the way.
Can I say my last 2 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why, my man, you are excellent. I'm glad you're on board with us. But that's why Pearly, Destiny, and all them, that's why they pissed off at you, because they really thought that you were one of them, like dead ass.
I think so. I think that early on, and I'll tell you why. I can tell you why. So I reached out, as people know that I do. I asked I don't know if you know this, but I go to people's pages and I openly ask questions. When I was doing the reporting stuff, when I first came on, I would go to the pages and ask direct questions in the line of reporting that I was looking for. And one of those things I also did was reach out to Jenny and Richie and Sarah. And by the way, Richie and I have a background. So I reached out to these people and I said, yo, I just saw your boss have one of the biggest bigots on the planet live. And there was no pushback. And by the way, Richie, your girlfriend had some real nasty things to say to him, and she didn't really defend her friend. What do you guys think about this? And then I interviewed Richie the next day when Pearl was on vacation, by the way. I still have that video. I'm going to do a whole thing on that. But I reached out to them and said, look, there's other ways. You could, and I told them, you can look this up. You can really capitalize on this by turning it around and owning it and saying it's wrong. And yes, they thought I was going to be in league with them because I said, yo, there's a way to capitalize on this and make yourselves look amazing and turn around and be like, no, that's fucking wrong. And yeah, we're part of JPT. We don't appreciate it. And they tried to do that. But as we all know, the purse strings, boy, it sure speaks loud, right? And Jenny told me that she was fine, that she didn't think what Pearly Things said was wrong, that their support, because they've got a bigger audience, that she does her own thing. Richie told me that Pearly did it just for the bag, and that he didn't think that she'd really do it. And then 2 days later, he's telling people that he's not a puppet on a string. So yeah, I agree with you. I think they thought I was going to be on their side, and they didn't realize that I was just trying to reach my hand out.
and did you recognize that Melanie King was down there to give her speech? And she made her whole community look bad. Like, she took a dump on it. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah. Damn, Melanie, don't you know that Pearly is just trying to use you for that moment?
That's actually, by the way, interesting you mentioned that. That's what Mike TV, Jason Black, and myself were doing in the chat that day when all of those people came to visit her. So all of us had been in the chat. That's how I actually originally found Mike TV. I'd known about Jason Black, but it was more. That's how I found Mike that day. Is he was the only one of the other few people in the chat on the Nick Fuentes day, following each of the videos and commenting, going, "Holy shit, you've got a racist person!" And King. Yeah, where is Andy? Hashtag. Where is Auntie Jenny? Where is? I'm sorry to jump a topic, but I'm reading the chat right now. Happy things, and I have to add in. Where is hashtag? Where's Jess? Where's Jenny? And King Riches. Oh yeah, well that's because the apartment. I think some people played some videos that weren't meant to be played, and there's lots of dissent amongst those ranks. So I think now they're upset because Pearly's, jump ship.
Yo, did you know that, man, Mike TV be king of the receipts and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Like, he be mentioning, like, how King Witches be on Pearly Things plantation, and that he's only going to get, like, I think, like, 25% of the cut, while Pearly gets the 90%.
When I broke out the deal, because I understand really in detail how that stuff works. I've managed folks before, and I've managed deals and negotiations and all sorts of stuff. So I really understand how the language they were using. But what Sarah Garvey suggests, and if any of that is true. And good night, Sean. By the way, thank you for being here. So glad you could be here. What Sarah Garvey talks about. And please do make sure to go check. In fact, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me while we're here. I apologize. This is totally off topic, and I'm going to open up to something. But because that's my homie, that's my homie Sean. I'm going to open up his page here. Let me get over to it. Oh yeah. Let me get over to the. Where is it? Oh, what did I do with it? It's not that one. It's here we go. Yes. Internets. Give me the internets. Sean, what is your page, by the way? Sean the Flutist? Oh, it is Sean the Flutist. So hold on a second. Let me go find it in YouTube and just bring it up here real quickly. If you're not familiar, I almost never share pages, except if I'm bashing on them, by the way, Happy. But if you want to hear somebody play the heck out of some classical music, Sean the Flutist. I can't believe that he actually got that name. That's amazing. That's how long he's been on YouTube. I should probably type into the right machine. I have so many. Oh, there it is. Am I subscribed to him already?
Probably.
I probably am. Oh no, I'm not. I can't believe I'm not. But real quickly, here I'm gonna share his page real quickly. We'll go back to the topic at hand. I apologize for getting off topic. Yes, you know, one of the things, Happy Life, by the way, that I've been mainly concerned with is the fact that these folks are all different messaging from all different sides, and it's creating a combatant world, like a lot of people who are pissed off, you know, and they seek help from these folks, and I don't think these folks know anything. I don't think they really care about the impact. And I think people like Pearly Things is one of the great examples of know-nothings. You know, who's willing.
She doesn't know anything like shit. She just like, hey, if you simps give me super chats and y'all validate me, hey, fuck it. I'm just gonna screw lies and until y'all figure it out, I'm just gonna keep on.
Yeah, exactly.
If Melanie King thinks, oh, I'm Team Pearly, I'm good with Pearly and the league attorney and MTR, I'm good with Pearl, and Dennis is like, oh, Pearl's your new leader. I'm like, if shit hits the fan, Pearly Things is gonna do Pearly Things and take a dump on the sphere and say, all right, fuck you, Dennis, fuck you, Melanie, fuck you, Sarai, and just fire. It's like, that's it.
Yep. No, it's the truth. It's the truth. As we've seen, these people specifically, the person we're talking about today, they don't care about the human side of it. They care about what they get out of it. And I think we've seen with Pearl too, she doesn't care whether her friends are affected. She doesn't care about what she says or whether or not it's true or not. She just cares about the fear and the greed. Yes, it's real. Paula Gray says, I guess Slim Jesus JPT gave us free. Oh, give us free. Oh my God. I almost can't even read this, Paula. Give us free and lock the plantation doors. Oh my bad. JPT kicked them out of her apartment. Yes, it seems like Richie's show suddenly stopped, didn't it? Like the moment she got back to England. Yeah, but I don't know if anybody saw this, but if you really want to see an impressive, don't change the channel yet, but if you really want to see an impressive takedown of Pearl in a very slovenly way, which is fantastic because it's just so backhanded and casual, the H3 Ethan, I normally am not a fan of this show, but Ethan had Pearly Things on yesterday and proceeded to wipe her across the floor, debate style. Yeah. I mean, when I say to wipe, I got her to just falter and then run away. Like the only way that and by the way, talk about weaponizing. He weaponized herself. He really did what we hoped most people would do with her, which is not to challenge her, but to keep her on and get her to admit that everything she says is wrong. So it's really amazing. If you haven't seen it.
The thing with Pearl is, hey, just stick around, get her in a comfortable position.
Yeah.
And if you ask the right questions, this motherfucker's like, I tell you, one of these days she gonna admit this. She gonna be like, well, you know what? Since I'm comfortable enough, you treat me good. You know what? I hate black people, or this and that.
Yeah, I think that we're about to see. By the way, Emily's just saying that. They friends. Aaron Stalin, Paula Gray says they were JPT paychecks, not friends. Just Shooter Things has been pivoting fully to white supremacy, Emily says. And Lita Caproni, LMAO, I was going to ask if you'd watch the H3 episode. Oh my God, I stayed up late just to watch the whole damn thing, because normally I hate that show. It's just languid, and, you know, I try to do things that they don't do, in the sense that, like, have fun and be lighthearted. I mean, like, I understand that's kind of their deal, is that they're, and it's good on them, H3. They've done so much. They really have come a long, long, long way. And they are one of the most watched shows on the planet, believe it or not. Their viewership is so large, it's incredible. But in any case, by the way, I have Sean's page up. It's hiding my face. And he has a Dante in C mode, in C. And let's see, suite number 2. He has a bunch of great, if you want to hear somebody play I'm sorry. I'm looking at 3 things at once. If you want to see somebody play the flute like a professional, and he does, and beautifully so, there's Sean's page. It is Sean the flautist. It's actually flutist in this case, but anyways. So yeah, I'm going to get back into this video. I appreciate you being here, by the way, Happy Life. I don't want to kick you off. You can totally hang out. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this as we get further in, because this is totally not done, and we have a couple other pieces right at the end here. This is a long show today. Where am I? Oh, it's all the way up at the top. I'm sorry, I'm a little disorganized on this page. I forgot to add some stuff and some things, but it's okay. There we are. So, what does Destiny really feel?
In retrospect, I can understand why to you it sounds like I'm basically saying like, oh, well, sorry, that's your problem, get fucked. But what I mean when I say like,
yeah,
this
sure
is
does.
like your emotional like reaction to this, like you can think what you want. What I don't want to do is I don't want to get into an argument with you about how you feel, because even if you end up agreeing with me at the end, I don't know if like you actually agree with me or if I just like made you feel like
Bridget, what's happening?
Feelings. Does that make sense?
Oh, Bridget in the building.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm hearing your elaboration right now.
So,
and,
We're actually watching. You come in about 3 quarters of the way, but what we're watching is the interaction between this gentleman Trihex, who's a friend of Destiny's, and they had a very, very popular broadcast that essentially had, well, it's gotten taken apart at this point because Destiny decided 3 years ago that he had to say the N-word. I think that sums it up pretty much. All right.
Yeah, I'm hearing your elaboration right now, and I was going concerning, I guess if you want to call that the resolve of the Raj Royale. That was me being kind of like, I wasn't being sincere.
Gracious.
I just kind of like
he's being
conceded
fucking gracious.
Because
excuse my language.
I was emotional. You were in debate mode. Like I was emotional. I didn't feel like debating about it. I was shocked you kind of doubled down on giving me no kind of like empathy here or anything like that.
Yeah, empathy is the key word here.
Like,
there's no sense that this guy cares. Look at him. I'm sorry. Can we look at this guy? He's not even looking at, once again, not looking at the camera, making a smirk like he's bothered, playing a video game. He looks a little yanked out of his head, to be honest with you, in my opinion. And his friend is trying to talk with him. It's the least amount of empathy I've ever seen. And this is about business and about friendship and about public face. Yes, indeed. It is a, it's a classic narcissism card. Yep. Narcissism discard. Paula Gray and Emily, welcome. By the way, I'm sorry. You know what? Let me, the main mod. Bridget Mountain! Narcs use, then discard. Oh yeah. It's very interesting that you say that, Emily. And I want you to keep that in your head. It's very interesting that you say that.
Busting out my emotional guts right here in front of 30,000 people.
So there's 30,000 people watching, by the way.
It feels somewhat like ego preservation or some kind of pride where you just can't like concede that. Certainly you can in retrospect now say that it came off a certain way and give me a further elaboration, but my feelings have been hurt. That did hurt. I can elaborate further on that stuff if need be. But like, I don't know, honestly, just knowing that the willingness to even like apologize would go a long way.
What, apologize for what?
So
he says apologize for what? He doesn't even know that he knows. But he says apologize for what? I'm sorry. I would want to smack that dude. Straight out, I would actually want to
we can get into like
him.
Semantics about the one thing about, you know, using the N-word, the hard R in private, or other edgy jokes that may or may not contain that word as well. But it was more your swiftness to discount everything.
This is the original video glitching, not mine.
The DT podcast, I can get rid of it. Your association with me, I can get rid of it.
Exactly.
All to be on top in that particular debate because
yes, and that's what
friendship.
This person cares about. He cares about winning a debate. Even interpersonally, he doesn't care. And Emily, Trihex knows he doesn't care.
So I don't view it as being on top of a particular debate, but yeah, I would throw away a lot in my life in order to hold fast to my principles. I've done it in the past, and I'll continue to do it in the future. Like, I don't think you're anything if you don't have like some core system of values that you believe in. I guess it's like the
core system of values for him is saying the N-bomb and the F-bomb and anything that he feels like saying in private, that's his core value. It's in his own words. I don't think he realizes what he's saying.
Of this is like, oh, so like,
I think he's so busy
he just like
debating.
doesn't care about me or doesn't like my show or blah blah blah. I don't think that's true. I mean, like, I think that like we've ran like 30 episodes or whatever of something like that we've done for quite a while. Like, I mean, I've like enjoyed associating with you. I've enjoyed like having conversations, everything with you. Like, all of this has been fun. But like, I don't know. I guess like the idea that like here's a belief that I have, and that if I don't change it, that I hate you and I hate everything. I don't think that that's like a fair way to frame.
Yeah, principles. What principles?
I guess like the time that I've spent with you, or the time that we've spent doing any of this stuff together. I feel like that's a little bit heavy-handed.
Well, I don't know if
he feels like it's heavy-handed
here. I mean,
he doesn't.
I don't have a slur I can throw at you.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. Don't tell me twice that you don't give a shit.
The one that you may or may not use in private that you admitted publicly. I'm not even really asking you to stop saying it. I'm not here to be the thought police on like what you say or do in your private time, because I obviously can't mind control you. I can't enforce that upon you. But at least the public reception of what you do can alter, at least show some remorse for admitting that you may or may not use the hard R in front of a black person.
I don't.
Notice he's not paying
attention.
attention.
You're expecting me to show remorse for it? That I like.
Why would he expect him to show remorse for it?
Saying like edgy jokes in private, or
because your friend has told you that it hurt him. Only a psychopath or a sociopath, somebody who is not emotionally adept or intellectually adept or emotionally intelligent, ignores that or doesn't get it. And I think this is actually cynical. I think he does get it. I just don't think he cares. And he's showing other people while he's playing video games that he's an example of what wins. The look on Trihex's face says everything. It is so painful, by the way. It is really painful for me. And when I share this, know that I don't share this to impart or sell the pain. I share this because I want you to understand the character of this human being before I move on to any other story about him. I want you to understand that I'm not just basing this off of, I don't like his politics. I don't like the way he plays video games. I don't like it because he's just online. I'm not jealous. I'm not fucking jealous of this dude at all. Or the nightmare he's created amongst his own life or his friends. Yes, and Bridget, it's very clear that Trihex needed a new friend. And he ended up having to get them.
That I hurt
without
you
his
when
own
I
choice, honestly.
Brought up that I say edgy jokes in private, like
something like that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Probably that.
He's conflating edgy joints with the N-bomb.
I really should have gone back and rewatched the quote verbatim here, but I've been called N-word in my chat, in my DMs, on social media, in-game comms, everywhere left and right. Priority mode is literally the thing I have to deal with, whether I want to or not.
Did you change your character?
And none of that ever really bothered me because I didn't associate with that. Because I don't know those people, and obviously it's just a lowest common denominator of an attempted insult ad hominem because there's nothing of substance to critique me on. Certainly.
Sure.
But it felt totally different when I had a friend admit in front of me that he may use it. And that hit me differently. And I didn't really plan it, I didn't expect it, but that's what happened live on Raj last Saturday.
So I mean, like, I guess like maybe it's like surprising because now it's been reframed so that it's literally just like me. It turns into Michael Kramer, whatever, when I guess the stream turns off. But like these are positions that I've held for a long time. I feel like we've even discussed it before. But maybe
there's other positions he's held for a long time. So he should. I just understand it
or something, or maybe
it is painful. Narcs feed your pain. Exactly.
On the receiving end of it, I guess.
Exactly.
You're still not on the receiving end of anything,
Emily.
Like it's not like I'm calling you the N-word.
You're quick on the uptake.
And if you're saying that you're not on the receiving end of it, in
she knows
you mean like
about
just the N-word puts you on the receiving end of it.
Oh,
I don't know why you would be okay
Emily's
with other racial slurs.
Guessing,
not the N-word. That seems like a really
Emily's guessing about what I'm going to end the show with. Actually, I'm going to give a little spoiler. The end of the show is we're all going to look at something that I can't make head or tail of, and it seems like a LARP, but it might not be a LARP because enough of the information is true that I have to question its validity. For the fact that it sure does look like a purposeful obfuscation of a whole story. So, because there's enough that's fake in the story that makes it, not likely, but there's enough truth in the story, kernels, that makes it that those pieces are likely. You know, it's just a very strange agenda going on with some of these behaviors in this person. So yeah, no, she's really onto it there, Happy. It's really
position to take two.
It's crazy, actually. It's pretty wild. She knows. She's guessing Trihex moves forward. Destiny's still a miserable fuck. That's what Emily says. And I agree with you. And Trihex has moved forward.
I don't want to leave you feeling like, fuck, like you debated me and I still feel like shit. But now I feel like I've lost the debate. I don't want you to feel that way. Like it makes me feel like really shit that I'm like.
I bet Destiny's probably a virgin. That's what I think.
Oh no. He actually, you know, it's the scary thing about it is he is well, he's a bisexual. He's in an open relationship with a streamer, and he actually there's going to be a whole episode on his abusive pattern of behavior when it comes to women, that he actually drove another person to insanity over, that person being called Mr. Girl, who wasn't all there to begin with, but seems like he set the dude up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and then basically used it to obfuscate in a very interesting way the behaviors by basically pulling focus to somebody, and I don't want to get too far into this story, but pulling focus to Mr. Girl and to another character named Lav Loon. Based off of that, he pulled them onto his show. He knew who they were. He knew what their characters were once they got inflamed and there were problems. He just put the whole thing off onto them and used it to cover up a whole bunch of other bad behavior that was going on at the same time. So, you know, I mean, that's what I've found and what's in the videos and also what's been scrubbed. So we'll get into that. I'm telling you, this is 3 or 4 parts. There's so much information over 10, 12 years. So,
if Destiny was to date somebody, I think him and Nick from Wintest would be the perfect match.
Match. I agree with you. Those two need to just like get together for what. But you know what? They were together. There's actually a whole video that I'll share with Nick. It's not in this one, but and we're getting love for that one. Nick and he are in the house, and Nick is taller than him, but Nick has a very weird like down below at the hip level, he's got a very birthy hip kind of thing going on. So Libby, wow, Destiny is, I agree with you, yes.
And not only those two, but put Pearly in there.
Oh my God! Now what's funny is, so Nick loves Pearl. Pearl loves Nick. Like literally, she like really is into him. I have some video of her where she's like, Nick, and
make that shit happen, Pearl.
I know, right? They all need to just love on one another. And in the case of Destiny, you know what the real issue is that I think Destiny is repressed, just like a lot of the Red Pill, and I think that he's actually gay, like a lot of famous people are, and because his public wouldn't accept that he'd be gay, because the game players would
Nick is gay too.
Yeah, exactly. Nick is actually, well, you've seen the footage, right, that I shared where he basically says, you know, heterosex is gay. Sex is gay. All sex is gay. That's why he's actually a real man, because he's a virgin, is what he says.
Damn.
Yeah, talk about backwards, right?
Yeah, no wonder why they racist, and Pearly can't get no man either. I mean, nobody wants that SpongeBob meat, no way.
Yeah, speaking of SpongeBob, what's funny is, it's so funny. Actually, here, I'm going to pull it up real quickly, because there's another streamer who literally calls Destiny SpongeBob. Hold on, I'm going to play it real quickly. Just to go back to it, we'll go back to Trihex. But it's funny you mention it, because the reason he describes him as SpongeBob is that you can basically, well, let me see if I've got it here. I should have that. I've turned it down. That's why.
Told the SpongeBob when that bully was trying to beat on him, you punching the sponge, and these soak this shit and release it.
He says they soak it in, bro, and release it.
He couldn't wait to release all the black.
Destiny responds to our part of the podcast.
Basically, he says like beating on the Joker, who just smiles at you while you're beating on him, or beating on a SpongeBob, where it's just just gonna soak it all in, which I think is very telling of the characters. But Trihex.
My goal.
I'm sorry. Let's get a little more context into that. I apologize.
Comes off as me trying to do that to you. Like, that's never my intention or my goal.
But it is the outcome, there, Destiny.
I get it. It's just it's a little bit unbelievable.
A little bit? He's being so gracious. He's being so gracious.
What do you mean by unbelievable? Which part of that do you mean by unbelievable?
Like, I mean, it's just so hard to like
Libby!
put it all together swiftly, but like,
part of that do you mean by unbelievable?
Like,
what do you mean? What do you mean by
I mean,
unbelievable?
so
You
hard
dropping
to,
the N-bomb and thinking it's okay in private and thinking it
put all
doesn't affect
together
public.
Swiftly, but like,
God, dude's being so nice to him.
I'll be wondering, does Destiny and Nick
I guess because it feels like I'm
asked
like
I think honestly, both of them are problematic sexually, interpersonally, emotionally, politically minded. I think there's so much just illness. That could be me. I think that's it's an opinion here. I mean, none of us are psychologists, but I think that they're really psychologically not well, right? I mean, is that just me?
I mean, Pearlie's not well either. I mean, she getting in fights with people. Like, you had this one woman knock out the mic, like smack the mic.
Yeah. Oh, you know about them? That those two ladies were actually British maritime officers. That they're in the Navy, the British Navy.
Oh damn.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, welcome back, Abba. Sorry to yell. Abba just came on back in.
I don't know unless I mean, I don't know if that was a real incident or was it staged.
Oh no, that's real. So the higher ranking officer got in trouble because of that. And there was a whole bunch of stuff that happened, and then one of them tried to sue her. Which she was able to, I think, fight, or it was settled at a court. I never heard any outcome out of that. But yeah, no, that was real. That was very real. And she actually had to take it down from YouTube because it had a community strike. And by the way, Destiny is definitely out there aware that this is going on today. I've been seeing all kinds of weird little rebuttal Reddit feature stuff. But let me keep playing the Trihex thing because we do have a couple of other features at the end of this that are really important.
Or others would be asking so little
and also,
of you. Just the public admittance that you...
We should know this is the character of the person.
Possibly edgy jokes that contain N with a hard R. You would admit that publicly.
And Shalom, by the way,
Abba. Enforce that you would, whatever you would do.
Yeah, Destiny and Nick and Pearl, they're socially awkward.
Yes, they are.
They don't have a life and nervous and yeah.
I mean, and what's funny about that is, like, I'm socially awkward, but I use it to my advantage, and that's one of the things that, like, as an example, I like to talk about that this is the home of the awkward because, not everybody likes me, by the way, because of that awkwardness, and it tends to be a tell about them, how they feel about themselves. And what you're saying is true, is all these people are projecting their fears of a moment. Andrew Tate as well. All of that thin-skinned mask of playing alpha is, to me, a mask. Because you walk up to those dudes, and the first thing they want to do is fight you the moment you say something like, yeah, you're kind of a jerk. Oh, I'm going to fight you. I can beat you up. Well, that's their only defense. And if your only defense is like you can beat people up, then it's not much of a defense, right? Because... nowadays we live in the 21st century where, bro, I got a stun gun or something. It's like what if I got little people can take you down too. Shit, maybe I know kung fu. So intellect wins, and a thick skin and the ability to have empathy for others always is the alpha position, because you got to be able to care about others if you want to lead a community. You got to be able to care about other people. And these are leaders who don't give a damn, which is even more frightening. Sorry.
I mean, people should embrace, like, you, me, and Mike, we're kind of like anti-social people in a way. like we go against the grain a little bit.
True.
If you know what I mean.
No, absolutely.
But
it's hard for people to take this stuff sometimes because they think that you're being a social justice warrior or something because you dare point out some fuckery. You know, like.
Yeah.
So I
and
feel
then there's people like Melanie King, and the problem I got with that is, like, you know how people say, "Oh, I got ADHD," but they're gonna pretend like they're not, like they want to be accepted by society so bad. So it's like, if the other person got ADHD, we gonna shit on them.
Yes.
But you got ADHD too, and it's like people that are really antisocial pretend that they're not.
Yes.
And they try to get accepted.
And it's absolutely. No, it is right on the money, and it's fake it till you make it. Pretend that this antisocial behavior is normalized, that's absolutely acceptable behavior by being an ass. And I mean, but by the way, my understanding is dude doesn't smell so great either. I've heard this firsthand.
He don't shower at all? Is that what you're telling me?
I just know that he may not smell the best, you know, that's what I've heard firsthand from somebody. Abba says blue hair, that sexual exposing children to adult material and adult theme discussions during live streams. And Alba says they on his radar, or her, I'm sorry, we don't know. They're on their radar like that evil demonic child predator lawyer that travels out of the USA. Exactly. And that's one of the things that's important. We should keep them on the radar because there's more to the story. There's way more to the story. And so I'm gonna keep moving us because wait till you see the culmination of this today, by the way.
Even just the admittance that you would
telling
refrain
you,
from
they
doing
be
so
thinking
publicly.
That you and Mike used to be one of them. Like, how could you do this, Aaron? Just spy on us? Like,
oh yeah, no, they get, and that's one of the weird things about the other side of this is that they think that we're looking for a clout that they seek. Not realizing, like, people like me, I've already lived a whole huge life. I continue to. I've been around the world many times. My personal experiences have been like, I've had a great life. I've been very lucky. The reason I even notice this is because of the kind of comparative experience, and that if I'm like, I would rather be the bad good example than the bad example, you know, because I'm not perfect either. I've fucked up a bunch in my life. I've made mistakes, but I've also made great decisions. I've also seen a lot of people have a lot of different friends and stuff, you know. So personally, I you know, I'm not perfect, like I said, but I'm definitely not like these folks. I give a damn. Yeah. I'm gonna hear y'all. I'm gonna hear what's being said. Like, I change. I actually morph, you know, over time. My opinions, they aren't the same as they were 20 years ago. And by the way, I can say I've never needed to drop the N-bomb, despite the fact that I worked for the DPG and Warren G and Quali. Can you imagine, by the way, Happy Life, me dropping the N-bomb in amongst like Nate and you know, Daz and Corrupt and Warren and Snoop and, you know, can you imagine Calvin or Trey D? Me dropping the M-bomb with breakfast with Trey D? Come on. Come on.
Yeah. But see, that's why they hate whistleblowers like you, because they look at you and say, damn, you live a good life, you had a good girlfriend, you had white supremacy, you get that white money. They're like, how dare you whistleblow on us and mess with our shit?
Yeah, and actually that's the other thing is I would rather use my my lucky placement and what people perceive me as, which, by the way, one of the things, I don't know if you've ever heard me say this on Mike TV, white people don't see me as white. They think I'm Jewish, which I have that background as well, but I actually have my Native American grandfather's nose, and it got broken when I was 18, so I still have this lump. It used to be just straight, which so people misread. And all of my Jewish family has little plunky little noses. My great-grandfather on my father's side was Creole, and my grandfather on my mother's side, that I get the facial looks and the hairline from, he was born on a reservation. And although I do have Jewish background, I am I don't practice. But so white people think, white people look at me and see me as something else. People who aren't white see me as white. Jewish people don't see me as Jewish because I'm not practicing. So nobody actually claims me, and I like it that way. because that way I can stand outside and be like, yep, I'm just me. I don't need to identify, and none of you wanted me to identify as you, so that's perfectly fine. But people still get pissed. By the way, you're right. People get pissed. The predators pretending to be the victims now. Don't spy on me, Aaron. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Like, how dare you? Like, you were like one of us, but damn it, man, you gotta keep white supremacy at a stalemate. And you fuck around, go outside the grave. Like, no, we gotta shut your video down.
They work. They work on it. By the way, I'm surprised I haven't seen it yet. I think it's coming. Because somebody was looking around the VC. And Paula Gray, no, I do not currently have a girlfriend. I've had many great girlfriends and many terrible girlfriends. Although I've never been married. I'm just explaining, by the way. Paula Gray was asking. No girlfriend currently. I'm dating. I'm dating right now. Actually, because you know what? My last relationship, honestly, was one of the better and then worst. It was like solid and casual and calm, and then totally horrific because it turned out we were just roommates, and we were pretty bad to each other in the end, and lots of terrible stuff happened with her family, and it just like, and other groups say some dumb shit to me thinking that, I'm sorry, so Emily says that she has a black daughter and black grandkids, and yes, white people and other groups say some dumb shit to her thinking that they know her from her skin color, and I've been there too, by the way, dating a black woman with a mixed child and living with her and having people in the malls and the stores back east hiss and say crazy shit to us both. We're insane, by the way. People are insane. People are so cruel. And I'm sorry, you were gonna say.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, like, the dangerous white person, like a real racist. We're talking about a real racist that don't even say the N-word, but they say it behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Like those who hide their racism.
Yes.
Like, you know, I was with you dating that black guy for his money, but when you start catching feelings and start caring, they're like, what the fuck is this? You're supposed to get them for your money, like play with them for a while.
Yeah, no, I know. They literally, you know, it's all a game. It's all for the bag. And actually, that's what Richie said. That's what that was Pearl's interest. It was all for the bag. She didn't understand. It's all for the bag, you know. And I think in this case, that's actually what we're looking at is that Destiny knows that Trihex needs him. Destiny knows that Trihex doesn't just need him, that the bag is involved in this, and Destiny doesn't have to care. And that's one of the most horrifying things in the situation.
Would shed that responsibility from me about the whole association thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear this or not. Here, in fact, you know what?
So to be clear, you're asking me to lie about like
share this
some principle I have,
because I think I can actually
face for you publicly. You know, I would never do that, right?
I think I can
because I don't
actually.
like you or because I don't value friendship. I clearly do.
Yes, I can.
We're having this conversation, right? I clearly do, but like I'm never going to like.
Oh, Paula, see all of that
about,
stuff.
Like,
the perceptions of people.
I think,
projecting onto others of what they think people are.
About it. Like,
it's always shocking
it's just not
to
the
me.
way that I work.
Mostly because folks don't really know. They just know what they think they know. They know. They think they
don't have to lie.
Here we go. There we go. By the way, Happy, you're about to. There's about to be the YouTube that we're watching in the room with us, so you can. You can watch along with that.
What I was asking wasn't.
It'll keep you up in time. By the way, it should be opening up any second.
Well, I mean, like you're basically saying like I need to reverse like my entire position on like this whole idea behind like public or private like jokes, basically that any joke you make in a private forum should be appropriate in a public forum, basically.
No. What he's saying is that if you drop the N-bomb and you think it's funny, if you think that shit is funny, oh shit, I forgot. I'm not playing it on that. Oops. Oops, I forgot I'm not playing it on that one. I'm playing it on too many different devices here. By the way, how do I play it over to you? Oh, well, that's a tough one. I'll turn the screener off here.
It's a mental gym. You gotta exercise.
You do, I do actually. And by the way, now that I've got it running, the Discord, which occasionally is just wacky, has decided that it doesn't want to play nice. Of course. All right, but that's fine. Yeah, what does black look like? What does What does anything other than human look like? Is my question. Because oftentimes, and that, by the way, Bridget Moten said I would ask what does black look like, and I would say, you know, I don't know. I don't really know, because I've seen so many different shades of human all over the world. I've seen a silver human. She was likely the finest, literally stopped a whole street of people. Not just men and women, stopped a whole street. She was silver. She was silver. But it was in Chile, where Asian and Native and Hispanic and Spanish and everybody. And she was the future human, clearly, because she was silver. And, oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, by the way, yeah, so I have paid for a divorce despite the fact that I've never been divorced. So y'all know. So y'all know. I mean, I try to be transparent about my ups and downs in life. Shit has not been easy. But at the same time, I revel and learn and talk about this. Or just, and Bridget Paula Grace's mouth, I just roll my eyes and walk away. I have better things to do. Yes, I as well. And that's one of the great lessons that we took from the other day, is that we don't have to listen to that shit at all. As a matter of fact, that shit is not very important. It is to them. And it affects us in the roundabout way. But the more we ignore it and the more we tell them that they're silly, the better off I think that we're all gonna be. Because those folks want our attention in the most negative of ways.
Which isn't a crazy position, by the way. Like, there are a lot of people that believe just that.
And by the way, so I figured out a way to get this to you. They're happy.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, I understand that might come off as radical and like thought police and speech police.
Moten.
So let me stop there. That's really not it. It's a complicated, icky thing because
it's an icky thing.
Well, also because you admit it
I feel you. This is so uncomfortable in so many ways for
privately,
you, and I feel bad.
That changes the perception of a couple of things. I don't know. Maybe I'll just stop here and I'll figure it out from here on, I guess, and see where I go with it.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do. And then I'm always free to chat either publicly or privately or whatever you want to go that route with.
So I want to play this back for you because I want you to notice how quickly and easily.
I mean, I understand that might come off as radical.
Destiny
and
basically decides that it's cool.
So let me stop
there.
That's
it's cool.
Really not it. It's a complicated, icky thing because of honestly because you admitted it publicly. When you admit publicly what you do privately, that changes the perception of a couple of things.
Yeah, a lot.
I don't know. Maybe I'll just stop here and I'll figure it out from here on, I guess, and see where I go with it.
Yeah, if that's what you want to do. And then I'm always free to chat either publicly or privately or whatever you want to go that route with. Again, it's like
here it
really
comes, by the way,
hard for
Happy.
me to like responsibly have this conversation because it feels like there's like basically two routes I can go. The first route is I either walk back on everything I said and I like radically change the way that I view language and humor, or the other way is I basically try to like out debate you on how you feel about these things, which I don't really think is my place to do. It feels like really irresponsible to me, almost like borderline manipulation for me to like try to do that. So
it's not manipulation if you capitulate to your friends' empathetic needs, to care about what somebody else is saying to you about their interests, or about, okay, there you go. Oh, now you have the live stream, by the way, that you can watch in the chat room. They're happy. So if you click on it, you'll be able to see the show on almost real time. And you may be a second or two behind, but you should be right there with us. Go no contact with. By the way, was that English on me? I would contact. My brain was. I was literally having like a seizure or something there. By the way, oh my god, I found this thing last night. By the way, side note, oh my god, there is lots of streams of people, young people, having heart attacks and seizures and having, oh my god, everything. But that's a whole other stream. I don't even want to get into it. So there it is. I'm just gonna mention that there's lots of streams of that shit. People almost dying on camera. It's called almost dying on camera. Stream fails. Horrifying stuff. Horrifying.
Yeah.
All right.
It's cool. Well, really, this was more bonus points for me at this point. I came in expecting you to concede on nothing. and to feel completely devalued as a friend, irrelevant of the debate about N-word usage and edgy humor and all that. So you gave me that. You gave me something. So.
Oh, I mean, I hope you don't think I
did?
hate you as a person. Even if you decide like,
yeah, we know you don't hate him as a person.
I'm not gonna hate you. Like, I don't hate you for anything.
You just don't give a damn.
I mean,
and you don't have any
if I've been willing to go this far or whatever.
As a person.
I mean, I really like you as a person. It's been fun talking to you and hang out with you and everything.
Really?
And I mean, whatever you do is up to you. But I mean, I'm not gonna hold anything.
You sure?
Well. All right. Well, I guess to continue on there.
I mean, if you want to see what it looks like to be in pain as a man, as a grown-ass actual man.
Thanks for the acknowledgement that
my friends, unfortunately,
I was uncomfortable. It means something that you were able to admit that.
Yes, Emily, devaluation of a human.
I had a pretty
child predator and absolute
awful time. I
racist.
haven't really been in the mood to stream.
Oh yeah, no heart attacks, all sorts of stuff I found last night. It was frightening. I was like, I don't want to watch this.
More I can say at this point. I've kind of said my point, and you kind of gave me like what I can get out of it. So I guess I'll just say like, I don't know. We'll see. I'll talk to you later, maybe, or whatever.
Yeah, sure thing. Just message me whenever. We can always chat.
All right, fam. Later.
All right. Good luck, man. Bye.
By the way, this is the piece that students will talk about in the future. And this is the end of his stream, by the way.
Just give me a second, y'all. It's like so fucking stressful, dude.
And that, my friends, is the end of the DT podcast altogether. It doesn't come back. And Destiny goes on to fight debates over whether or not he should use the N-word, privately and publicly. It becomes a major topic of contention where his army and his forces and his group of people that support him, and when I say army, I mean like army is legion of believers and gamers behind him. Paula Gray says, Emily Fax, let me highlight this real quickly. Emily Fax, I never want to stop learning either. However, I know that there are some lessons I don't need to teach. I can leave that up to somebody else and live by their example, by example sometimes. Yes, you know, he's very hurt. That's why I'm not going to play it over it again. I think you guys got the idea. It's incredibly painful. This whole video is actually called The Hard R Truth, the Destiny N-word documentary. It is available on YouTube. 2 hours, 45 minutes, the entirety of the story. There's way more, but we don't have time to cover it. It would take 8 hours. Literally, it's a 2 hour, 45 minute film that we can break out into so many different bad behaviors. But I think what I wanted to share is his character in the face of, you know, having a friend tell you they didn't want you to use the N-bomb. Do you think that'd affect you? Do you think that when you lose a show, when something falls apart in your business over it, then maybe it'd affect you if what you feel like you have to say in private is necessary enough to destroy interpersonal relationships in a business? 30,000 viewers live. Because you have to say the N-bomb. Yeah, I don't think that that's okay. To me, that's not acceptable in any way, shape, or form. That's not how you treat your friends. That's not how you do business. That's not how you make yourself an example or a good example. Yeah, everybody's a teacher and everybody's a student, and we can learn from this schmuck's bad behavior. But sadly, I don't think this schmuck has actually learned from his own. And I'm going to play for you 2 more videos here. Oops. And I'm going to pull them up. Hold on a second. They are both from... Let me make sure these are the correct ones. Yes, I think they are. Let me check my history, make sure they are the correct ones. They are. All right, so these are buried. These are deleted. These do not exist where they started, and they are hidden under a pseudonym video site that I was... Oh, the producer just coughed. So these were hidden on a pseudonym page that I had to find through a Twitter that is associated to a video page that has since changed its name so that the videos are harder to find. And the problem is Steven from Omaha, the Deuce, El Duce, the douche, he likes to DMCA strike and take people's stuff down. You can't be friends with that type of person. Oh, yeah, with that type of person anyways. This is, you can't be friends with, oh, I'm sorry, I'm cutting off half of, you can't be friends with that type anyway. Nope. It's really tough, isn't it? Because you can't trust what they're saying. You can't trust that they're going to say the same thing behind closed doors. You can't trust who they are in general, in my personal opinion. Interpersonally, that's not the person you want in your circle. If you're thinking that that's okay to have around, if they're using that language online, if they're using it in a game, if they tell you to off yourself, if they're telling you terrible things about you because they don't give a damn, don't be hanging with that person. It's not a good call. It's not good for the health of your mind or your emotional state of being, for anybody. And Alba says he hurt. He just leave blue hair. He is trash. You're defined by your actions, and championing racist is pure evil. Neo-white nationalist mindset. That's the truth. And by the way, it's been 3 years since then, and I did reach out to Trihex the other day and left him a message on his page. Didn't have a message on there for about a year or so, so hopefully he did see it. No narcs cannot experience true empathy at all. Not malignant narcissists like Destiny. Yeah, I mean, if you want to make that call, I'd agree with you. There's a lot of sociopathic or narcissistic tendencies in the behavior of not caring, not being empathetic, not giving a damn. And that's troubling. Troubling on a bunch of levels. But what's also troubling is the idea that this normalized behavior can be just ignored.
You just called somebody the N-word because he cannon rushed you in a game of StarCraft at 5 a.m. before school. Okay? That's funny. I like slurs.
By the way,
doesn't mean you shouldn't say it.
He likes his slurs. This is from a couple weeks ago. Not even that long ago. Just a couple weeks ago. And it was taken off the net. And this is the original footage that was taken off the net that I had to
you
find
just called
buried.
somebody the N-word because he cannon rushed you in a game
and keeps
of
having to be hidden
at
because
5
this
a.m.
person
before school.
has the ability and the power and the money to scrub anything he doesn't want you to hear. Now, how would someone do that? Why would someone do that? Well, I think because folks don't want to look bad, that's one. But how would they do it? Well, they have a long and wide-reaching effect, and a lot of people following them. And Alba says, blue hair loves Nick Fuentes, who inspired neo-Nazi at mall in Texas to murder people, including children. That is quantifiable. I saw it with my own two eyes in the evidence of the manifesto that I did read for myself on the shooter's personal pages on ok.ru. That several of us reporting on the story all viewed at the same time and then watched it all be deleted, by the way. In real time. Very evil to associate yourself with that. Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely is. Sorry, oh, I forgot.
That's funny. I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, okay? Slurs are fun. N-word.
So he literally says,
I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, okay? Slurs are fun.
Shouldn't
N-word,
mean that you
W-word, I
shouldn't.
like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't. You just called somebody the N-word because he cannon rushed you in a game of StarCraft at 5 a.m.
Oh, that's
before
the only
school.
reason.
Okay, that's funny. I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, okay? Slurs are fun. N-word, W-word, G-word, whatever you want to say, fucking knock this up. But Karen is just like Gusano, whatever the fuck else you want to say. Karen is cracker, whatever. Karen is absolutely a slur for white woman. Bellevue
Oh,
Hospital
so
put her
Karen
on
is a slur, but it's okay. It's okay because he likes slurs.
I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it.
But Karen
okay?
is
Slurs
a
are
slur,
fun.
but
N-word,
that's not okay.
W-word, G-word, whatever you want to say, fucking
Oh.
knock this up. But Karen is just like Gusano, just like whatever the fuck else you want to say. Karen is cracker, whatever. Karen is.
Oh, but cracker, but okay, so
You just called
confabulation
somebody the
between two
N-word
things.
because he cannon rushed you in a game of StarCraft at 5 a.m. before school. Okay,
So
that's
funny.
okay. I like slurs, so that doesn't mean you shouldn't
Oh,
say
it's
it.
funny.
Okay?
In
Slurs
that
are
case,
fun.
it's funny.
N-word,
Because he
W-word,
chooses it to
G-word,
be
whatever
funny.
you want to say, fucking knock this up. But Karen is just like Gusano, just like whatever the fuck else you want to say. Karen is cracker, whatever. Karen is cracker, whatever. Karen is Karen is but Karen is just like Gusano. You just called somebody the N-word because I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you. I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, okay? Slurs are fun. N-word, W-word, G-word, whatever you want to say, fucking knock this up. But Karen is just like Gusano.
It's like a fucking nightmare.
Absolutely a slur for white women. Bellevue Hospital.
Paula
put
says
her
the
on
percentage of people who
administrative
care
leave.
and are truly genuine and loving will outnumber the percent of evil in the world. Absolute truth, absolute fact. That is 100. Let me give you some 100s down here in the chat. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is that even working? Yes, it is. I think it's working. Hold on, I can't see it. Oh, it's because the chat isn't long enough. There we go. And I have to, oh, there it is. There it is. Hundreds. Yes, all of you. Get 100. Everyone. Hundreds to everyone in the chat. Because it's true. It's true. And by the way, not gonna lie, my neighbor and I are disagreeing about Andy Tate today. My actual neighbor. So it's all around us, folks. And she's a great lady, but you know, we have to agree to disagree. I don't need to learn anything from Andy. Yeah, I don't need that guy to get laid. That's for damn sure. Anyways, thank goodness for it. Goodness. God, can you imagine? Well, I mean, we just watched his deal the other day, and it was he was all about like I don't need to. I can just beat you up. Oh, okay, buddy. Okay. But then again, you looked at the cold ass, horrible human that he was sleeping with at the time, and she's like, "You didn't treat me bad enough." Ugh. And by the way, the person who posts these things, they describe themselves as a former colleague of Destiny's. So close to the source. And I think we should consider that. But I'm going to play this little clip.
You just
one more
called
time.
somebody the N-word because he cannon rushed you in a game of StarCraft at 5 a.m. before school. You just called somebody the N-word because he cannon rushed you in a game of StarCraft at 5 a.m. before school. Okay? That's funny. I like slurs. So that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, okay? Slurs are fun. N-word, W-word, G-word, whatever you want to say, fucking knock this up. But Karen is just like Gusano, just like whatever the fuck else you want to say. Karen is cracker, whatever. Karen is absolutely a slur for white woman. Bellevue Hospital put her on administrative leave.
So that's not
pending
okay.
review
But
of
his
the
casual
situation.
racism online as a kid, that's fine because it's funny to
them
him.
reviewing the fucking case, because if so, you're out of here. Keep in mind. Better hope you don't have a they them reviewing the fucking case, because if so.
I can't even say go. You can't even say go back to Africa because that doesn't work. Because
I can't even say go. You can't even say go back to Africa because that doesn't work because Africans fucking hate African.
Huh?
Did the race wars begin and I like missed the calling card for it?
This is 3 weeks ago, by the way, folks.
In one of these videos, to just casually, yeah, what am I gonna say? It was a crazy N-word in the park, you know? What was I supposed to do? Just casually drop it and see what people say. Like,
no, but I do want to go. By the way, hold on a second. I want to pause this. I was thinking about this. I should call my neighbor up and ask her if she wants to come do a reaction with me. She would. She's really actually funny. She's very funny. She would be very bombastic about it, and I would be interested to hear her take. And Emily says that my response to this is, facts, Aaron. You got it going on. Oh, thank you, thank you, Paula. Hold on a second. Thank you, Paula. Sorry, the wink was too much. The wink was too much. All right. Anyways, but nonetheless, thank you, Paula. Sorry, you know what? The orchestra has just been grooving on this one thing. It's been for quite a while. So let's take it back a little bit, because we're about to get back into the heroism here. Let's add the brass in. Bring the brass in. On a good day, yes, hopefully. So, the reason I'm playing the heroic music is because the last two things I'm sharing with you, this is recently. None of his behavior has changed. Not in 5 years. From back when we heard him say...
What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after your dinner with the Twitch streamers? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So, I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context of an appropriate discussion.
No.
This is something that...
That's just a no. That's a DR no. So we're going to say no to that and cut him off there and go back to the other video, because that's 5 years ago. I'm sorry, 4 years ago. And this is just recently. And before I move on, Alba says, let me highlight you here so I can read it. Alba says, when I hear Nick Fuentes or Pearl and Associates, I associate with 3 children murdered. I look at 2 sisters and little boys' pictures daily. They're great losses to the family and friends of the world. That couldn't be more poignant, whether it's on purpose or not. Alba, yeah. There's nothing more important than to remember that this does affect people in terrible ways, that make confused choices that hurt other people because they are sold down a line of disenfranchisement and confusion. And I don't think it's an accident completely, but I could be wrong. And Abba says, who fights for them, who's the voices for them. And Emily says that she hasn't been back to that mall. And by the way, yeah, as someone who's worked in and then had to return to a place where a massacre happened, specifically the Bataclan, Club Rouge in Paris, I can tell you there's nothing that is more of a weight on your back when you're in a place like that, that even if you weren't there for that moment, you'll never let it escape your mind that something like that happened. And it's no accident. In some senses, it's not an accident, because they get more attention from the negative than they do the positive in the end. And they know this.
And she thinks that. That's obvious in this America that we all live in.
I can't even say go. You can't even say go back to Africa, because that doesn't work, because Africans fucking hate African Americans.
I can't even say go. You can't even say.
I can't even say go. You can't. I'm not joking. I don't make this shit up. Okay. We're fucking. It's clown world.
It's exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past.
Who is this happening to now? Okay. And if you say Emmett Till, then delete yourself. Do you know the biggest threat
So
is to
don't
black
say
men's safety
Emmett
in the United
Till
States?
as
it's
an
not
example.
white women, it's other fucking black men.
If you do,
we
you
need to
should
bring the
off
racism
yourself,
back?
he
Do we need the
thinks.
racism wars? Like, it... And they're even showing this lady.
Yes.
Did the race wars begin and I like missed the calling card for it? I just want
Huh.
one white person
But he claims to be a liberal.
in one of these videos to just casually, yeah, what am I going to say? It was a crazy N-word in the park, you know? What was I supposed to do? Just casually drop it and see what
Oh
people
yeah,
think.
actually, ABBA, many times. I've done many shows at Club Rouge. And I did actually hook up with the lady lighting person who was very unfortunately killed in the accident next to my friend Sean. A colleague of mine who I've traveled with, who was actually mixing front of house and saved several people's lives. The lighting lady who I'd hooked up with passed away next to him. This hit our community, my community, really hard, and it wasn't the only thing to happen that year, and it's not the... yeah, I'm sorry. That's a subject, especially when I had to go back there to do shows, you know. Human life matters. People lose experiences and lives and hope and the things that could be because of flippant, self-absorbed misunderstanding or ideology. Exactly. Yeah, Emily. These people claim denial, plausible deniability, but it's all on tape to be seen.
Did the race wars begin and I like missed the calling card for it? I just want one white person in one of these videos to just casually, yeah, what am I going to say? It was a crazy N-word in the park, you know? What was I supposed to do? Just casually drop it and see what people say. Like,
that she's viewed as a victim because she's white, and she thinks that. That's obvious in this America that we all live in.
Like, this is the most, go.
Oh, we have another guest.
I can't even say go.
Who's
You
in here
can't,
with
you
me?
can't even
Let me
say
see.
go back to Africa because that doesn't work because Africa.
I'm sorry, didn't see we had another guest. Clown Man 97.
That fucking, this is the America we live in shit. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Just go somewhere else. Oh, and they're in fucking New York City. Like,
I was just thinking of this one.
oh, you're gonna show the dog. You're gonna show the dog. You're gonna show the
Oh, did I
dog
turn it-
video
I'm sorry,
that
I
everybody got
apologize. I
mad
might
at
have
because they didn't get the
turned
full
the,
story on this one either. By the way, if you saw this video and you thought it was just a
I
crazy
did.
white
I
woman being a
apologize,
crazy white
folks,
woman,
if you were talking to
she
me.
was being
I can't
about
hear you
40%
down there.
crazy. But what you didn't see in this video was when the black guy posted the video on Facebook, he even wrote in the comments, I told this white woman I was going to offer her dog treats to abduct her fucking dog. In February 2021, charges
just so
against
the chat
Amy Cooper
knows,
were dropped after
the
she
chat
completed
room
a
is muted at
5-session
the moment.
educational
I'll bring you back in a
therapeutic
moment.
program focused on racial identity. Like, how do you not come away hating black people after this? Like, bro, I understand it. Like, holy shit. Do you understand how much you're asking of white people? Like, how much black people and white people are asking of white people to tolerate insane fucking shit like this?
You have the racial component of,
You have the racial component. You racist, disgusting, pathetic, slimy little lizard fucking snake slithering around on the ground, trying to smell out those black feet that you can kiss. You disgusting, self-hating, fucking pathetic piece of shit.
Hold
Holy
on, I gotta
fuck,
stop. You ate all. Oh, a second. You ate all the chicken biscuit, Jacob. That's not fair. You might make a man angry. That's some grown-ass fighting stuff right there. You ate all the chicken biscuit. Jacob. Chicken biscuit. These are the serious things. And dropping N-bombs. Don't be fooled. And hi, by the way, what's happening, Jacob? Hold on a second. Let me give you a little. So we're gonna finish on this video, and I'm gonna bring the chat room back up. So we have another guest in the chat room, and then I'm gonna also share with you all and Paula Gray sending you much love and respect as well. And always, by the way, always, because without you folks, it'd just be me screaming at a screen, going, yeah, I think you've all seen it. You know, basically me going, BOW! So, Anyways, two boxes, he says. That's not even fair. You see the look in my eye right now? 2 boxes of chicken biscuit? Anyhow, let's get serious. I'm sorry. Let's get serious. So as we're closing it up here with this, I'm gonna finish off the video so you can get a full idea of what this guy was really on about.
It reminds me of that fucking poll that what was that article that we read? I think white people are the only fucking demographic of
it's very difficult for some, Paula,
that hates themselves more than any other group of people.
Kind
white people
or to be
are the
human
only
to one
ones that
another.
do it. Black people are smart enough to hate everybody else more than them. Hispanic people are smart enough to be racist against everybody else. Asian people are smart enough to be racist.
Cornbread too,
Not
Alba.
white people. White people literally fucking hate themselves. It's actually unbelievable. It is actually unbelievable. Bro, you're not getting any fucking points here. Okay, nobody's keeping score. You don't have your little fucking self-hating report card where you're getting an A+ for
Jacob. I
throwing
hope
your
you
own
enjoy
kind
your
under
summer.
the bus. Stop being such a fucking weasel. I want to get online and I want to start every single time I see a ratchet black chick, I'm going to start shouting out, there goes Shaniqua, there goes Shaniqua. Wow, she sure is Shaniquaing out. And see how quickly I can do that. How long I last before
why would
everybody
these get
labels
deleted
me
off
and
the
lambasts
internet?
me as a fucking racist. Like, it's actually insane.
Huh.
Aren't there literally, like, statues of fucking
Why did I have to
George
go to
Floyd
Rumble
and
to
shit?
find these?
Like, no offense, but this guy was a fucking loser in every
Oh,
sense
did
of
I
the
say
word.
that I found
Like
these
an
on Rumble?
actual degenerate fucking loser. Like, yeah,
Oh.
he got killed by the cops, and he shouldn't have been. But, bro, why the fuck are you idolizing any of these people?
Sorry. Tourette's. Not. Tourette's. It's natural. It's very natural for me to do that. Anyhow, you want me to play that back a little bit further back? Because I want to play the key moments of that. Hold on a second. I want to go back to the key moments of that, and then we'll move on to the last piece of evidence that I think you all should take in. Because I don't know if it's evidence or not. I really don't. I am quite confused by what I found, and I found some substance to it, and then a lot of falderall
No, in the New York
around
Times
it.
style guide, black is supposed to be capitalized. You don't do it with white people. I'm not making this up. This is the style guide. White woman is in lowercase.
This
Black
is what he
man, B
believes.
Is capitalized.
This is what he says online.
I'm
So
not joking.
imagine
I
what
don't
he says in
make this shit up,
private
okay?
if he wants that to be
We're
private.
It's clown world.
It's exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past.
Who is this happening to now? Okay? And if you say Emmett Till, then delete yourself. Do you know the biggest threat is to black men's safety in the United States? It's not white women, it's other fucking black men. Do we need to bring the racism back? Do we need the racism wars? Like, it... And they're even showing this lady. It's... Did the race wars begin and I, like, missed the calling card for it? I just want one white person in one of these videos to just catch up. Yeah, what am I going to say? It was a crazy N-word in the park, you know? What was I supposed to do? Just casually drop it and see what people say.
No, don't do that.
That she's viewed as a victim because she's white, and she thinks that.
Yeah,
That's
because he
obvious
only
in
knows
this America that we
Shaniqua.
all
That's
live in.
his one go-to. He doesn't, you know.
This is the most
That's the name that in his mind black women have because he doesn't have respect for anyone, much less.
I can't even say go. You can't even say go back to Africa
Much
because
less.
that doesn't work because Africans fucking hate African Americans. Miss me
Anyone.
with that.
He just doesn't
Miss me with
fucking
that
have any respect for anyone.
This is the America we live in. Shit, get the fuck out of here. Leave. Just go
No,
somewhere.
you're
else.
the one who needs to leave, my friend.
And they're in fucking
the
New York City,
platforms and the
I was just
behaviors
thinking
behind.
of this one.
Oh, you're gonna show the dog. You're gonna show the dog. You're gonna show the dog video that everybody got mad at because they didn't get the full story on this one either. By the way, if you saw this video and you thought it was just a crazy white woman being a crazy white woman,
Oh, and she got sued
She
for
was
this,
being
by the
about
way.
40% crazy.
Oh, no,
what
she was
you
being
didn't
all the
see
way
in this
crazy,
video
dude.
was when the black guy posted the video on Facebook, he even wrote in the comments, I told this white woman I was going to offer her dog treats to abduct her fucking dog. In February
That's not what he
2021,
said, by the way.
charges
He's
against Amy Cooper
misrepresenting
were
that.
dropped after she completed a 5-session educational and therapeutic program focused on racial identity.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
how
she
do
was
you not
being a
come
racist
away
person.
hating black people after this? Like, bro, I understand it. Like, holy
Do
shit.
ya?
Do you understand how much you're asking of white people?
No.
Like how much black
it's
people
not that
and white
much.
people are asking white people to tolerate insane fucking shit like this?
You have the racial component of,
You have the racial component.
No, you do, sir.
You racist, disgusting, pathetic, slimy little lizard fucking snake slithering around on the ground, trying to smell out those black feet that you can kiss. You disgusting, self-hating, fucking pathetic piece of shit. Holy fuck, it's actually so gross. It reminds me of that fucking poll that we What was that article that we read? I think white people are the only fucking demographic of any demographic on the planet that hates themselves more than any other group of people.
No respect for anyone, much less the children watching.
Black people are smart enough to hate everybody else more than them. Hispanic people are smart enough to be racist
apparently
against
that's what he
everybody
thinks.
else. Asian
Black people
are
just
smart enough to be racist against- Not
hate
white
everybody
people.
else
White
more
people
than
literally
themselves.
fucking hate themselves.
What?
It's actually unbelievable. It is actually unbelievable.
And
Bro,
don't forget-
you're not getting any fucking points here. Okay, nobody's keeping score. You don't have
Except
your
for
little
him.
fucking self-hating report card where you're getting an A+ for throwing your own kind. Did the race wars begin and I like missed the calling card for it? I just want one white person in one of these videos to just catch up. Yeah, what am I gonna do?
We need to bring the racism back? Do we?
I can't even say go. You can't even say go back to Africa because that doesn't work because Africans fucking hate African. Say go back to Africa because that doesn't work. Americans. Miss me with that fucking this is the America we live in shit. Get the fuck
No, it
outta
is the
here.
America we live in.
Leave. Just go somewhere else.
Yeah, and we should
and
all
they're
love
in
others.
fucking New York City, like
We should all love others.
I was
So,
just thinking of
this
this
is
one.
the last
you're gonna
piece
show
that
the
I'm going to bring
dog?
up to you.
You're gonna show the dog. You're gonna show the dog video.
While we're
That
listening to
everybody got
him
mad because they didn't
talk,
get the
getting
full story on
mad
this
that
one either.
there's
By the
evidence
way,
to
if you
show
saw
that
this video
he's
and you
an
thought it was
ass.
just a crazy white woman being a crazy white woman, she was being about 40% crazy. But what you didn't see in this video
And,
was when
I'm
the
gonna
black
bring
guy
the chat
posted the
back
video on
in, but I'm
Facebook,
gonna
he
have to
even wrote in
mute
the
the,
comments, I told this white woman I
have
was
to
going to
mute
offer
the,
her dog
YouTube
treats
video for you
to
guys, but
abduct her
it
fucking
shouldn't-
dog.
shouldn't
in
affect you
February
here.
2021, charges against Amy Cooper were
So,
dropped
give me
after
one
she completed
second.
a 5-session educational and therapeutic program focused
Which
on
control
racial
am I doing
identity.
here? Oh no, which hand do I
Like,
have?
how do you not
There
come
it is.
away hating black people after this? Like,
So,
bro, I
in the
understand.
chat,
like, holy shit,
on
do you
Discord,
understand how much you're asking of white people?
Your audio is
Like,
about to
how
go
much
away
black people
from the
and
video.
white people are asking white
There you
people
go.
to
And I'm
tolerate
gonna pull you
insane
guys
fucking
back
shit
in.
like this.
So you'll be part of the conversation.
You have the racial component. Crazy
You
white woman being a
racist.
crazy white one. Disgusting. She was being about
Pathetic.
40%
Slimy
crazy.
little
lizard fucking But what you didn't slithering around on the ground, trying to smell out those black feet that you can kiss. You disgusting,
Alrighty.
self-hating, fucking pathetic piece of shit. Holy fuck! It's actually
And
so
let me
gross.
pull up
It
the
reminds me
piece
of
of
that fucking
information
poll
that you guys
that we,
need to see.
What was that article that we read? I think white people are the only fucking
sorry.
demographic of any demographic
Like
on the
in
planet that hates themselves more than any other
Substack.
people. White people
You
are
can
the
look-
only
pull
ones
this up
that
at
do it.
home.
Black people are
It's
smart enough to hate
Lycan
everybody else more
dot
than them. Hispanic people are
Substack.
smart enough to be racist against everybody
Oh,
else.
maybe I
Asian
should
people
type
are
it
smart
into
enough to be
the
racist
correct
against
area.
Not white people. White
So
people
it's
literally
Lycan
fucking hate themselves. It's actually
dot
unbelievable. It is actually
Substack.
unbelievable. Bro, you're not getting any fucking points here. Okay, nobody's keeping score.
dot-
You don't have your little
I'm sorry,
fucking self-hating report
/P
card.
forward
You're getting an A+
slash
for throwing your own kind under the
burn.
bus. Stop being such a fucking weasel. I want to get online and I want to
There's
start every
a
single
little
time I see a
dongle thing.
ratchet
Don't
black
worry
chick,
about
I'm
it.
gonna start shouting, "Oh, there goes Shaniqua! There goes
I'll
Shaniqua!"
put the link
wow.
up after
she
we're
sure
done.
is Shaniquaing out. And see how
Steven.
quickly I can do that. How long I last
If you wanna
before
search for
everybody
it,
labels me and lambasts me as a fucking
Substack,
racist. Like, it's actually insane.
Burn Notice,
Aren't there
Stephen
literally,
Destiny
like, statues
Bennell.
of fucking George Floyd and shit? Like, no offense, but this guy was a fucking loser in every sense of the word. Like an actual
what you will
degenerate fucking
find-
loser. Like, yeah, he got killed by the cops and he shouldn't have been.
Once it comes
but,
up,
bro,
by the
why
way.
the fuck are you idolizing any of these people?
And by the way, chat, just to make sure, over on Discord, just so you all know, you are live now, and we should be able to hear you. Oh, Clownman97, are you still here with us? Clownman97, can you hear me? And are you still here with us? They may be inside of the the view room still. They can't hear us. But if you want to take part in the conversation, you're more than welcome to. Clownman97 is actually bringing Cam on. And what do we got here? Clownman97, say hello. Oh, now the cam is off. Anyways, yeah, you can read what we're looking at in the view room there, Clown97. And anytime you want to speak up, you're more than welcome to. I believe I have you turned up. Let me just double check here. Window capture, phone. Oh, yeah. All right, so folks, the thing that I'm about to bring up, yep, here is something very strange that I have found. and I can't verify its actual reality. I can't verify much other than knowing that Stephen Bonnell did actually go to, he did go to Korea at the time that this article by a former friend of his states that he did. And I'm going to pull this up. So let me widen this out. Sorry, folks. There we go. Make this big enough for y'all to read it. There we go. So, I believe that a lot of this is a LARP, but why would this even be put up is the question. Why would this even be a deal? Why would somebody put this on to cover up and then not follow it up and not say anything and not respond to people to say it's a LARP or not acknowledge or not acknowledge? And in the chat, let me say, oops, hello chat. This is crazy. Yo, what are you asking King Riches? I'll be in the chat getting sleepy. I don't know why I'm mute. You're not, actually, Clownman97, you're not muted. You may have yourself muted. There's a control down at the bottom to unmute yourself if you are. Let me just double check to make sure that you, yep, you're not muted on my side. You're more than welcome to say something. So let me read this to you, folks. Like in the Substack says, the names have been changed to protect those involved and prevent further retaliation or compromise. So we don't know if this is true, by the way. I do know that the people mentioned are all real. I do know that the timeline is mostly true, but there are certain things like Destiny is not related to the figure that's mentioned in the story, so I'm not going to mention them. But I will say that there's a lot of other anecdotal stuff that does comport to the timeline of reality, and I'll share one last video at the end to show you. So some names have been changed to protect those involved and prevent further retaliation. The internet's short-fused firebrand Stephen Bonnell II, aka Destiny, is many things. A pioneering political streamer, a Twitter antagonist, and a deceiver. It says he has inspired numerous hit pieces and manifestos that try to pin him as a racist, transphobic, and misogynist. Boy, can't imagine that happening. Stephen is often derided as a relentless bully who gives more time to airing personal grievances against political opponents than the issues he claims to champion. These fabrications, exaggerations, and gossip have contributed to his success as a manipulative, subversive, my friends. That's what this article says. It calls him a subversive. For the better part of 12 years, it says Stephen, or it claims Stephen has been more than an agent of chaos for several online communities. But rather it says between the summer of 2011 through October 2019. And I'm sorry, I can't see the chat at the moment. I apologize. Pull it up on this side so I can read it. I don't support mass vilification of any group, and I'm not a separatist. I like diversity. It's very important. Apparently, white tears equals black guilt, even in 2023. That's correct, Paula. Yeah, that's the way he'd play it. So this article says that for the better part of 12 years, Stephen has been more than an agent of chaos for several online communities. Between the summer of 2011 through October 2019, Destiny worked as an agent for intelligence services in the United States and, unknown to him at the time, North Korea. As an agent of the NSA, it says, or claims, he aided in deploying malicious code against a target believed, apparently, allegedly to him at the time, to be the North Korean intelligence service. As a joint CIA-FBI informant, which is a jump, it's not the same thing, he collected information on various, and this is unfounded, by the way, but it sure is interesting that somebody would put this out there. Even as a LARP, why would they put this out there? And then not follow it up and not clarify it? Ever? Ever? And Lycan isn't in this community anymore. He's disavowed, dude, in the end. And then the community is like, oh, no, you don't. And he said, no, I did. And in several cases, he has attempted to subvert growing political movements under handler direction, it claims, and of his own accord. That seems to be apparent. All while growing his presence as a StarCraft figurehead and later a prominent pundit in online politics. And boy, doesn't that sound a lot like COINTELPRO? An unspoken sadness. It is well known to those in the online politics world that Destiny is of Cuban descent. So it tries to relate him to this person who is is a CIA officer named Kelly Humes, and it tries to claim that his uncle is Perez Pepe San Romain. That is unfounded. I was not able to find a connection or link there, but it is true that he is Cuban. And it is true that Mary Bennell is his grandmother's name. In July 2011, Steven was the world's first full-time streamer. This is true. And a household name in StarCraft 2. Household. All right. When he was approached, he was known by the gamer community by none other than a person named Chris Metzen. This is fact. Creative director of Blitzen's World of Warcraft. I have this on absolutely confirmed knowledge firsthand. By none other than Chris Metzen, creative, and thank you to my friend from high school, who is actually on the board. Creative director of Blizzard's World of Warcraft. The meeting occurred at a hotel bar on the second day of Major League Gaming Pro Circuit event at the Anaheim Convention Center. Metzen at the time, and I have some anecdotal support to this, by the way. Metzen at the time was acting as an agent because, by the way, that's where the deal with the company was cut for Blizzard, Activision. Now, whether or not that included this other portion of the deal, we can't say for certain, but he did go to North Korea, and he did do decently well, although he didn't win the tournament. He did apply the things that are mentioned here as an act. I looked into the gaming history and the reporting. So it says here, Metzen at the time was acting as an agent on behalf of the NSA, it claims, analyst named Colin Reed, who, by the way, I found 3 different Colin Reeds, all analysts for the NSA, all with different ages, all who worked for NSA during separate time periods, including currently. In other words, most of the time when you find that, it's a cover name for somebody who is working in the field. Not unlike James Bond. The same name, different agents. Contiguity. Contingency and contiguity. Reed reached Metzen through a mutual friend and former Blizzard colleague, Walter, who I've yet to actually, since this seems to be a code name, I have not confirmed this. An engineer who played a key role in developing Blizzard's Battle.net software, which seems to be something that is always something Destiny is playing or involved around. An engineer who Walter left for the NSA in 2008, where he met Reed. Metzen was offered $200,000 in exchange for assistance with the Project Torque. Project Torque has been declassified. The objective was to covertly deploy software behind the South Korean national firewall system to surveil North Korean operatives south of the DMZ. It's claiming. Reed explained during their meeting, VPNs are not an option. At the time, South Korea's National Intelligence Service, NIS, aggressively monitored or outright owned nearly all the global VPN ingress-egress points for North and South Korea. Chris, I'm adding that in because that's what it was, and that is fact. Chris would use his access to Blizzard to merge code into an upcoming StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty multiplayer update, obfuscating the course of the code, which is why I kept using the term obfuscating earlier, for deniability, should anything happen to be discovered, it claims. But there was one other catch. It claims that the program would have to be executed by a designated account to avoid heuristic detection and normalizing the payload delivery. Whether this is true or not, we do not know, and there's no way to really ever know because espionage. Reed, an avid League of Legends player, had the idea of using someone in the rising esports scene to deliver the payload. Embed someone? It was Metzen who recommended Bennell. Metzen knew Steven had a hard life working dead-end restaurant and carpet cleaning jobs before streaming, and though his stock was rising, Steven was barely past 20, with an unborn son on the way. Compromised, in other words. This left Bennell in a prime position to be approached by Metzen. And it's common practice to do this to those kind of folks. At MLG, Metzen offered Bennell, this is the game, in Anaheim, which he didn't do well at. Metzen offered Bennell $50K, provided by Reed, to execute a particular series of moves in the game from within South Korea. That's in the next round of gaming. Bennell, thrilled at the prospect of operating as an agent, especially against such a storied enemy of the West, immediately accepted. It claims. Steven and Metzen met again in August to discuss the plan further. Steven recommended his Infestor hit squad, as the load sequence for the program and the deployment of infested Marines as the execution sequence. What is that? That is where people would sit on one side of a Stargate and wait for others to come through and attack them. That's the infested squad. And what a term. The plan moved forward, though Reed was wary that Stephen's sudden arrival in South Korea would not provide adequate cover. To Metzen, this meant cover from North Korea. To Reed, it was the U.S. government. The last thing Reed needed was the CIA's counterintelligence service or the NSA piquing interest in Mr. Bennell. As it turned out, Chris Reed was the North Korean mole, it claims, within the NSA, leveraging Metzen and soon Bennell under false pretenses. Chris was 4 years as a refugee from North Korea when he found himself in the adoptive arms of Harold and Catherine Reed, two senior State Department officials from Boca Raton, Florida. Yep. EEA of 1996 law. Aaron, yep. They are definitely agents on here. Yep. It seems like it, doesn't it? But as freshly minted lieutenant studying Korean at the Defense Language Institute in Monterey, California, he was approached by North Korean operatives as a well-known deli near the base in Monterey. And by the way, I can verify that that is absolutely a fact.
Hello?
Hello. Is this, did you just find that you were muted on your side?
Yeah.
Clown Man, good to have you here. Hold on a second. I'm going to finish off with this, and then we'll bring you up.
All right.
Two senior State Department officials from Boca Raton. Harold traveled with them from one day during duty station to the next before graduation, where he enlisted as a signals analyst in the Marines. After reaching the rank of sergeant, he went on to commission and earn the rank of major, but his first... Okay, so this doesn't really matter to the story. It's background. This is the declassified piece of material. Reed remains unwavering in refusal to disclose information about RGB handlers. Please see attached request for disclosure. Signed by DCI. We firmly believe this is a critical developing further leads in the lead up to Op Stanza. Stanza is a reference to their operative. Oh, and hello, welcome everybody. Finally, somebody calls him out on this. Oh, okay. Who asked? Oh, okay. I asked. Thanks for the stream. My pleasure. Your mic stopped working. No sound for you? You don't hear my voice, huh? Let's make sure that it's the SSL didn't cut. No, you should be hearing my voice. Yeah, suddenly the chat grew. No, Sizer, I'm not muted. It looks like we just got bombed, by the way. A whole bunch of DGGers, maybe? No. Either way, welcome. Emily, am I muted right now? I don't think I am. Monty and Cable, because I can see it, by the way, across the board. And hold on a second, let me just check. And by the way, thank you so much for joining. Oh, no, I'm not muted. And howdy, y'all, welcome. Yeah, it's not very well known because it might not be true. This is the truth. Some of this might be true, but some of it might not be. And I think when folks...
informant?
Well, that's an excellent question. And let me read the end of this here, because I think that less than an informant, or more than an informant, we might actually be seeing someone who's a destabilizer, a practicer of the COINTELPRO practices. And I think that what I'm seeing and reading right now is a classic case of red herring, where this was put out so that people would basically not believe it. Because if you read the quotes and the surrounding comments about it, immediately it is everybody saying this is a LARP. This can't be true. This can't be real. And Aaron, I can hear you sounding good. Thank you very much. I don't know, Roll. Could be that you guys are LARPing right now, but hey, you know what? It only works on those people who buy into that bullshit. But hey, if you can't hear me, every single word in this article is a verifiable fact. I worked with Lycan. Wait, shaved dog's ass. If you can provide some background to actually back this up, I'd appreciate it, because, there's a lot of leftover information that just seems to be third or second party. I can verify a certain number of the things around this information in an article. I'm from COINTELPRO. I can tell you this article is 100%. Oh, Clay. Clay Garnett. I know what's happening. We have some friends in the chat. And by the way, friends, if you didn't notice, you're surrounded by a lot of armed figures, so be careful what you say. And when I say armed figures, everybody in my chat is a mod. So you're more than welcome to Think Tank. He is definitely FBI. Oh, yeah. Well, see, this is the thing. If you can provide me a link to help give the background on this, I'm reading this, honestly, to put this out there as a question. Do we have information about what this person is and that this isn't true? Can we disprove this? Because I can't disprove a lot of it. All I can do is disprove the connection to, so far, Perez, Pepe, San Roman. They have no history directly. Destiny is here to brainwash, stir division, and promote confusion. COINTELPRO. I'm armed as well. Pretty Tony. But you're not armed with a mod, so if you start acting up against the folks, are you gonna shoot us? No. We'll just boot you, although we do enjoy counter and contra information and contra conversation.
Hey, could I ask a quick question?
Absolutely. And actually, it's about that time, and I'm totally happy to bring you up here. And this is Clown Man. Clown Man, what's going on?
Yeah, man. What were you saying to? I remember you called into King Richards and he cut you off. What were the questions you were about to ask him? I was curious. That was like he had a call-in show like months ago.
Oh.
Do you remember?
Yes. Okay, so I actually have that footage. I was in the process. I did ask him, and I got cut off. You're talking about Richie, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just two different things. I did get cut off right at the end. I was actually, and you know what? I could probably play that back for you. I do have it out there. I'm gonna put it up for you guys. I've yet to put that. I should put that out there. I keep holding on to it, but Mike keeps playing it, and I don't want to take his thunder on it because it's such a good clip, actually. Can you turn down the music like 10%? Absolutely. And by the way, I do respond to the audience. I'm not a smarmy ass completely, just partially, mostly. Okay, sometimes I'm a smarmy ass. And yes, 10% music down? Absolutely. The orchestra, down orchestra. And thank you so much for joining, by the way. It does pay off to sit online for 3 to 4 hours, by the way. I worked with Shaved Dog Man and Lycan at McDonald's. I'm sorry, no, it says that in the chat, and it's hilarious. And by the way, we clearly have some fun folks here today, so we're so happy to have you here. Stephen Bonnell II is his real name, has Hillary Clinton smaller creators. Watch your back. Yeah, he's a troublemaker. I'm sorry, I'm just reading through this stuff, by the way, Clownman. Just give me 1 second. Don't know about the particular article, but Lycan is known for doing his due diligence on everything he writes. Really? So this is the interesting thing. I couldn't find a second portion of this article, folks. It's really embarrassing. I don't tell everybody that. I'm also a mod. And by the way, so I'm starting to think that we have some DGGers or somebody in here, but it's okay if we do. Destiny's an insider for sure. Either way, I'm so thankful that you all joined, and I'm so glad to have you as part of the conversation. So, and the more the merrier, by the way. So, I think we've heard enough of the article. The article basically points out that this person may not be what they seem to be. And you can look up this article. It says it's called Burn Notice, Stephen Destiny Bonnell II. And I don't read it all the way through, basically, folks, because Evil Fossil can confirm all the details involved. Actually, I would say, did you hear about Destiny having a love affair with Lauren Southern? Now, I've heard some of that stuff, but that's also kind of completely unfounded. And I was looking at the video today of Chud Logic talking about how it's a rumor upon a rumor. And, that stuff, I wouldn't put too much stock into it because the LARPing going on in the background of the community and the association to they who should not be named, but I'll call them out anyways. Meaning Kiwi Farms and those folks associated with it. They like to play LARPs, and I know all about them because some of them come and have befriended me. Is
that why they like?
I'm sorry.
Is that why he keeps going on Fresh and Fit? Their government, they work for the government. Him and Destiny.
Myron
and Destiny.
I can't say for certain, but I definitely think that there is echelons or ideas, or there seems to be veils of what we would all consider COINTELPRO. It looks and if it looks and acts like a duck, it's probably a motherfucking duck.
Do you think Myron's still an FBI?
I have to wonder. I have to wonder.
Think he is.
I mean, I'm like, his behaviors don't suggest that he's not. I haven't found any discharge. I've been looking. There's no public information. And, you know, the government is neither here nor there on that. Myron is a Fed for sure, Sakabubu says. And you know, mind you, folks, I take this all with a grain of salt because a lot of people do act online. And there's a lot of shows, but I don't think we should take COINTELPRO lightly, and I don't think we should take I don't think we should take some of this behavior lightly, because I was sent another video that I'm not going to share completely. And by the way, happy things, this is where things get a little scary, frankly, folks. So if Myron is still employed with you.
Are you ever going to answer the question, though?
I'm not yet, but I am able to anecdotally lead to a, I would call it unfounded conclusion at this point. I wouldn't call it a complete conclusion because there's so much about this that is filled with lie, plausible deniability, clown, that you know, I have to have. Oh, he went away. I'm sorry. Did I lose him? There's so much plausible deniability, folks, within the stories that all I can do is share with you, and then I'm asking you, the audience, to help me prove or disprove this. And Myron brought in Steven as an asset. Please remember to hit the like button, people. Yes, please do. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you aren't already subscribed. I have a lot of lurkers. And by the way, while I say this, I think it's time we take the big turn into the corner. Because 2 heads are better than 1. Don't forget, this stuff affects us all. And it's important that we don't just take it for granted, that we think about it. And we take the information, that's why I share it with you. Because I'm not even sure about this portion. All I know, the only thing I know, is that much of the background and detailed information, and if I'm being told that Lycan really looks into his background work, I can't find a lot about Lycan, by the way, folks. So if those of you watching have more information about him, and you can send that to me in links or in the messaging, I'd be interested to track him down and talk to him. I did send him a message to try to verify some of this information, so I had to go about it with my other sources. And one of my sources sent me an entire class. By the way, have you considered that Lycan is Destiny's friend and regularly talks to him on the stream? Yes. And his article is a joke? Yes, I have. And can you prove that you're not a CIA agent, by the way? No, I can't. It would take a bit of background to find out whether I was or not. Exactly the same way I'm looking into this. So no, I can't, which is also one of the telltale signs from the current CI dossier that was sent to me as to how counterintelligence agents are working on the ground right now in the U.S. This fits the paradigm, by the way. Putting out information that doesn't match in factually seeming manners and just putting enough kernels of truth so that the operatives can work in the daylight. And frankly, you shouldn't take that lightly. I say you shouldn't take it lightly because you too could pull the wool over your own eyes. You see, those folks, oh no, Destiny doesn't have a secret daughter. That's just some bullshit that's being LARPed out there. See, I, as someone who has wagged the dog professionally on the mass, understand all the telltale signs of this. So it doesn't matter how kiwied you are. See, I also know that there have been conversations on stream about ownership of that stuff too. And percentages, openly. Sounds like something a CIA agent would say. Sure. Exactly. CIA agent really wants unity and constructive idealism. Sure. I mean, if that's what I need to be for you, absolutely. But the truth is, I own it all, whatever it be. And trust, Central Intelligence and NSA, they don't have time for this bullshit. It's counterinsurgent groups. It's those people within that the FBI and CIA are concerned about. CIA doesn't operate on the ground and soil in the U.S., which makes it untrue. And FBI and CIA informant are very rare. Very rare. Stephen burnt the bridge like he does with everybody that he can feel, making him look at with over his disagreement on stealthing, which Stephen totally supported. Now, I did find that stuff. Yeah, and I also find Lycan taking part in conversation and in the chats. I've found his other alternatives because they're all out there. I found the alt names, and welcome, by the way, to all of them. And it's arguable. All of it is arguable. And part of the reason you see these disagreements about what the reality is because the reality is obfuscated. And these are the telltale signs of wagging the dog. As someone who knows everything about that and helped develop a lot of it for the mass, including how to get you all to go to the right exit without trampling each other just by colors. You know, just by using the right colors. I know everything about how your brain works in massing as a mob. I know how information gets filtered in your brain and how folks will believe whatever they want. And the greatest deterrent to the factual basis of any of this, to whether or not this is true, the greatest deterrent to actually finding that, the greatest plausible deniability is the sycophantic and acolytic audience who will deny anything because they can't find the info, even though they might not have all the access. You see, some of us have access. Demon Ham, as someone who built these processes and is in contact with the people who use them on a daily basis for support and protection of the United States of America and its national surroundings, as a layperson, because I grew up around this stuff, because I have supported personally, because I almost went into it, but I went into rock and roll instead. I can tell you I know everything about the behaviors of the splinter factions. I know the behaviors of the people who don't want you to know who they are. So you too can pull the wool over your own eyes. I'm a subgenius. Not a true believer. Not a practitioner. I'm Yeti-sin. If you don't know what that means, and you get to page 4, and you don't know what you're reading, you don't know what you're reading, and you don't know what you're reading, put the book away. Stop reading. Or continue listening. Because you might join up and find out that you don't have to live in fucking exile and shitty attitude or dislike the people around you. No, man, there's a lot of better ways. And when you see someone like me, as opposed to him, who failed at his career, failed at music and art, and then didn't do very well at gaming. I was looking at the stats. He didn't do well at gaming at all. And then he somehow got to Korea without winning any of the tournament. That's even weirder. And that's a tell. How did he get to a 4? And by the way, the pay is real. And the people are real. And how do I know that? Yeah, because I contacted a friend of mine who ran Activision for a long time. Because when you're like me, you just reach out and call someone. And let me share something with you guys. I wasn't intending on sharing this with you, but I think I should. Just to let you know the kind of detailed information that I get. And how sometimes your bullshit is undone by the real world realities that you don't realize exist. Or that some of us have access to things that you don't.
He wins, like I said, nobody wins with that. Okay?
This, my friends, is 40th Division ID.
Thumbs up when you read that, please. Okay, so information operations has that strategic operational tactical effect. Next slide. Battle Marley. All right, this is it. This is the template, folks. This is what.
So what am I playing for you? I am playing.
Both sides had an information operations campaign. So John, maybe
information operations campaign. Right? We talked about that. The U.S. military, NSA division, CI. So always, regardless of whether you put an I or most recent. The serving pod is very important. The open operations. Yes, exactly. Creating confusion, distrust, and damage to truth tellers. And oh yeah, you all might have had the wool pull over your eyes too, kids, didn't you? You didn't know that maybe some shit is true. And what am I sharing with you? Give me a second here. Let me close this out.
Intelligence collection assets and capabilities. And D3A is in effect. Decide what you're going to go after, right? Detect it, deliver, and assess. Remember, the assessment work will have.
What am I playing for you? A very mind-numbing, almost 3-hour live video that I was sent by my colleague. And let's run it all the way back. This is titled information warfare and public affairs. And this is current. Oh, and why are you all going away?
This is kind of a bilateral, if you will, class, Canada-U.S. connection here. So I'm going to do about the first half. Then Major Jason Giroux will do the second half.
What?
And gives, and he's got his microphone ready. Are you live right now too, or?
I am, unfortunately, yes.
He is, unfortunately, yes.
Okay, next
Major.
slide.
The Major is not happy about being there.
Purpose of this presentation is to provide you, right, as planners, brigade and division level, an understanding.
Yes, they
of what
are. By the way,
information
just so you know,
operations
it's meant to be clipped and memed. The whole thing. The whole thing. I have amalgamated everything you see between Twitch and everybody else, and I am utilizing what's called polyscopic hypnodation. It is a form of hypnosis, so that your left and right lobe separate off all of the pertinent information, and the real truths and facts get buried in the center of your head. And that's what Destiny's doing by playing the game and sitting in the corner. I've been mirroring that since I realized that he was doing that. And it's something I recognize because in concert production and in the theories and sciences of set design, lighting design, and in the more complex ways that we put together the images, Max, it actually makes it easier for you to remember all this. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, after theta and back into upper delta, I'm sorry, down to theta, down to delta, and back upwards, you'll actually have it imprinted and embedded in your head. Most of the information is easier to remember that way, by the way. And by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but today was the widest dump we clearly got raided, by the way. Which means that a certain somebody was aware that it's probably some DGG shit, or it may have come from Wix server, I'm not sure. Either way, I love them all. Gotta love them. They're interesting people to make the world interesting, but the basic deal is that we don't want you all to hate each other, or hate yourselves, or hate the world. I guess that maybe when I started playing the military information, or actually talk to them about what is verifiable, and the fact that I don't just believe it outright, that I give it a question, but I don't question the kernel of truths that are fact. Yeah. They may be done spamming, but I'm not done spamming them. By the way. That's the other thing is, they really have a problem. They really have a problem. And Lita, my unofficial co-host, yeah, been missing you out here. But yeah, been filling in. Yeah, feel free to call in, by the way, before we go off air. Let me play the rest of this for you. Or I'm not going to play the rest. It's 3 hours. It's mind-numbing, and it's stuff you don't really want to know. But let me just put it to you this way. I watched it so you don't have to. And then I also read the dossier of rated by whom. Yes, exactly. They're watching, folks. And it's good that they are, because you know that this is deprogramming. That this is meant to catch and capture. That this is meant to unify, that it's meant to spread love, and that it's meant to just hopefully inform and bring more people into the conversation. These idiots aren't even good at distraction. No, they're not. They're not. And when you're talking to somebody who gets a colleague sending him this stuff.
How do you know warfighting functions, right? And it's a warfighting function day to day, right?
It's a day-to-day warfighting function, folks.
Or understand what IO is and what it does. It's not brand new. It's
intelligence operations.
But the military is really looking at leveraging this and using it, especially.
Oh, good deal, Lita. Thank you for being here.
This is a very important realm. And how IO works, information-related capabilities, IRCs.
Information operations.
Toolbox. This is how you're going to do it and get those effects. So very critical.
So if you're wondering whether or not I know about this
in our IO toolbox,
or whether or not I have access to the information, oh, I do. I very much do. Remember, COINTELPRO goal is to create division and have groups implode from within. Yes, exactly. You can go to the FBI website and see the declassified information about COINTELPRO. Just type it into the search bar in the declassified information page. Yeah, it exists both on the CIA and at the FBI. It's where I tend to go for great information. Although, don't forget, you must be able to read the biasing and parse out misinformation that's left there on purpose. Misinformation is one of the greatest tools of an operative. So you know. And by the way, as people realize that I'm actually really fucking serious, they jump off. Why is the chat full of mods? Where are the normal people? You are the normal people. Kafka asked, the longer you're here, the more likely you're a mod. And the reason I do that is because there's actual democracy in my chat. People get into disagreements or whatever, you can boot each other. Or you can't. Depends. There's actually only one main mod. Her name is Bridget. I don't know if she's still here. Bridget Mountain is the only main mod who can boot everybody. And it's called democracy. Actual democracy. That's how that works. Everybody gets a vote. Everybody gets a wrench. Everybody's armed except for the schmucks who show up. But if you're not a schmuck and you take part, you know, hold on a second. The producer wants to say hello. Very rare sighting of the producer. Hi, everybody. This is Pierre. He doesn't really care about much. He's just collecting the non-existent money in the back. Oh, he wants to hang out for a second. Okay, now he wants to get down. Okay. Very rare sighting. He's just not tall enough. And you notice that they're dropping off like flies now. Which is fine. I appreciate them being here. Good one at Emily. Mods are not normal people. Yeah, mods are all normal people. It's the folks that want to be mods that you gotta wonder about. Just like when you want to be the president or want to be, you just, people gotta tell you that you should be the leader, not you tell people. And just like I tell people, I'm not a fucking leader. I'm just part of the league. The army standing on the hill, reaching their hand out to people like you. Is Pierre in the CIA too? Actually, that's my managing op right there. You know, causing all the real deal stuff. I mean, clearly you got me. Oh my God, holy shit. Let me hold on a second.
Do we need to bring the racism back? Do we need the racism wars? Like, keep in mind when they say black in the media, that's with a capital B, please. I'm not joking. I don't make this shit up, okay?
Yeah, he does.
It's clown world.
Exactly. Yeah, it's clown world. But it's not clown world up here. It's not clown world with Abba or Emily or Bridget. It's clown world in those that find a defense in being a shitty person. There's no defense in that, no matter how many games you play. It's called being a good sportsman on that level, and that's a big deal. But just understand that I confirmed the activity level, I confirmed the behavior level, and I confirmed the agent and the person who worked for Activision and the travel to Korea and the release of the secondary version of Stuxnet from South Korea. So, let's not take this, yes, Pierre and Homer, they are the ones in charge. You know. And you can tell on his face, he was like, are you making any money yet? I'm hungry. I need to go pee. You know, he's always got something. He's always got something going on. Anyways. The heroic music is necessary because, folks. Oh, hold on a second. Did I lose my camera or did I just switch back? Oh, I lost the second camera, didn't I? I think I did. I can't tell. I'm not looking. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, it's still there. Oh, it's because I pulled up the other video. Oh! Hi, everybody. Anyhow. So you notice that they were all here to try to incite or, oh, that's what it is. He really believes it. Oh, yeah. And so they wanted to try to spin the narrative even further because that's funny to them because they're LARPing. Accepting that that's part of the cover of a great COINTELPRO, a plausible deniability that nobody believes it because it couldn't possibly be true, right? Huh. Except it's all, yeah, it is. But for Pierre, Bridget, yes, it's all about him. Yeah. No, it's all about, yeah, it's all about, and I keep losing it, by the way, the tab where I've got the, this guy. It's all about this guy. Influencing people. When he doesn't have anything to influence with those people with other than video game hatred, anger, self-hatred, nihilism, lack of empathy towards others. He didn't even care about triacs. So what do we learn? Well, we learned that Stephen Banel the second, El Duce, the douche from Omaha, that he doesn't care about what or who it impacts as long as he gets to use the N-bomb in private. That's all he cares about. What else do we learn? Well, we learned that we saw Emily, and we saw Bridget, and we saw Abba, and we saw Carl, and we saw, hold on a second, I'm going to go back through the names. The Demon Ham and Kafkaesque, and who else did we see? A lot of lurkers. Lita, of course we saw Lita, and who else did we see? We saw Lita's son, and Paula, and I've already called you out, and Bridget, and we saw Max Eric, and we saw Sakabubu, and we saw a lot of people. We saw, Demon Ham, I love, and Clay Garnett. I don't understand. Can you tell me which of these you disagree with or are unsure of? 1, Lycan is currently Destiny's friend, and 2, the article is written entirely by Lycan. Well, a false premise for a question. Actually, that's only a question a stupid person would ask, and a stupid person would answer. So, I don't answer questions that don't make any fucking sense. Especially when, what does it matter? What matters is the context. What matters is the content. Doesn't matter whether they're friends or not. None of that matters. I don't have to answer any of it. I don't have to prove your point to you. You have to prove your point to me. That's destiny logic you're using. It's bullshit. It gets you nowhere in life. And by the way, it doesn't work on anybody who has a comprehensive or cogent mind. More complex than less. I hope you're not an adult with children. Anyhow. We saw Zoom Panda 39. Steven burnt the bridge like he does with everybody. I don't understand. Can you tell me? And by the way, this is Clay talking to Zoom Panda, apparently. So we saw Zoom Panda. We saw P. Cubensis. We saw D3 add 3 and 3. We saw Schizo. We saw Courier 6. Oh, wow. Thanks for coming out of the woodwork. Kiwi Farms and the Jews, apparently. Clay says, I wonder if Nick is watching. It took a crap on your lap. The fuck, Aaron? Tell them. In part 2, it talks about how he worked with Obama. I haven't found part 2. I think it got deleted. I would also like to be a mod, please. John Johnson, sorry you weren't around for long enough. Evil Fossil came, blah, blah, blah. So we saw a lot of blue tack. We saw a lot of new people. Shaved dog's ass. We saw, infuriatingly opaque. Don't know about this particular article, but Lycan is known for doing his due diligence on everything he writes. Oh, that's good to know. Courier 6, you should contact a guy called Evil Fossil. You guys seem very alike. Yeah, no, I don't put out bullshit. And I know Evil Fossil is. The Pleasant Puffin, have you read Max Carson's article on Destiny's Abuses? Yes, it's not an article. That's just a review of what it was said, and I'm going to do a whole thing on Max Carson, and I actually have the whole video. It wasn't deleted. I recorded it all, 4 hours of it, some months back, of Destiny and Max making the plan of arc of their storyline until Max Carson goes basically off the rails because he found some shit that he couldn't share properly. Why can't you hear roll? Is because you're full of shit. By the way, hell yeah, brother. Who knows what else he is hiding? That's the truth. Wow, this is really eye-opening. I can't believe this is more well-known. I can't believe that Kenneth II would do this. Oh, of course. Suddenly the chat is growing. Yes, I'm back. Kaiser. Oh my God, there's so many. Zach LeBlanc. Dummies. And by the way, the reason I'm naming all your names is because normally you're just somebody behind a screen. So I make sure to say, I see you. And you were here. So that we all remember that. To recognize that some people care. Wait, what did Max Carson find? I'm not the pedophile. Zoom. Well, Max Carson isn't one either. He's a comedian who got hired to play a role. And I'm not sure what he found, but I'm going to interview him to find out what he found, because I'm going to get him as the person Max Carson and not the comedian and not Mr. Girl. Because these are characters that people play. Just like how I put the growl on. what you see on the other side of the screen is a show. And if you don't recognize that it's a show every time, you're not getting that there's show involved. No emergency tonight. Do you know when the interview is happening? No, but I'm going to make it happen because it's on the way. And I will, I'll be reaching out to him. It's one of the plans I have. And he seems pretty accessible. If I have access to Lav, and I have access to all the rest of the characters, then I'm sure I can knock on Max's door. If I can reach out to military, if I can reach out to governmental sources, if I can reach out to wealthy people, if I can reach out to the wealthiest man on the planet currently and have them answer, I think I can get these folks to answer. What do you think? See, unlike Destiny, you can go on my page here and see my background. You can find out that I have had a long and successful life as a rock and roller with famous people in concerts, and I've had access to also setting up special events for all sorts of entities, including the Yalta Conference, a governmental entity, and many other things. You see, I understand how this all works. I understand who these people are, and I understand what goes on behind the scenes. I also understand what to take seriously and what not to. So you can either follow along with me and understand who's your enemy and who's your friend, or you can find out that you're part of a cult, and when the time comes that call to action, you might be surprised what you do without even thinking twice about it because you're in such a fervor over something. If your loneliness is a real thing, if your disenfranchisement is a real thing, I don't know, Kafka. I don't know. Actually, reports when I've asked about it, he seems kind of disgruntled, but that's, we'll see. We'll find out. Do you know when the interview was happening? It's like I said, I am prophesying. I'm putting it out there because I'm going to go do it. That's the way I work. Start talking about it, and maybe a month from now, we'll get the interview together, or something of that nature. Something will happen. Sometimes people, by the way, interviews are really hard because people fucking flake. That's the toughest thing. People fucking flake. And it's, people get afraid. But believe you me, I have definitely reached out to Lav Loon. I've definitely, and have had direct discussion with a lot of people around this. And it seems like people don't really like this guy. To be frank. Karantos is the only person it seems to like him. Which is even weirder. By the way, before you go away, if you're not familiar, when we're done tonight, although I normally say go see Mike TV, and definitely stop by Mike TV, but if you're on Twitch, there's a Twitch stream called Very Fun Stream. And this person doesn't talk till there's 30 people on stream, so try to raid him at some point tonight if you can. Very fun stream, wonderful piano player, incredible singer, does funny, silly shit. But he'll stay silent for 3 hours. It's performance art. But that's part of what's going on. That some people might not be recognizing that this performance art that is wang-dangling their attitudes, that is manipulating their attitudes, that is manipulating them into a loneliness that is palpable, that into an arguing stance that is illogical, and that basically backflips to make its points. Until you run into somebody like me who won't even address any of it because it doesn't fucking matter. I'm going to pay attention to the things that do matter. And I'm going to ignore your bullshit because what this person does, and we're going to do a whole episode on his debate style, is deflect and actually not take part in the discussion as an excuse to say he's right. It's very simple. If you tell me blue, I'm going to say no, red, and because you believe blue, you must have a problem. Prove to me that blue is better. So now prove my point to you. Flipping it around, it's called gaslighting, friends. He's just a gaslighter. And that tactic is, well, that's a COINTELPRO thing. That's a trained operative thing. Yeah, the guy was kicked off Twitch because he held a gun out on camera to show that he was strapped nearby. Emily, peace. Have a great evening. Thank you for being here. So what did we learn? We learned that Stephen Bennell has a very, very devout following. That Stephen Bennell II, El Duce, the douche, from Omaha, will say anything he feels free to say, but he doesn't care about the people around him. And he destroyed a business. And he destroyed a friendship with Trihex 3 years ago. But did he learn after all the debates and everybody telling him that it's wrong and that he was banned off Twitch for the trans debates? No. Actually, it's not the trans debates. That's a red herring. That's a lie. He was taken off Twitch because he pulled a gun out on camera. And he also openly dropped the N-bomb. All of this stuff happened within the same time period. And now, what he says in revision is, oh, it was the trans debates. And he uses video that he's left up online, but it's all part of a series of stuff that happened within the same 3 days. He's deleted the stuff he doesn't want, which he does. So you have to find it on Hater Mag on Twitter, or Hater Magazine, or HMag on Rumble, to find the truth about the gentleman, because he deletes it and revises his own history, which is an amazing power to have as an individual. Even if you have acolytes and sycophants who do it for you, that's pretty powerful to be able to wipe it out from the net altogether and make it so that only if you took a screenshot do you have it, which I did. What is the N-bomb? Schizo? If you don't know, go look it up. But would you like to hear your favorite saying it? Do you need proof of that? I mean, do you see by the way, Schizo is doing the classic Daliban bullshit of the what is the N-bomb? Is he going to say it? Are you an adult? Or are you 12? You seem like you're 12, but you're probably an adult. It's okay. We can get you laid. You need a girlfriend or a friend? I'm here. I'll put my hand out. You're inside of a funnel. You don't even understand you're in. You built yourself a mental prison. But that's okay. We can get you out of it if you want to. Or you can just be schizo. That's up to you. I guess you're happy as that? You seem like you're probably lonely, though. You tell me. Chat, help him out. Yeah, Destiny is quite the character. And John Zenith, maybe they should take their meds. If they're on them, yes. Regular meds, if you're on them, are healthy for you. If you're on them. If you're not on them, don't take meds, kids, okay? At least not the illegal kind. And just another thing, Kafka S, by the way, because you've taken part, I'm going to show the others, you are now officially a mod. Welcome to the party. You have proven yourself to converse, even if you don't disagree. If you disagree with us, you still converse in a legitimate fashion, which means you take part, and that's all it takes. Nobody needs girlfriends. Just watch a girlfriend role play SMR while crying. Schizo, if you're lonely, you're welcome here. That's what we're about. We are a friend of the friendless, home of the awkward, and trust. I do believe in you. Each one of us is great at something, is special at something, and in our normality, we're all special. Yeah, and by the way, unlike elsewhere, we only get argument and flippancy and debasing and ways to take you apart, call you an N-bomb or tell you to off yourself. We're going to tell you we care about you. Yes, indeed. And with great power comes great whatever. Damn, hell yeah, Kafka. And by the way, the point is if you take part in an earnest way, and you aren't a jackass, and you aren't just trolling people, and even if you are sometimes, the chat can tell you, I actually have one of the world's finest, most important trolls travel on through here in a squirrely kind of jester manner. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you should eat your kiwi. And I was handed the keys in the game, but I didn't take them because I know better. Just so you all know how deep the rabbit hole the Arbit Zero goes. Which I haven't fully opened arbit0.com back up. It will be open at some point. Which is it is the best content provider ever known to man. I just haven't propagated it with anything. I've been waiting for somebody smart to figure it all out. And somebody will. Damn, hell yeah, Kafka. Yes, Zoom Panda. Zom Panda. Zom Panda. Zom Panda. Zom Panda. And by the way, I'm way more fun, and I bet you I've had way better relationships and a better sex life than that guy with the blue hair. And it doesn't matter that I don't play video games. I do real shit in real world with real rock stars. I have a real life outside of this room. And I'm in a real studio. And congratulations becoming a... I'm sorry. Are you the schizo dino dad? Is he? And by the way, this is the kind of thing. We love conversation. We love friendship. We love interaction and fun. Don't get it wrong. We're silly as fuck over here. But we're serious about people who take advantage of folks' minds. And I'm not going to let you be sold into a fucking prison by somebody who just basically wants to sell you his website ads, who stays on Reddit all day long, who twits all day long and talks about how other people are tweeting, who's basically just a junior high school student, stunted, at 34 fucking years old. You can do better by that. You can do better by yourself. And yes, I have seen his body. He is potato below the chest. And that, my friends, just so you know, I don't even really work out. He works out. I'm sorry. Blue hair should lead by example. I said, for yourself. Oh, F yourself, right, Aaron? He's a lead. Oh, well, no. You know, I'm not a leader. I'm just a person that's part of the group. I'm part of the fold. If anything, I'm a goofy guy. I'm a lens for you. I'm a lens for you. Next to me, things get bigger. Things get more fun. This is true. Doesn't mean that it won't without me, but it definitely gets wilder with me. That's for damn sure. And that's been proven. That is a scientific fact. By the way. See? They don't have that shit. Exactly. Watch out, guys. Real badass over here. Yeah, exactly. Let me muscular. But seriously, if I was to get into a wrestling match, because you know these guys always boil it down to, if we got into a fight, I'd kick his... No. I would truly just, I'd feel bad. In fact, it wouldn't take that long. I'd grab one of his tendons. I'd give it a good solid twist. I'd take his pinky. I'd pull it back. I'd break. I'd do some bad things. I know how to do some, like, I am not the person. I'm the youngest of 4 boys, and I'm the smallest amongst them. I'm just not. Yeah, by 9 years, I might actually be, and I've been around enough security professionals and hired them and such that it's like, you don't want to know what I'm capable of when it comes to defending myself, because I don't know. I've seen myself do some things to defending myself that is real messed up, realizing as I'm doing it, going, this is really messed up, to a way bigger person. While defending, by the way, one of my artists, and there's a famous story, I actually was in a bar brawl many years ago with the entire band, with the bar staff and the security staff throwing things at us. We were literally, it was the band against the bar staff in Slow, California at the Slow Brewing Company, 2005. A very famous band, by the way. And so, yeah, I might kind of be a badass. I also was jumped in by Traydee. He tried to take my jacket. So, maybe I actually am. I don't suggest it. I don't think it's necessary. But, you know. Oh, no. See, I'm also not a grandpa. I may be 49. But when you're 49, you'll realize you're not even halfway through life. And you'll probably feel pretty embarrassed about that. So, baby boy, baby child, baby thing, sit your ass and your confusion down. And take part. You're more than welcome to take part. It's fun, though. It's fun. Is that a pink-haired anime girl dancing the right side of your screen? It sure the fuck is. I also have a cheese. I have cheese as well. All kinds of things dancing. The reason I have dancers is because, like I was saying before, polyscopic hypnodation allows for your brain in the front to parse out all of the stuff that it normally would and pay attention to that now. But in the center, right in the center of your brain and in the back where your medulla picks up all of the visual cues and your central brain, basically, which takes all the subconscious in, and where you dream, that'll take in all the pertinent information that I feed you. And it'll stay with you longer. So if you show up on Sunday, I explain most of it every week. Polyscopic hypnotation. Sunday is the ministry of the flying pig, and it's not religious at all. At all. In fact, we welcome all denominations, because what we do is we talk about ways to better ourselves, free ourselves from the bullshit, and let the inner flying pig out of its cages, which is us, being better, being fun. Grandpa, sit down before you have a heart attack. By the way, guarantee you, based off of what I've seen of most of the folks who are part of that circle, you know that you wouldn't want to like even run down the block with me, because you'd probably be out of breath in a hot second. So. Oh, you got timed out! Oh, you got timed out! Welcome to Thunderdome, bitches! Sorry. Yeah, that's right. It's Thunderdome! Emily timed you out! She has no fear, motherfucker! Yeah, and by the way, Kafkaesque, that's why we all have wrenches, is because at some point, one of y'all will just be like, fuck you, dude. Like, shut up. I don't need to do that. I don't take part. The chat isn't mine. The chat is yours. And that's the freedom. You don't live in fear around here. You don't worry about whether mod's gonna kick you if you're not an ass. It's pretty simple. And Zoom Panda, you know what? Zoom Panda, you seem pretty decent. I'm going to give you one too. Just because I'm spiteful and very petty in a funny way. Zoom Panda, congratulations. You are now a mod of mods. And congratulations for that. I did that just because traps aren't gay, McGee. And so when you guys go back to the server, you can say that you guys got modded and the rest of them didn't. So it'll be even funnier. You can trap on trap. No way, Aaron. Was that you in the bar brawl 2005? Whose hand did you break? I didn't break any hands, but I think I fucked up his arm really badly. Because the one dude whose tendon, I yanked back his pinky, so I probably did break his pinky. I took his pinky, that's what dropped him to the ground. But what initially got his attention to me was that, unfortunately, and I say it's unfortunate because all this is terrible, by the way. My pleasure. Hey, yo! So I grabbed his tendon. He was a bigger dude than me, and I grabbed his tendon up underneath his arm, and I felt it in my fingers, and I yanked as hard as I could with all my weight, which, by the way, is a good way to stop a bigger person from moving. And he started to go down, and as I saw his arm go limp, that's when I grabbed his pinky and did one of these, I can't remember the fighting style, but a friend of mine a long time ago showed me a bunch of very simple movements. You can grab someone's pinky and turn it the wrong direction, and it doesn't matter how big they are, the leverage gives you the motion to be able to push them to the ground. And sensu, it's called sensu, that's what it is. Yeah, I was one of there was many people involved in that brawl. I also dropped a person backwards. I feel so terrible about this stuff now. Oh my God. I dropped a security guy backwards with his hair by his ponytail, just yanked him back while he was holding our artist up against a window with his hand. So yeah, I may kind of be a badass when it comes down to it. I don't, as people know, I say, I am the king of fools and fool of kings, because I rush in where angels fear to tread, even though I have the angels' wings around me. But the truth is yeah, and by the way, don't feel offended. They call anybody above 30 ancient or old, so don't feel bad. They'll feel terrible about themselves when they're our age and they're like, oh my God, I'm not that old. Oh my God, I was an asshole. Yeah, I pulled the dude out of the ground. It was fucking brutal. And then we had to load out still, by the way. We had to load our gear out to the bus afterwards. And apparently I ended up getting smashed with a glass that night, and I didn't know it was sticking out of me all night until they pulled it out of me. So, yeah, fucked up shit. Rock and roll is real, folks. Rock and roll is real. Anyhow, did I just go off on that? Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe I am a bit of a badass. I guess. If that makes me badass. It just means I'm rough and tumble. It just means I've seen a lot. It just means I'm not afraid to run towards the fire, which is what I do. And this is a fire. This dude is a dumpster fire right there. For all of us. I think it's a dumpster fire. And, yeah. I was a little younger. But apparently, yeah. I know way too much about self-defense. I'm not a big giant dude. I'm not a thick guy, I'm 5'9.5", but I'm kind of, I guess thin-chested, even though I'm pure muscle. But so yeah. In any case, and people love to think they can pick on me and then find out that I'm the biggest fucking bully they ever met. Ah! Yeah. Sorry. Ah! Yeah. Anyhow, I think this pretty much wraps it up for us. And I thank you so much for being here. And I thank everybody for taking part. The folks that were on and off, the largest crowd I've seen in about a month. Thank you. And I hope you come back again. And for those of you who stayed, great to have you here. And I look forward to seeing you in further discussions as we cover all kinds of things and topics here. And I also have an AI story hour that I'm going to have to start. Oh my God, it's almost 9 p.m. I have to literally go straight into it. Although I think I'm going to push it off for an hour. At least. I got to eat or something. So Eva, the AI stories will be coming up later. Folks, as we all know, what we've learned today is that we don't know who Stephen Bunnell really is, but what we do know is that he wants to be able to drop the N-bomb. He wants to be able to say whatever he wants in private and deny that he does in public, and he doesn't care about the effects on others. And I'm going to play this one last time because I want us to forget what this is all about and what the root of this really is and how free this person really feels to drop the N-bomb.
What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch creators? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion.
So let's go back to the show. Get out of the corner. Come here.
I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger or faggot within the context.
No, he really. I don't understand where he gets that idea from. By the way,
I talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not using it as an insult towards people or whatever, it should be okay.
No, it's really not.
I guess if I get banned now, I'll go back on that dude and be like, listen up, dude. You fucking baited me.
Oh, who baited you? Him? Himself?
What kind of edgy shit do you think is fine now after you're done with the Twitch creators? Okay, well, tonight's the night we're gonna test it. So I'm pretty sure as long as we're having a responsible discussion, and I'm not using it as an insult, I'm like 92% sure that I should be allowed to say the words like nigger.
Yeah, Pierre clearly needs to be.
An appropriate discussion. This is something that I've talked about in great detail with him, but as long as we're not using it as an insult,
Bridget. These are the facts.
Or whatever, it should be okay. But
no, it's not okay. But I think we all agreed. The guy's a jerk. And he's a bad influence. And he's a bad example. And what are we going to do about it? I think you all know. We're going to spread the word. We're going to make folks recognize that this behavior is not acceptable. That whether or not you like it, whether or not it works for you, it's not healthy for you in the long run. And that people like those of us watching and myself have low tolerance, if not intolerance, for the intolerant. For those who would cover up their true beliefs and behaviors with a bunch of obfuscation. It's not acceptable. Not for a healthy society. And we need to do something about it, like write letters and let people know and inform YouTube and Rumble and Kick. Now, Kick and Rumble may not be that interested, but we sure are. He's getting away with it, Bridget. He has been for quite a while. So keep your eye out on it. It's time to start writing letters. It's time to start letting folks know that Stephen Bunnell II, Il Duce, the douche, the deuce. If he was to disavow and say, no, no, because his word isn't good for anything. His flip-flopping and his behaviors make him unreliable. It's actually in my early opening statement. He's not just unreliable. He's unethical, amoral, insensitive, and unempathetic. That's sociopathic when you put them all together. When you put that into a position of power, it becomes a form of ideological insanity and can spread social contagion, inadvertently or advertently, and we're not sure, are we? His actions would have to display he has changed, not his words. That's exactly right. And Kafkaesque, that's the problem with what Destiny says. You can't trust what he says because in private, he says something different. And that's how you judge character. Are they similar in private and in public? And you may say, oh, people aren't always... No. Friends, if somebody says something in private, they mean it personally, and they think it. So just because they don't say it in public doesn't mean that they aren't that. Take what they say in private at face value, not what they say in public. Even me. You might think I have an agenda. I do. It's very clear. I talk about it all the time. I'm here to pull you out of a mental prison, my friends. So at the end of the day, the only thing I can even do is talk to you about this, remind you to spread the word of positivity and love for others, to help others find their way out of the mental prison by you reaching their hand, reminding them that it's imaginary, that friendship and kindness are what matters in the world, and empathy and understanding others and seeing yourself like others and giving yourself a chance to be great, which you are. Every single one of us is, if we're allowed to be, if we aren't hating on others. And yes, blue hair has matured into more racist old blue hair guy. Yes. It's about behaviors and not words. Words don't matter if your behaviors don't follow. So shake your ass so the rest of you follows. That's what I say. But you know what I really say? Is that at the end of the day, if you aren't helping people out of the mental prisons, what are you really doing? Well, I can tell you what we need to do. If you see people out there and they need a hand, they need help, and they're unsure, there's really only one thing we can all do together, and I think we know what that is. So before I hit the button, I'm going to tell you that if you haven't already done it today, I suggest you do it all day. Put that cell phone down, put your device down after we're done here. And if you can, whether you walk onto a stage or outside or onto the subway or in the elevator or under a tree or just in the street. Some panda, yes, he likes to be on the wrong side of history like it's something to be proud of. That is correct. And I'm here to call him out for it. And if he does have government involvement, I'm going to weed him out and upset them and upset the plan, because that's my gig. So you know. And like I was saying, at the end of the day, the only thing I ask of all of you is that if you see someone about to fall, if you see someone stuck in the book, if you see someone stuck in their phone, if you see someone head down, looking troubled, and you can offer them some solace or a friendship, or to feel like there's someone awkward like they are, or the same as they are, or somebody who's friendly. There's only one thing I can say, and it's the only advice I really have to give. At the end of the day, my friends, you know what I'm going to say. Say it with me now. Look out! Thank you so much for being here today. It means a lot to me that you guys came through, and that the trolls came through and didn't really have to get much havoc out of it. It must have been the DGG, and thank you for, I can tell by the names, and it's fine either way. Those of you who came with them, you're more than welcome to come back. Bring more back. Maybe they'll enjoy the show. We got all kinds of things going on. I'm Aaron M. Sound. This has been Look Up, the remix, At Destiny, and the deleted footage that will continue to be deleted as long as it doesn't suit his idea about himself and the idea that he wants you to have about him. So folks, Carry it on to your day. I hope you have a beautiful evening. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you get a chance, I take donations for a local charity, which is the purely locally funded volunteer daycare center. It actually hasn't been open because they haven't had people. So thank you very much, Lita. I appreciate you. And Shalom Abba as well. Damn, I got a jump scare. Hey, Kafka, good deal. You won't get that next time. You won't get that next time. I promise you. You'll know. You'll say it with me. Rash Patty, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You came at the end, but thank you very much for being here. Have a great evening, y'all. Don't forget to go check out Mike TV. And if you can, Very Fun Stream is live right now as well. I believe Mike TV is live as well. So if you want to head on over there for the regulars, I'll be there. I can't be there because I've got the AI stories tonight. I'm going to come on at like 10:30 tonight. And bye and thank you and have a great evening, y'all. I'm Aaron M. Sound. Don't forget, look up.